capacity in terms of farm. Nuts is going to be around there as well, and they're going to put Loader up against EGM and Nikwa on this Slardar Tree and Protector combination. Looks like Ake's going to head his attention down there and provide Loader with a bit more, but kind of support in this lane.
He's actually even opted to skill level 1 Curse, which you don't see too much. Typically it's shield, just so you can run into
top lane. Bambo's actually been trapped up in the shards here. Nuts, he's got a snowball as well. This could be your first blood. One more touch should do it, and he'll get it. Nuts there, securing the first blood for Alliance and punishing Bambo on his off-lane Night Stalker.
So the one thing, if you look at the way the 4CL are rotating now, they actually have 3 heroes bottom because of how hard Alliance's lane is to actually zone out. So they need both supports down here to ensure that Nico can actually get some farm. And a lot of the times, we don't see position 1 Slardar anymore. Okay, that was close. He lost vision for a second there, I think.
That was a level 2 power shot, so I think that would have done it if it connected. Top lane again, we're seeing more action as they're moving in onto Bambo, forcing him back. And Bambo's got to be very careful in this lane. We've already seen how potent Nuts can be just on his own. You throw in an involvement from the lone druid and suddenly a lot of trouble going down mid lane. Pycat able to get himself away. Only level 1 at the moment in this lightning storm, so wouldn't have been enough damage here from S4 to get the kill. The CS-wise in the mid lane, 8 for 3, 8 for 2, fairly even between these two heroes.
Yeah, it's close. I think S4 said he still likes to go the Lightning Storm build, so maybe he won't get Edict super early, and will just try to farm up, get himself a little bit tankier, and then get Edict a little bit later on. But I think the 5-man is going to be crazy hard for 4CL to stop. They do have Power Shot, though, and they have Splinter Blast, one of the better deep pushing abilities.
Top lane again, moving in onto Bambo. He's in a lot of trouble. Another kill for Alliance. And in the lane that it counts as well, any involvement they can get from Bulldog, the fact that he's getting that extra bit of gold and getting that momentum that he needs on the lone druid, and it's got to be something that Four Clovers should be very, very aware of and potentially going to be planning to do something about as the game goes on.
Very similar to last game where I was talking about how I didn't really see many places for the Spirit Breaker to get a whole lot of work done. It could be a very similar game for Bambo here in game number 2 for 4CL.
Bottom lane, he quit. 12 for 4 at the moment compared to the 7 for 1, so still having the slight edge here on this safe lane. With the backup of course, both supports at the moment, both EGM and Sax are sticking around in the wings. And this is going to be something that's going to be pretty key as well. Nikwa's Blink Dagger timing. If they can get that and they can start jumping into the fights that Alliance might be looking for, you know, get level 6 on the Wyvern, get Sax in with a Winter's Curse, and they have got the potential to hold and to try and turn around the pushes when they come through from Alliance in the mid game.
I mean, I love the Blink Dagger on Slardar just as much as anyone, but do you really want to blink into that team? Like, do you want to blink into Tusk, Bane, Abaddon? Like, that is a really scary team to go into. Loda, though, could be in some trouble here, bottom.
Yeah, they're moving forward. They've got the Arctic Blast, so there's your Crush as well. Loda getting body blocked off by Nikwa. He's actually got the sprint, but it doesn't matter. They should still be able to find this one, and they do. EGM takes down his old boss.
Oh, mid as well?
Oh, might see something go on here. Here's the snowball from Nuts. We saw what he's able to do top, but the Shackle will be there. Power shot as well, Nuts. Just going a little bit too over-aggressive, and Pycat will punish that and says thanks for the free kill.
I think he would have not been able to get that kill regardless. Tree Armor came in from EGM at a really good time, so he went to try to make a little bit of space. Didn't work out, but he has actually gotten 2 kills so far for his team, so not too bad to give one away.
Vega can get in here with the Nightmare. Pycat, maybe aware that something is going on. He's playing it safe. They do, of course, yeah, look at this ward here in the mid lane. It's just going to spot out Ake. He knows exactly what the Bane's up to, so he's not going to give himself up for that one. And Ake unlikely to find anything here at the moment. As Pycat is going to be able to play it fine, play it safe.
I'm really unfamiliar with these types of lineups for Alliance, so I'm wondering when their actual timing is. Like, do they just get one item on the Lone Druid? Like, does he just rush Radiance and they just start trying to 5-man? Does he go for, like, Phase Boots Maelstrom? I guess right now, since he's got that Glut of Haste, he is opting for the Midas very early on here.
Bulldog's farm, of course, still very good. 30th rate at the moment, top of the CS charts. So he is having the time that Alliance would have hoped him to do so in the safe lane. But as you said, it's all about the timing. And with something a little bit unorthodox from Alliance, we're just going to pretty much have to wait and see what their plan is, as it's...
Well, they're definitely going to 5-man. Like, there's no question about that. Like, they have Lone Druid and they have Lesh.
Yeah.
So they're just waiting for S4 to get whatever farm he needs. Like, if he wants to go for Bloodstone or maybe even Yules this game wouldn't be too bad. You can dispel Silence off yourself if Loda's not in the area. You can set up stuns to get some catch. Like, that's the one thing about Alliance's lineup they're kind of lacking, is they don't have a really good catching hero. So maybe Yule's is going to be the item from him. Otherwise, Bloodstone is also great. You can just be that beefy kind of frontline hero with a lone Druid Bear and just mow down towers with Edict.
Worth noting as well, even though we saw Bambo go down twice in that top lane, he's not doing that bad off the back of it. With 6 minutes in, he is level 5, and he's got a few CS as well. S4 actually chasing down Pycat. Okay, just trying to get in close, trying to look for a Nightmare. Wasn't able to get it off in time. Nonetheless, Pycat just being forced back. He's got the bolt charges, so he'll be okay. And CS at the moment in the mid lane. S4 now with a slight lead as he did back off and clear up some of the camps in the dire jungle.
And that's even with the help of tree armor. So S4 is doing a really good job in this middle lane. Even starting to prioritize giving Ake a little bit of the farming experience. Because Lush is really good at farming the woods.
Now, see what the next plan is. S4 just getting himself sent out that energy boost. He's got the arcanes done so he can sustain himself a little bit more with the spell spam in the jungle. And that's your Midas done now on Bulldog. So a couple of big items coming out at this point, 7 minutes in. And it's going to be a timing that I'm sure Bulldog will be very happy with on this lone Druid.
And right now, it's a very slow-paced game in comparison to what we saw last
Let's see
time.
his speed up. There's a Nightmare from Ake, but it's in fact the fight from 4 Clovers. They're looking to lead in. They'll get the silence onto Nuts, making sure there's no snowball, no shards. And they'll get themselves a kill onto the Ake Bane, who was looking to go aggressive himself, but 4 Clovers, they're ready and they were smoked up. And S4's got to be a bit careful here in the jungle. Was being hunted down by Bambo. He's got the illusions to scout it out here. Bambo. Looks like he's not going to be able to get wind of that one, and he will just get himself out of there. Aware that Lone Druid, Mr. Bulldog's around the corner as well, so doesn't want to get caught out of position here, Bambo.
Oh, we talked about him early, how he was giving away like a kill or two, but in reality, he's still level 5.
Yeah.
So if you compare what he has versus what Loda has, he actually has more CS, and he's starting to be active around the map. Abaddon is one of those heroes where you either 5-man with, or you sit behind one of your carries, very similar to what a Dazzle does. Or you can just be like the YOLO Abba who runs in, and eats spells for his team, so you can proc that ulti. But daytime's gonna roll around now, so Bambo, not level 6 just yet, doesn't have darkness. And yeah, it's pretty much just farm, wait until either the Slardar gets a blink, or wait until Bulldog gets his one item to feel confident pushing, and then just go.
AGM just trying to harass back Loda out of this lane. We're going to see 4 Clovers. They do get an Invis rune here on Bambo. Maybe they're going to try and do something. Loda, he has just hit level 6, so we'll have borrowed time. And he might just need it here. Bambo moves forward. Loda, there we go. Yeah, they're going to go for it here. Okay, do they have the control? Actually, Loda, I think he popped the ult there straight away.
Yeah,
and now off the back of that, they should be able to find this. And at the same time, they lose the Tusker elsewhere on the map. They'll get the kill on Loda. So 2 heroes going down across the map for Alliance. Ake coming in with the Bane. Gets the Nightmare onto Bambo, but there's no follow-up here to go in as well. And 4 Clovers getting themselves 2 very tasty kills.
I'm a bit surprised. I think S4 was maybe healing in the well or something. That's why he didn't TP bottom. But if he was there, it would have been a heck of a lot of damage output. Because again, all those heroes were in fairly close proximity. Loda lived for a long time. That was not a fast
mid lane. S4, if he can get the stun here, he's holding on to it. Pycat, look at the jukes. He'll be able to juke it off. And Pycat does manage to get himself out. Nice little bit of footwork there from the Wind Ranger. If that stun connected, she would have been dead.
Yeah, for sure. I thought he was actually going to hold it because his lightning was going to be up in a second anyway, and the wind run was wearing off like around the same time, so you could have went for the slow into the stun, but after seeing maybe a little bit of rotation, he got a little gun shy, decided not to try to go for it.
Radiant's middle tower.
5 for 2 at the moment. Things looking good for 4 Clovers in terms of the kills, but the farm's still very good for Alliance. At the top of the CS, both the Lone Druid and this S4 Leshrac. And yeah, Bulldog. It's going to be interesting to see what he goes for here in terms of items. And when he starts to kind of leave his lane or start to at least push down this one and go a bit more aggressive. But at the time, the playstyle that he's going for is certainly paying off. And 4 Clovers unable to do anything to punish him at this point in time.
Oh, that's because we haven't seen Nikwa's blink actually come out yet. Like, it's 10 minutes in. He's 1,500 gold right now on top of the treads. So until he gets that, again, like 4CL, we talked about how Alliance don't have a lot of catch. 4CL are pretty much in the same boat. They actually need blink daggers in order to start being able to pick people off.
Here we are from Alliance. This time, it's going to be them looking for the aggression. S4, Nuts and Loda. Smoking up now into the Radiant jungle. They know that Nico's working towards that blink. It would be a big kill if they can find it. And here we go with the snowball straight in onto the Slardar. The punch is there as well. They will remove Nico from the game. And exactly what they need to be doing, slowing down that blink dagger timing on the Slardar.
And here comes the Edict, already level 2, so it does a reasonable amount of damage. And there's no glyph, so this should be actually quite an easy tower for Alliance.
Like that?
Yeah, he's He's got a DD. Yeah.
Dire's
He'll
structures
try and look for a tower trade himself. Alliance sticking themselves down bottom, looking to commit, and it looks like it will just be the tier 1 for the tier 1, so I think 4 Clovers will be kind of happy with that one.
Well, I mean, I guess in terms of resources committed, Alliance did more. Like, they brought 3 heroes down there. They use a smoke, and they, you know, they commit everything for it. So yeah, trading the tier 1 for safe
top lane.
fine.
Alfredo moving on to Saxa. And will Cold embrace himself, and Bulldog brings the bear back.
You know, Winter Wyvern's actually got to be one of the better supports against that hero, just for Cold Embrace. Like, as soon as you get a root, you just throw it on him.
He's looking for a wraparound here. Is he going to go for this? 2 heroes, it's just him and Saxa. Saxa does have a Winter's Curse. Bambo positioning himself right around, and he could have gone a nut straight away with the Void. The Crippling Fear as well. Winter's Curse gets dropped. Bulldog starts hit away as his own nuts, and nuts goes down. Now the chase for Bulldog as well. The Arctic Burn slow is there, but they're not going to follow through. Bulldog just a little bit too tanky for the side of 4 Clovers to want to go full on aggressive. They actually rotated the full 5-man here from 4 Clovers up to this top lane. Bulldog thinking about going back in, but EGM is there on the sidelines. Nature's guys. The Amplify out. Oh, the ult. Oh! A lot of hate coming down onto the bear, as it did just connect onto him, not Bulldog himself, as Bulldog will be able to survive. That is Alfredo down. He does have a resummon, not until 30 seconds though, so a bit of time that Bulldog's gonna have to spend on his own.
Oh, S4.
That's the Crippling Fear, and that's his crush. S4 getting caught out position as 4 Clovers just catch him as they pretty much just back out of the jungle.
Yeah, well, he was chasing down Pycat near the secret shop, so he got that solo kill. And then obviously 4CL know he's there, so on the way back he just gets caught because he didn't have a TP in his inventory. But he did spend his money before he died.
Oh, Bambo's gonna get a haste rune. Is he gonna go for the Bambo?
There's no way, dude. That's an ABBA. You don't chase that.
That's, yeah. Level 3 Aphotic Shield, borrowed time. Yeah, let's not try and go for it yet.
It's an interesting style, though, that Alliance are adopting here. They're kind of sacking Loda a bit, using the Lone Druid timing. Just have that really tanky frontline lineup with an ABBA shield or 2 to back it up. It's very hard, actually, to deal with that. Because if you look at 4CL's lineup, they don't have really great burst. They're not good at killing Lone Druid when he's in true form. They're not really good at killing Abbott either in like a 5 versus 5 engagement. So I think that Alliance, they're still going to be okay as long as they can hit that timing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We'll get the D ward here. So Saxa be feeling a little less comfortable on his own. As I say that, the backup is there, and they might be happy keeping Saxa. The D-Wall comes out, so Alliance think that Saxa's on his own, but they're actually going to find more. Can they get themselves on top of the fight? The crush from Nico catching onto 3, the power shot as well, flies for the wall. The Winter's Curse onto S4. S4, will he go down? Yes, he does. Let's track to fall. They do get EGM here on the trio protection. Maybe Alliance can turn this. Feed triple to Bambo. They'll take down the Night Stalker. Nico goes back in with the crush again. They found 3 on Alliance. Can Loda get more? He's used the borrowed time here, trying to chase Nico, but Nico's got the sprint to get himself away. Saxa with the Splinter Blast. Pycat has had the Nightmare removed from Saxa, and he'll get himself a triple kill. As Alliance lose 4, Pycat moving in for more with the win run. Wants to try and find an Ultra. There will be a Brain Sap. AK now out of mana, and I think he might be out of luck as well. Power shot from Pycat. Game 1 was the Pycat show, and now on this Wind Ranger Ultra kill at 14 minutes. We may be seeing a bit of a rerun here, Andy.
I mean, that curse from Saxa as well. Like, Pycat, Saxa, there was a 2-man shackle. I think it was a 4-man curse, I want to say. Bulldog was the only one who didn't get hit by it himself, but his bear actually did. So that choke point, they end up smoking in, getting caught in the worst possible way. 3-man crush and a 4-man curse. That was like the worst possible start for Alliance into that team fight.
And off the back of that, the Pycat, 250 gold away from that axe. S4 is going to walk into a Night Stalker here. And Bambo is punching pretty hard with his face boots, and S4 says, take me to Roche, but Pycat there with the snipe. This Wind Ranger getting the kills, and S4 did not want to go at the high ground there.
Yeah, that was... I mean, it's one of those things where you don't really think about it, but a Night Stalker at this stage in the game, if you're alone as a Lesh, you can't really do anything, right? Like, you don't have any escape mechanism, you didn't go Yules, you're going for Bloodstone, so you can't dispel the silence. Like, there's a lot of reasons why, like, this particular game is going to get really hard for Alliance soon if they can't get their 5-man going.
This is going to be Roche going the way of 4 Clovers. Alliance, they don't have an answer at the moment. Aegis, yeah, Pycat will take it. Drops his null tally, and he's there at this point. And Loda is all alone. Saxa just trading hits. Looks like the side won't go for him. They'll go for the Tusk as they caught him out with his shackle. So 4 Clovers yet again, finding the kills, finding the Roshan, and the momentum is certainly now there for the Radiant.
Yeah, the first reveal of the Blink Dagger from Nikwa came in really big for 4CL this game. He did have that one unfortunate death, but as soon as they went top and killed the bear, they gave him all the money he needed to be able to finish the item. So I think that bear pick off into the really good team fight for 4CL has just put them in such a dominant position. And after having smoked up here, they're just looking for a little bit more. Alliance in force though in the area.
Okay, well, they're gonna walk in. EGM, the Nature's guys, he's gonna be right for the time being. S4 moving in, looking for more. Still smoked up, 4 Clovers, they're gonna jump straight onto S4. There is the miscoil heal, can they keep it alive with the snowball? They can, maybe they can turn, but no, the ult comes out from EGM. They catch them out, Alliance, can they stay alive? They've taken down the Winter Wyvern. They're moving on to Pycat as well. Pycat gets the power shot off, he takes down S4 and he's got the Aegis. Pycat's gonna be there for round 2, but Alliance, they're still in pretty good full force. 4 of them still alive on this map. Bambo's caught out here by the entangle from Lone Druid. The bash goes through, they should be able to find this. Bambo trying to run, trying to hide, trying to juke it. He might just turn though, because Pycat with a focus fire onto Nuts gets the kill on Tuss, and now double kill. Can he get himself any more? Pycat, the power shot, won't be able to find the kill on Ake himself, but the team does get it. Now with the shackle onto Loda. Loda falls as well to avoid from Bambo, and now Bulldog, he's on his own, has to get himself away from this, and it's not even over. Nikwa gets the crush. Bulldog holding on to his dogger, but he might have to say bye. No, not today. Pycat takes the kill. Mercy on the privacy of Dong. And it's 19 for 9 though, and again, another fight that 4 Clovers, they're just taking them every time again in game 2.
Well, to be fair, if Pycat didn't have Aegis there, I think Alliance would have ended up winning that fight, for sure. But the unfortunate part is amplified damage plus focus fire hurts a hell of a lot, who would have thought? Even though Alliance did a really good job of keeping S4 alive for a long time, actually. We're going to get to see it again.
Let's have a look at this one. Score Esports.
This team fight was really interesting because S4 gets caught out. His team's actually quite far away, but you can see they open up on him. Shield comes in from Loda and a snowball, so he actually brings S4 back into the middle of the fight, which ends up setting up a curse. And during this whole time, S4 is only dealing damage to one person, because Pycat's the only person in the area. Nico gets time to reset his crush, goes back in, hits 3 heroes, Aegis eventually gets popped, and at this point, Alliance are pretty much out of gas. They got no Leshrac left, so their damage output is pretty much nil, and the rest of them kind of just have to run it off. I mean, we're going to see the silence onto the bear as well. That was pretty clutch from Bambo, and an invis from EGM, which pretty much allows them both to kind of walk away with the increased movement speed. But this whole fight was just because of Aegis. Like, if Pycat trades his own life for S4, I think that they actually end up winning that. But sometimes, you know, they gave away Roshan because they couldn't win the team fight top, and obviously 4CL have a good lineup for it, and that's just Dota.
Radiant's middle tower
Absolutely,
is
in
under
4
attack.
Clovers. They're looking to Dota all over
Look at
Alliance
how many
now.
wards they had, by the way, in the same spot. This is not what I would call the most efficient warding. It's just 3 in a row.
The Orion's belt of warding hit from Alliance. And, well, they're going to be able to look up to the stars, Jackie Mao style, and ask for something here if they want to turn this. It's looking good for 4 Clovers. Pycat with the focus fire onto S4. The Aphotic Shield isn't enough to save him, it is just. They'll get S4 out of it. Oh, Nikwa with the Bleak Crush onto 3. The Winter's Curse onto Loda. Can they turn this one Alliance? I don't know if they can. Bulldog's just TPing himself out. He wants to hold on to his manhood, and he will. He gets himself away, but Ake won't be as lucky. Loda now in the retreat. Borrowed time has already been used in fight. The Void Slow is there. They close in. The crush from Nikwa. They take themselves a 3rd. 3 kills for 4 Clovers, and once more, Alliance have nothing to show.
I gotta say, Nikwa, he did a little bit of an interview yesterday, said he didn't feel comfortable about how he played. I'd say this game more than makes up for any errors he made in the previous series. He has actually gotten like the best crushes that I've seen so far in the tournament. He's hitting like 3 heroes on average. Like, who does that? Who actually hits that many heroes every single time you go in for a Blink initiation?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alliance, I mean, they're going to need something big here, Andy.
Well, they did pick something that's a little bit unorthodox, and when that happens, sometimes you might not have a clear idea of like when the lineup is supposed to come online, like what items you make and what heroes to make sure that your lineup really comes to its full potential. And I'm not sure if that's exactly what happened this game, but I don't really feel like Alliance are totally comfortable playing this.
Still 20 minutes in. The overall difference here on the graph, as we saw 10k in terms of gold, 7.5k in terms of XP. I mean, it's not something that we've never seen a team turn around before. But the way that 4 Clovers are playing today and what we saw from them the other day as well, they've just been on absolute form this tournament, and at this land, they seem to be just gelling perfectly as a team.
Dire's bottom
Yeah,
tower
I mean, there's been a couple of close calls though. Like that last team fight in the woods, I still think that was Alliance's fight had they not had 2 lives in the Wind Ranger. But the other thing too that I didn't really think about in the draft, but the Night Stalker actually just annihilates Lone Druid with silence because you can just put it on the bear. And a bear with a 50% miss chance is a sad bear. Like you're putting all your money into that thing and it just can't hit anyone. So I'm not really sure when this hero is supposed to come online for Alliance, but it's got to be soon.
Picap takes himself a tower. Alliance trying to take a tier 1 in return on the top. And they should be able to. So they do get themselves the trade. Bambo knows that Ake is there. Did see him come past this Radiant Ward, and Ake is just going to CP himself straight out here. Whether someone may be looking for him, and Bulldog will find the top tier 1. Meanwhile, Picap, he got himself, of course, that tier 1 on the bottom, and now he's looking to take more. Takes a tier 2, so a 2-for-1 tower trade, favoring the side of 4 Clovers. More and more money into their pockets, and Picap, he's been having a great morning, Andy.
He really has. I think he's, so far, in both games, he's died 1 time.
Yeah.
1 time. That's actually incredible. So, going forward in the game, for CL, they're just going to look to try to control the map with a Night Stalker. That's one benefit that you always have with this hero, is you can just pressure the enemy team, pop darkness, force them back in their base, get map control that way.
Bulldog, if they lose him there, he's got to run. Bambo. Okay, focusing on the bear here with the amplifier and the focus fire. That is going to be the bear down. They do heal it up a little bit. Nico goes in with the crush, though. The power shot to throw for as well. There's a Fiend's Grip onto Nico. Maybe they could turn this if they've got the control to burst it, but the Winter's Curse come out. Nico just walks it off. He gets himself out of that, regardless of how many ults Alliance throw down on him. They just could not kill the Slardar, and 4 Clovers are able to safely disengage.
I'm not really sure how Alliance kill a hero at this point. Like, you're hoping for an entangle, a Fiend's Grip, or like a good stun combination, I suppose, in order to kill. But S4 is not really tanky enough to lose the team fights. Just having a Bloodstone at 23 minutes when the Wind Ranger has Desolator, Ags, Blink, that's not enough. Like, you're actually just going to die in a focus fire, regardless of whether or not the Abaddon puts a shield on you. And that's also something, like, harkening back to what the panel said. Peter's like, just pick damage. Don't really have to pick like a ton of single target disables. Just pick straight up damage and kill the hero you want to kill. He will not be able to heal through the damage, and that's kind of the way that Picap's making this Wind Ranger right now.
EGM, he's actually been pinged out here. They do know he's around. They're actually they're just running away from EGM. Aware that there may be more heroes Nature's guised up on the side of 4 Clovers. It's not the case, but they really don't want to take any risks like that at the moment, Alliance. I mean, talking about the Nature's, the Treant Protector as well. More than halfway towards that Aghanims, and that is not going to make things pretty for Alliance.
Yeah, this is getting to a stage in the game where Alliance are going to have to go for some crazy smoke play, or maybe hope that Alliance, or excuse me, 4CL overextend. That would be one way to get themselves back in. A couple of lucky entangles can take you a long way, but I really think against Wyvern and Slardar, Lone Druid's just really not that good. Between the two of them, your bear is just not tanky because amplified damage. We saw how fast Alfredo dies, right? You focus fire and an amp and he's just a goner. The other thing is if you entangle and you drop a Cold Embrace on that hero, Alliance don't really have a ton of magical damage outside of just the Lesh. And we've already seen how hard of a time S4 has living, even with the Tusk and the Abba both in the area.
Let's see what the next point of call is here from the side of 4 Clovers. I mean, we're talking about the Ags on the tree, and there's of course going to be an Ags on Bambo fairly shortly, so yeah. They're going to have all of the vision this game.
They really, really will. And Alliance are going to be pretty sad about it, I think.
Into the Roshan pit. Nico and Picap ready to go to work with the Deso and the Amplify. This is going to be a very easy one, and no chance of Alliance even thinking about trying to contest it in time. As
it's going to be dead so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, Alliance's team isn't even really that great fighting around the Roshan pit. That's another thing about their lineup. They can kill Rosh, but they're not really good at fighting in enclosed spaces where you got multiple like blink initiations on 4CL. Soxa also having his blink dagger now, of course, on top of the Glimmer. And it's going to be an Abyssal Blade rush here for Bulldog, I suppose. Okay.
I mean, we talked about the potential of them getting a kill. If they can, successfully focus down one of the heroes,
yeah,
they should be able to find something. But at the same time, it's just a question of whether they can live through what 4 Clovers is going to be thrown back at them.
Well, there's a couple of big problems. The first one is Alliance cannot push out waves because Night Stalker. I mean, right now they have Darkness Pop, so no one really feels that comfortable leaving the base. They have essentially no vision. They have one ward top. hear the rune, but that's it. All right, daytime rolls around now, so maybe they'll feel a little bit more comfortable. But even in that sense, no one's really that good at pushing out the waves. A lot of times you see people who play Lone Druid just buy Radiance and Maelstrom to push out the creeps, but he's gone for Abyssal Blade. So he has absolutely zero wave clear. This is a full damage utility build inside of a team fight. So if he's not doing that, I mean, look at this bear does not really kill the creep wave that fast. How are you going to try to force 4CL to react to anything that you're doing if you can't even push out more than one wave at a time?
Dire's top tower.
There we have
is
it,
under
4
attack.
Clovers. You're talking about the push of Alliance, and it is certainly the push of 4 Clovers that's incredibly
Dire's
fast.
top tower has fallen.
Pycat and his build with this Death Save. Absolutely perfect for the way that this game's gone. And the way that they found themselves in positions just to push down lanes and take towers.
He's got a DD. He can just focus fire the tower. Like, there's Glyph, but Alliance are going to have a really rough time winning a team fight right now.
As 4 comes through. Starting to lead the defense. Loader and Ake there to back him up. Forcing back the Wind Ranger. Cleaning up the creep wave here with the Pulse Nova. And there we have it. So there is the
Okay, there we
Radiance
go.
now done as well.
Ah, he disassembled. Okay. Yeah, he bought the relic, so it completed the Abyssal, then he disassembles to buy the Radiance.
Which I think, as you were saying, at this point where you're playing from behind, needing to clear these waves,
Yeah,
it's the right move.
You need wave
You
push
need
for sure.
something like the Radiance. Now 4 Clovers. Just outside the base here. We of course have this Axe on Bambo, so they can see in. And if anyone comes too close, okay. Okay.
Oh, they went for the force step there. That would have been nice.
Okay, they've got themselves the shackle. Looking to not follow at the moment, just getting the silence up to Loader. Just teasing with Alliance at the moment. Bulldog doing his best here with the Radiant Spare to push out the other lanes as they hold the high ground up top.
I mean, this tower is still taking a lot of damage, and they haven't committed the double damage rune yet. So Pycat, he can save it for the fight if he wants, or he can just pop it to ensure that they actually kill the tower.
And there you go, Blink Crush from Nikwa straight onto S4. This damage, the Shackle will latch onto S4 and Ake. Winter's Curse as well, S4 disappears. They're focusing onto Nuts as well as he tries to get himself out. The bear will go down, there'll be a snowball in, but 4 Clover's still ready to fight. EGM being cold embraced up. Can they do this again? They're getting them incredibly low and they do find the kill onto the tree, but Nikwa with a 4-man crush. Pycat with this damage onto Ake. There will be a brain stout keeping Ake alive, but the win run 4 from Pycat. He gets himself a triple kill, and is he done now? He's out of mana. He's got to get himself out of this one. He does have the Aegis. Now, can they kill this Wind Ranger a second time? That's going to be the question here. They're going to do their best here. Maybe they can. It would be a huge kill if they can find it. Pycat trying to turn and trying to fight with a focus fire, but they're not going to be able to do it. They'll lose Pycat on the Wind Ranger, and that is a beyond godlike streak ended. So 1,400 gold going to Loader. And I think that's pretty much the best bit of action we've seen from Alliance all series. That is a huge fight for them to take.
I mean, that was with a double damage on the Wind Ranger, too. That whole fight kicked off. Like, they lose S4 immediately, and I mean, that's 4CL's primary target every engagement, because he's the main source of damage coming out from them. And he buys back, and it's well worth it, even if he died back there. But I think it's worth it just to make sure that they didn't even get the tier 3 tower. That's going to be a little sigh of relief for Alliance. They can now start pushing out waves. And maybe a Bulldog can get himself another item on top of what he already has. I think MKB is going to have to be on the menu for him, since the Wind Ranger is such a big issue during these engagements. You just need something that can actually kill him even through the wind run.
Well, amplifying the bear. I mean, this bear taking so much damage once that armor reduction's down.
Yeah, that's his second bear too. He can't afford to lose that one. Actually, it's only 30 seconds.
30 seconds to resummon.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Radiant structures are
Fortification will come out. 4 Clovers, they're going to have Pycat back up in 5 seconds, and looks like that's going to be enough for Alliance to just hold back, play it safe. I mean, if Alliance can kind of hold as they were and take fights like that when 4 Clovers go aggressive, there is going to be the potential for them to turn this one around.
To be fair, 4CL went very aggressive.
They did go very.
They did not play objective gaming. They played base dive gaming.
They probably won't be doing that again.
Yeah, I would assume probably not. The other thing they can do is, since they do have the Night Stalker at their disposal with the Aghanims, all they have to do is just control the map, wait for the next Roshan to spawn, go for the cheese.
He's going to be the one tanking this. Straight up Fiend's Grip. They walk into this one. The Alliance will find a kill with the smoke. Maybe not the biggest one they wanted to, but I think at this point they'll take what they can get. I mean, Wyvern's still down for 50 seconds. This could be a good time for Alliance to try and force a fight.
Well, the other thing, too, that's nice is now that the Radiance is actually up on the Bear, they have some other ways to push out lanes, you know? Like S4 and the Bear can push out 2 waves separately. They want to go on this.
Yeah, they've chosen to try and find this fight. They don't quite connect the snowball onto Bambo. Oh, Nikwa gets the crush onto 2. It's like Four Clovers are the ones here that have got to get themselves out the shards. Oh, they're
really
going to
good.
block him in here. The bear will get taken down. There is a resummon available. And here we go. Alliance trying for the fight. Moving in with the bear. Going on to Bambo. They'll get the entangle. Bambo in trouble. He will go down. EGM stuck in the tree line, but the radius burn is burning him down. And he'll get the kill. Alliance taking down 3 over the course of that last minute. The Wyvern was already dead, of course, but taking 2 down on top as well. And Alliance showing that they can still take these fights when Four Clovers are a man down.
Those shards were actually like amazing. Like trapping all 3 heroes in that enclosed space, knowing that Bulldog has a resummon at that point. Came off cooldown after pushing the tier 1 mid, so 4CL getting a little bit sloppy here, losing a lot. They already gave away 1 gem. Did they have the other one still on the courier? All right, maybe they lost them both. If they lost both gems, then that's a huge issue. Yeah, they did. Okay, so they just lost 2 gems. One pushing top and the one where they just fought inside of the woods there. So there is no more dewarding potential coming out unless they want to invest back into sentries, and that's a really nice thing for Alliance. They get 2 towers off that. They get high priority kills. I'd say they're almost back in this game.
Absolutely, and this is a kind of position that we see Alliance play from. You know, if they don't have the great start, and if they just win a couple of fights, there seems to be something about the team's kind of synergy where they just get this momentum going, and they know exactly what to do with it. We saw them obviously take the 2 towers down the mid lane. They get a pick off. They take themselves a team fight. And as we can see on the graph, it is really starting to turn around back towards the favor of Alliance. They pretty much got to say, I mean, taking one more team fight should do it. But Four Clovers, they're still obviously in the favored position at this point. And they're going to actually smoke up and look for a fight themselves here.
This is 2 fresh BKBs on 4CL, by the way. 10-second BKB on the Slardar, 10-second BKB on Pycat. This is a very strong power spike for 4CL. So even though Alliance won the last 2 fights, it's very hard to take fights when your primary damage dealer is Lesh, and there's 2 10-second BKBs. So they need to try to like bait 4CL into fighting them inside of the base, similar to what they did when Pycat had Aegis. Try to make them get overconfident and dive you. That's how you win that fight. And also hope you have buybacks.
Well, we saw there, Four Clovers, they don't find anything with the smoke. S4, looking for a bit of a bait hit. Liver Nuts were hanging behind, ready to initiate with the snowball if anyone jumped. It wasn't going to be the case. And Bulldog just trying to work towards that Assault Cuirass now for his bear. That's the Hyperstone. And Roshan, it's going to be up any second. And this could be the next big point. We've seen Four Clovers, when they get that Aegis onto Pycat, they go very aggressive, and well, we saw them take the first fight. The second fight was when they went a little bit too ham and dove. So if they're able to take that away from Four Clovers, I think they're going to feel a little more confident trying to take a team fight against the Radiant. Because they know that Pycat isn't going to have that second chance to get out that huge burst of damage with the focus fire.
Yeah.
They need to contest this.
It's so hard though, still. Like this timing again, we talked about 4CL's fresh BKBs. It's so difficult to fight into them when you just don't have the physical damage output yet. Like Bulldog's getting there, you know, he's got the AC done, but he still doesn't have MKB for the Windrunner. And he could just lose the bear here.
Yep, straight him onto the bear. The bear will go down here. He does not... Oh wait, did he use the reset? Yeah, he's got the resummon. Okay, so the bear's back out. Neekwood gets the crush onto S4. Amplifies down as well. BKB's now been popped. They're looking to try and fight this one. Loader. Let's call it here in EGM's ultimate. They've got the Nut Snowball flying through, but the Winter's Curse to follow through. Beautiful planning from Saxa, ready to try and turn this. Loader gets off the borrowed time. Nuts will be the first to fall here in this fight. The Fiend's Grip is there onto Neekwood, but the Shackle Shot will cancel the channeling of the Bane. And now they're looking to find more. The Crush again from Neekwood gets S4. S4's now down. Loader's been silenced up. He has got the Aphotic Shield, buying himself some time, but it's a double kill for Pycat. Neekwood getting the kill onto Loader. And now they're moving in for more. Bulldog on the retreat. They've got to get themselves the hell out of there. The Shackle, buying time for Neekwood to get himself in with the Crush. There's a buyback on Loader. Alliance desperately trying to turn this. The Snowball's there, the Shards as well. But this could not be the fight for Alliance if they lose Nuts and if they lose more as well. It is just going to be Nuts as Loader plays it safe with Bulldog. But that was a dieback on the Tusk. They forced out the buyback from Loader, who was unable to do anything on the Abaddon. And now, with the side of Four Clovers, they'll just back up and take Roche. As you said, it was not going to be an easy fight for Alliance, and it was exactly that, Andy.
Well, they just showed their priority in the team fight. If you watch what happened, obviously Bulldog loses his first bear. 4CL realized, okay, this is the only physical damage threat on Alliance's team, is the bear. So Saxa curses it when they respawn. They amp it, they kill it right away. At that point, Bulldog has like over 10,000 net worth on something that doesn't even exist. It's dead. No bear means no team fight win for Alliance. S4 could not deal enough damage with his entire mana bar to kill any of the heroes on 4CL because nobody else does damage. They just don't have any DPS if Alfredo's dead.
Sustains ghosts.
This is looking very good once again for Four Clovers, 30-14. As we saw there, the little swing that Alliance managed to bring back around on the graph has pretty much been negated as it heads back to the lead that Four Clovers did have beforehand. Things coming out the jungle. They know that this S4 is around. Nikwa, he's going to be a bit off the mark there with the blink. Was hoping to find S4 running off to the right, but S4 will be able to juke it off. And he has got the TP, will get himself out safely. Bambo, ready to look for more. Bulldog and Ake in the mid lane. Bambo leading forward here. There's the point on the bear, the crippling fear. They just want to try and take down this bear. The focus fire from Pycat. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not this time. Alliance will be able to keep Alfredo alive. But Four Clovers, it's like they might try and go for the high ground push. They know that these buybacks are going to be on cooldown for both Loader and Nuts. They can kill Loader once more. May be able to just finish this one. Take the series to 0. Pycat, he finds the top tier 3. But I think what we're seeing from Four Clovers, and what we've seen pretty much from their performance over the last 2 days, these guys, they've learned to be quite disciplined, haven't they?
Yeah, they've actually upped their game quite a bit. I'm very impressed with how they don't go for the YOLO plays quite as much. When you have players like Sexy Bambo on your team, EGM, even Pycat can get a little over-aggressive from time to time. It's very refreshing to see them rein it in. You know, not going for the crazy stuff. We saw a tiny glimpse of it when they were diving Alliance, but I think they were just overconfident because they had Aegis and double damage. So, I mean, I can kind of understand where they're coming from in that regard, but for now, they're just holding Alliance inside of their base. They know that no one really has a whole heck of a lot of money on the side of Dire, and in fact, no one can even buy back. Like, not a single person on Alliance has the money for it right now.
Just controlling the lanes here. Pycat will move in. Starts to go for a bit of damage here onto the tier 3. Links himself out. It's just going to be pretty much the slow siege here from Four Clovers. We're yet to see them go fully ham. They do have that Aegis on Pycat, so they do have potential to try and do so. But they won't, as we were saying, want to go as ham as they did on that push on the top lane. There's a nightmare onto Nikwa. Very nicely taken off by Pycat, so Nikwa can juke out the stun. And now the Shackle latches onto S4. They'll try and move forward, but the Aphotic Shield will remove that. And Four Clovers just keeping the force inside the base. S4 trying to move in with the Pulse Nova. Pycat, he's been infielded up, but he's still doing a hefty bit of damage here with this right click. Tier 3 now, sitting at less than half health. Nikwa gets the crush onto the bear. Can they take down this bear? No, bear will get forced back. The stun now connecting onto Nikwa. Nuts going forward the Warrior's Punch, but Nikwa gets healed up. He's back up to full health, and now with the Windsor's Curse onto S4. They're trying to fight. Alliance actually moving straight forward. The BKB's coming out on Nikwa. He gets the crush out to S4. Bambo looks to focus the bear with Pycat's focus fire. They do. They take down the bear. They take down S4. The damage from Pycat's win range is too much. They will lose Saxa on the side of Four Clovers. The bear's now being resummoned, but the Shackle, it latches onto the bear, and Ake crush from Nikwa catches out 3. They've lost Bambo though, and now with the buyback from S4, they're looking to turn this one. Pycat gets the BKB, the blink out just in time. Will retreat off to the left. EGM might not be as lucky. Hiding in the tree line here. S4 is chasing him down with Loader, Bulldog, and Ake. EGM. Oh. Yeah, they've got the vision.
Yeah,
they've got him. Okay, so again, Alliance are able to take these fights where Four Clovers are starting to seem to struggle a bit when it comes to breaking the high ground.
There was a couple of small mistakes there that 4CL made. First and foremost, Saxa, very uncharacteristic, cursing the wrong target. Like, Pycat was focus firing the bear, and Saxa cursed the person next to the bear instead of the bear itself, which means you take the less damage, right? So his focus fire was kind of wasted. At that point, 15 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, but in these team fights where damage can be dealt very quickly, 15 seconds is an eternity. So he didn't really have it up to kill the bear fast enough. And by the time the second bear was out, it just didn't matter.
Bulldog has been found out. Nikwa and Pycat. Pycat will take the kill, chat, so calm down. S4, now he wants to try and find something of revenge. He's got the Yule step here onto Nikwa. Nikwa, he's got the BKB, and BKB will come out. He turns around, pops down the Amplify. Amplifies himself there because the Lotus Orb was dropped onto S4 by Loader. Looks like that's going to be the end of that fight.
That's 4CL still firmly holding lead over this game, and we haven't talked about it much because, I mean, it's a tree, and a lot of times there's not really much to say. But EGM having the Aghanims for a little while now means that he can start placing those eyes in the forest everywhere. Keeping the lanes pushed out makes it that much harder for Alliance to really get themselves back into this game. As a late game support, Treant is one of the best in the business for that kind of thing. You just de-push by yourself. Like, you don't even need your team to leave a single lane. You can just do everything on your own.
There we go. Pycat takes down the range racks with incredible ease. Focus Fire is going to be back up in 8 seconds. And you can look to try and find melee. They've still got 20 seconds without Bulldog here, Alliance. Now 4 Clovers still trying to keep themselves as safe as possible. Making sure that a repeat doesn't happen of what has the last couple of times when they've tried to break the base.
I gotta say, Alliance have done a pretty phenomenal job at minimizing the losses, considering 4CL has had a decent lead this entire game, more or less.
Oh, S4. S4, he's a little bit far out. Woolyuls himself up here. Could still be in trouble. The crush is out. S4 just melts to the damage of PyCat. Nuts has come rolling in. They will get the attack onto Saxa, but there's the overgrowth coming out from EGM. Winter's Curse holding Bulldog in place as the bear. It's gone rabid. It starts to eat away as its owner. Bulldog has to get himself back up, but the focus fires too much. Double kill for PyCat on this Wind Ranger. Nuts on the retreat, gets the snowball out, but PyCat with the BKB ready to continue to fight. Goes out with the shackle. It connects. They'll find Nuts. They'll find Loader, and they'll get AK as well. Triple kill for PyCat. GG well played is called. And 4 Clovers take the series 2-0 with, again, an impressive performance from the whole side. But PyCat having an absolute series.
I think the synergy of this team is insanely good. Like, you got a player like Bambo. There he is on camera, all smiles, PyCat. You have these space creators, and then you have somebody like PyCat who can absolutely abuse that to its maximum. And he also has the ability to play aggressive too. So 4CL just showing once again that they are not a team to be taken lightly. Taking down first Vega and now Alliance in best of 3 games. And this one was a 2-0, wasn't even a 2-1. Road to top 3.
And it was a game where 4 Clovers had it perfectly executed.
Yeah.
There was a couple of kind of mishaps in that second game, but overall, the game plan was there. The execution was perfect. PyCat ending on 21 kills, 10 assists, only dying twice. He only died twice in that whole series.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be something that PyCat is going to be very happy with his performance.
I mean, there's not really any real mistakes that you can call that he made in any of the games. So, I mean, I just want to hear what the panel thinks about Alliance's draft, because me personally, I wasn't really feeling the Lone Druid against the Night Stalker and the Slardar. I think those heroes actually deal very well with Lone Druid at like every single stage in the game. One, because of Crippling Fear on the Night Stalker, and then Amplify, we saw later on, Alfredo could not stay alive.
He could not.
Like, forget keeping S4 alive, keep the bear alive.
Absolutely. But Alliance, they will be back because they will be in the series playing up against the loser of OG versus Empire, which is going to be our next matchup. And of course, 4 Clovers will go on to face the victor of that series that's going to be right round the corner. But don't go anywhere, as we will indeed head over to the panel to see what they have to say about the 2-0 victory from 4 Clovers over Alliance.
A 2-0 for 4 Clovers and a Leprechaun. Not a lot of people were expecting that on this panel, and we talked about this yesterday as well when we were watching 4 Clovers. When 4 Clovers has a good game, it's normally because Bambo shows up to play, shows up to bring the plays. I think for today we have a new MVP for the team because PyCat's Wind Ranger was insane. And Shadow Fiend earlier today, of course, as well. What's your thoughts on the game?
I think, you know, it's as weird as this sounds, you're looking at a Wind Ranger who goes 21-2-10 in this game. I'm not actually sure he was the MVP. I think the Slardar, for me, was what set up everything. I think Nikwa found like 3 to 4 man crushes in that game. Makes it easy to combine Shackle Shots, Focus Fire. Of course, the Wind Ranger score looks the best. He is the hero that deals the brunt of the damage, but he's not going to be able to do that without his team. And I think overall, 4CL played a really good game.
If you think of it that way, the reason why the Slardar could get those crushes, is because he saw where he could go. He saw where he could go because the Night Stalker was there. And Night Stalker played with Bambo. Bambo MVP. There you go.
That's how Dota works.
Logic.
It's generally
on a team game.
The thing for me was Alliance's draft. Like it was very all in, and like they committed so heavily to this. You know, if we don't win it, like get a few towers, we don't push early, it's gonna be really, really hard. And then they have
it's almost desperate, I want to say.
Yeah, it seemed strange. And they did this weird thing where they didn't give Loda any farm. Like they just sent them to the offlane. They gave him like a minute of assistance, and then just kind of, you know.
I actually think Alliance did the perfect laning, and I think they had a good draft too. But I think the way they executed the game plan was really lackluster. They put a Lone Druid safe lane who gets really good farm, and they got 2 kills with the Tusk on the Night Stalker early. That's a 13-minute Radiance right there. And then he goes Midas, Basher, and then Abyssal, and then Radiance. So the Radiance is minute 27 instead of 13-14. at that point in time, amplify damage when you have that counter with Aphotic Shield, it's actually not that big of a deal. The Focus Fire doesn't kill the bear yet. I think they just... I'm not sure what the reasoning was, because when I saw Alliance's draft, I was like, okay, this is a fast Radiance. They get Edict up, they take towers, they take Roshan, they end the game.
Never stop.
And they farm. And then they tried to take a couple of fights where they didn't have the fighting items. So they actually played into 4CL's hand for a good 5 to 10 minutes.
It seemed like they kind of panicked when he went for the Basher. Like they were saying, okay, we're not actually winning right now. We need something to kind of change the fight.
But when he went for the Basher after they lost, I think 1 or 2 team fights. And then the Radiance maybe was too late already. So I can see that desperation move making sense. What I don't understand is why they got themselves into that situation in the first place.
They did have a chance to come back, though. At some point, they were looking like they actually made some headway again into the side of 4 Clovers and Leprechaun. What went wrong in that case? What went wrong there?
Well, they really needed to play exceptionally well. I think the weird thing about this game is you see how well Alliance played when they were 15,000 behind. If this is an even game, they win these fights, hands down. But they had the bad play early on, and then on defense, they're a very good team. They're great at playing high ground. 4CNL, as the casters pointed out, they misused a couple of spells, and that's all it takes when you're inside your base with a buyback to be able to win that fight 6 on 5 or even into Aegis. But apart from that, they never came back enough to...
I think the Roshan fight was actually huge. That was Alliance was starting to build momentum, and then they just get a pick off on the bear, Bulldog resummons, and then they actually just winter curse the actual bear itself. And then it's like...
The fight was over when the bear was cursed.
What do we do now? That's their like 20k net worth. Just...
Out of the window. Well, we have a replay to watch from a fight in the game.
This is actually maybe the beginning of a comeback for Alliance.
These shards are really, really good.
I just want to shout out to the Tusk, man. Like, the early game, he really salvaged the top, not salvaged, won the top lane completely, came in to get ganked, and this fight was the Tusk winning the fight for them.
Yeah, he blocks 3 heroes off, 4CL, they kill the bear, but I think there is a resummon available. And this time Alliance just cornered them. That's what they want to do with their draft. A lot of the reason why 4CL were able to win the fights is that they could just reset in and out with Night Stalker and with the Slaughter, just keep weaving around.
Nico was the best at that, like constantly dodging the shards as well.
So Alliance, they are not out. We are just in the first series. They are actually going to play today in 2 series time, or 1 series time. We're going to have OG versus Empire first, but before we do that, we have a chance to talk to one of the winners. It is Pycat, who will join us here on the desk. Congratulations.
That's good? Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
Congratulations on your series.
Thank you.
Were you expecting to go 2-0 when you woke up this morning?
I don't think we had any expectations. We're just playing the games.
You just came to win. That's what you did. You had an amazing Shadow Fiend first game. Were you surprised they let it through for you?
I'm surprised they gave away SF and Wisp. I thought we would get 1, but not 2. But yeah, when you have first pick, you get something.
Okay, and in this second game, after the draft was done, what was your thought about how to approach Alliance's draft, as their lanes kind of look perhaps a bit safe, stale, if you will, maybe a bit passive?
I think, yeah, that was kind of the thing. They didn't have so much. It was hard for them to make plays. I think it's hard to play Leshrac this patch, and also especially playing against Winner and Slaughter with a hero like that. You need to, you need to find a way to survive, but it's kind of hard. So, yeah, I felt confident in our draft.
When after the first game, the camera went over to you after you just like completely wrecked the entire game. You know what I mean? You got all this farm, you got like 850 GPM or whatever, and the camera went to you, and you're just like calm, collected. Like, does that make any effect on your play in the next game? You know, do you think, okay, I played that well, let's just wreck it again, or it's just like 1 game at a time?
And in addition to this question, sorry to cut you off. Beginning, you were having fun, you were winking at me, you know. And now you're very serious. Is this like your mentality?
Yeah.
Like that winning mentality here?
Yeah, I think so. It's when the game starts, you should just focus on the game basically, and then play the series until it's done. And then afterwards, you can do whatever. But during the game, I think it's good to have a serious approach.
Did you have a feeling of exactly how rich you were in game one? If I told you at 25 minutes you actually now have the record of net worth on Shadow Fiend, that's how rich you were in that game. Could you feel it? Obviously, you get a Daedalus man 19, you know it's going well, but was that a record game you felt?
I felt when I got the Daedalus at, I don't know what it was, some 18, 19 minutes, then I kind of knew that things were going quite well because we have SNY and Daedalus that early. So, yeah.
Congratulations. It's a very good record. You beat Arteezy.
Yes.
So, there you go.
You're actually one of the teams yesterday that did not face Team Empire. You did get the pleasure to watch them play, of course. They're going to go up against OG in the next series. How do you expect they will do as they are coming in as the underdog?
Well, going up against the team that won the majors is obviously scary, I think. Maybe they can do it. They looked very shaky when they played the first game against
Vega,
against Vega. They lost the series 2-0, and also when they played against MFF, was it? Yeah, they played MFF. Yeah, they looked a bit shaky, but then I guess they kind of came back when they got one win. I think they're riding on that momentum, so see if they can
do
take down OG or not.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to let you go back to your team, get some rest before your next series, as we will play in the winners bracket last series of the day. So you have 2 series rest, and maybe we'll talk to you again after that one.
Yeah, or maybe you will talk to Saxa.
Maybe
Saxa,
we'll
you're
talk
gonna
to
do the
Saxa.
interview next if we win.
Okay, I'm not sure you heard that, but we'll see if we can get him. We can take a look at the brackets and see where the teams stand right now. As we have indeed got Alliance dropping down. As you can see, brackets are not yet updated, but Alliance will drop down. For Clovers will move forward. We are, however, going to see OG taking on Team Empire. That's our next series. And of course, if you want to be kept up to date and you want to see actual updated brackets, don't look at our brackets, look at the brackets on the app that is the Score Esports. You can buy that at iTunes and Google Play. You cannot buy it, you can actually get it for free, and it's actually...
Buy it for free.
Buy it for free. Get one extra for free as well, if you want to.
Get as many as you want.
I don't think it works like that on phones.
You can
get
delete
it
it
on all your
and then
devices.
buy it again for free.
Yes,
Nice.
that's the play.
Sounds like you have experience.
But OG vs Empire is going to be our next series, so make sure you stay tuned. Oh, wait. Oh, look at that production value.
Beautiful.
You still should get the app, though.
There you go.
There you go. But yeah, OG vs Alliance is going to be our next series. Best of
Empire?
3 again. That's what I said, OG Empire. So we'll be right back after a short break. We'll see you then.
It's running in our blood. The answers are lying here within.
Welcome back to the ASUS ROG Dreamleague live here from Yunzhou at DreamHack Winter. And we are here for our second series of the day. It's a best of 3 between Team OG, that is right, the Frankfurt Major winners, and they're going up against Team Empire, who in this series definitely are the underdog, but we saw them yesterday against Team Vega, and they actually performed really well.
Okay, so how many underdog wins do we have so far?
2.
4CL beating Vegas, and you could count that as?
Yes.
4CL beating Alliance, you could sort of count that
3
as?
then.
Empire beating
Empire
Vega?
beating Vega, that's
Yeah,
also
that's definitely
underdog.
So 3. We've got 3.
What's up?
So Empire is gonna win now, right?
Why? Do you want? Because
This
you
is
want
a tournament of the
underdogs,
underdog
yeah.
wins, right?
Just by that logic alone, yes.
Yes, there you
There
go.
we have it. I might as well stop the panel, get the
We're
game
done
on.
now.
At the same time, you know, we saw just now, we saw the schedule in front of us, and the schedule time was, for the series, is 1620 rather,
Also
which
known
means
as 420.
And OG, one of the things it stands for, one of the favorite meanings that I think No-Till likes for OG, is Orangutan Ganja, which is a very strong form of weed.
What is happening up here?
Welcome to the panel, PPD, my man. Let's chill out, take it easy.
Come on here. What's going on?
The logic.
I thought we were trying to talk about Dota.
Okay,
Yeah,
go.
come on. It's a little bit more politically correct. Let's go. Dota, PPD, tell me something about Dota 2. You've won a few tournaments in your time, came third at the last. This matchup, Empire going up against OG, a team that you had a bit of trouble with. What do Empire need to do to beat them?
I would say take OG out of their comfort zone, but I think that's pretty hard to do. I think OG kind of has figured out their play style. I don't know, they should just find Resolution, a hero he really wants to play. And
Dragon Knight.
yeah, Dragon Knight, that seemed to work.
Do you think it could work against OG, DK?
Yeah, of course. That's good. Dragon Knight.
Works against everybody.
Yeah, Dragon Knight can be really good. It's all about whether you can win those early fights. So if they're able to like ban AA, get Dazzle and Dragon Knight on their side, then they should have like the early game advantage to be able to take fights.
Okay, before we talk more about the series, I want Shane to take out his box.
There we go. There we go again. The
Because it
bit
is
that
time.
everyone's been waiting for.
Yes.
No.
Shane, tell us what's in the box.
Tell us what the box is made of, Shane, because I know you love it.
It's
Is it actually
Oak.
wood?
oak.
Okay.
It's definitely oak.
Can we listen to it being opened?
We don't
as
hear
you-
it. You have to have your
listen
microphone
to that.
closer to it. Oh.
As if it doesn't make a noise because it's
No,
oak.
but if you knock on it.
All right.
definitely
It's the
makes a noise.
20th anniversary gold edition ASUS.
Is it actually real gold?
Yeah, it's
Real gold.
solid gold. Feel that,
Matured
feel
for
that.
20 years.
Okay, if you go to facebook.com/RGNordic and you there fill in what you think is the MVP of this LAN finals, then you have a chance of winning this GTX 980 Golden Edition, limited edition. There's only a very few left. They're sold out if you try to buy them online. But we have one, and you can win it. You can also win prizes on Corsair.com/DreamHackWinter15 for
The ultimate gaming setup.
Nice. You're getting better at it.
That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have you back next season then.
It's like a Catholic church.
No, but we are here, of course, for indeed Dota, for OG taking on Team Empire. Empire coming in as the underdog. OG, though, we've seen before, after winning a major Valve tournament, teams tend to not perform as well as people are
I
expecting.
mean, come on, he came third. That's pretty damn good.
No, I mean the
Oh.
tournaments after. Like, I don't,
Oh,
I
the
don't
other
mean the
tournaments.
next. The next.
Oh, come on. You didn't really care about this, did you, Pete? Did you? I mean, it's not a VAL tournament. I wouldn't care.
Do you feel like OG might be falling into the same trap?
I don't think
Or
this
is
is.
it,
I don't
it's
think
not
this
a
is the
TI,
tournament to do
of
it.
course, as well, either?
Well,
Maybe. I don't know.
Our first tournament was like single elimination, and we got Broodmother twice. It was pretty rough. I think it's all about whether or not you have the motivation to move on. I think all those guys on that team are motivated to move on. A lot of them, Miracle is brand new to Dota and like competitive scene. Moon is, he's been around the competitive scene for a while, but he's recently found success in Dota, and that's inspiring. So I wouldn't expect them to, be complacent at all.
I think yesterday was a good example. Like they came in like super early, they set up their PCs, and they just like started pumping, trying to get back into it, get used to the LAN environment, that kind of stuff.
I don't know. Moon's trying to get modded.
He's been watching
Dreamleague.
every single game.
Yeah, he's spamming Kappa, so.
Yeah, but like literally watching every game. Right?
Yeah, I mean we're Dota players. That's what we're all about.
Watching Dota, playing Dota, living Dota, breathing Dota, getting ready to play Dota, as Empire is now ready to start to play Dota very soon. They're on stage. They will be the team that is on the left side this time. And Empire is definitely, they're definitely still the underdog.
One thing that was actually quite funny from yesterday, even when they were a game down, they'd always just be laughing together in the drafting phase. They're just sitting there and enjoying it. Like.
Yeah, that was surprising to see. They were like one game away from elimination.
Yeah.
Aloha Dancer just cracking up hysterically.
That's what you want to see.
Resolution's just trying to draft.
Yeah.
And then he starts laughing. I'm just like, guys,
he looks ready.
your time is
Look at
ticking.
him.
Come on.
Phonic, wow. A fifth of Na'Vi is back at least at this LAN, as he's ready to bring it through Empire. And this man's a bit more serious.
Hey, he's not giggling today.
He is in the zone. I mean, you don't giggle when you go against OG.
Dear Lord.
This angle just really intensifies it.
What's going on here?
He's actually just won the game there with that stare. And here we go, the beautiful man himself, Resolution. Had an absolute ball yesterday. We talked about his DK. He had a great game too.
His invokers weren't that amazing.
It
But that
stepped up. I thought the Invoker got better as the day went on. Shane's shaking his head. Shane, don't flame too hard. The man can hear you.
I disagree. I think he, I don't know, didn't really perform on it that much.
But was it the
first game was
or
the
was
best.
it the player?
The first game when they picked the weird team actually was the best game for me. It was just the team didn't suit the
He
hero.
was trying to do too much, I think.
Yeah.
We have it, Team Empire. And I think, obviously we saw 4 Clovers today. They turned up, they came into this one. Maybe as the underdogs. I think a lot of people thought after their day one performance that they did have every chance to take Alliance. But obviously a lot of people here still running on the Alliance hype train. It wasn't happening today. OG, one thing you were talking about, watching the games, you look at OG, maybe before the major, teams didn't think to look at them that closely. Now that we've seen, they pretty much played the most games because they started their run from the lower bracket in the major. Do you think teams like Empire would have learned a lot from that? And already our team's starting to figure out what OG do and what makes them click?
I think everyone knows what OG does. Like, you can almost predict their picks back and forth. Like, when we go through the draft, I'll do my best, but I think I'll be pretty spot on for the most part. But
The confidence.
There.
Oh boy.
it's about being able to beat what they do and being able to beat the way they play. That's the thing that makes them great players. Like, sure, you can pick heroes, but if you can't execute, you can't
So
win.
there's a shred of that TI3 alliance. Like, you know exactly what they're gonna do. Just
well,
can you beat it?
that's not. When you play like a 2-3 week long tournament like TI or the major, like by the time that tournament's ending, the meta is like pretty much there. You know what they're gonna ban. You know what they're gonna pick. This is what they like in this situation. Everything gets pretty predictable for the most part. Besides like a couple of surprising picks, and they came straight to this tournament from there. So I think we'll see a lot of the same things from them. They won. They have no reason to change. There's not a new patch. There's no new balance changes, and so they'll just keep playing. Their Alchemist, their Undying, their Huskar, beat both. The game provides.
Yeah. They are also ready to play. We can see them sitting on a stage. Of course, it is your Frankfurt Major winners, Team OG, with a lot of different meanings. What's your favorite meaning for Team OG, Lumi?
For me,
Yes.
Oriental Gangsters.
Oriental Gangsters.
Or just without the S, because there's only one.
There's only one. It's only Moon Meander. There he is. Speak of the devil.
Yeah, there is a man that's been fighting for mod on the stream all weekend. Hasn't got it yet.
Hasn't got it yet.
Maybe
huh?
we'll give it to him if he wins the lamp. He's ready to go for this one. Moon, he was
Maybe.
definitely one of the people that you got to talk about from the major. He had some absolute games.
Yeah.
Earthshaker was really
His
good.
Earthshaker was god tier. Yeah. Miracle.
speaking
Shadow
about
Fiend
here.
in the major week.
I thought his Invoker was the most impressive.
Really?
Like he put his team on his back that game and just like No-Tail was playing PL and just like farmed the entire game and did nothing.
He just controlled everything.
Yeah, Miracle just like, you know, he just like, hey guys, follow me, and he just went and killed everyone.
There's Fly, the rock of the team, stable one, keeping the team together. Glue can also be mentioned as that.
Yeah, and Crit as well. I mean, both Fly and Crit. I think Fly as well, he's been insane. And for me as well, when you look back to previous TI, you know, obviously running with Complexity, a lot of people saying he was one of the driving reasons why Complexity got as far as they did. And now off the back of that, moving to OG and showing us what he could do in the major, I think, you know, Fly is an absolute crucial part. We saw Crit, and now there's the man, the beautiful Flower, No-Tail, finally kind of in this lineup that's shown us that they can be the best in the world. And
It's nice to see new players do really well.
Exactly.
And even though it's nice to see players that have been in Dota for so long and haven't seen like the most success be
Like
able to
Crit,
go
Moon.
win a giant tournament.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking like Fly and No-Tail. Like those guys have been playing Dota for maybe almost 4 years now, at least 3. And yeah, they won a couple of tournaments. I think the old Fnatic guys won like one tournament. It was like this. It's like one small tournament in Sweden or something.
No, it was the
Dreamleague. Are you talking about Dreamleague, people?
Draft, right?
Huh?
They won the Captain's Draft as well?
I mean, that doesn't count. It was like, I forget what it was, but someone will figure it out. There was some tournament that they won. And other than that, they didn't really win any big lands or anything. And now they go through, they win the major. They're just like, you know, all these years of playing Dota has finally paid off. Like, that's exciting. Like, when I won my first big tournament, that was the best feeling ever. And to know what they're going through, it's just an awesome feeling.
Okay, so these two teams are going to be fighting each other. What is the thing? How are these two teams going to clash in terms of play styles, you reckon?
I don't know too much about Empire.
Apart from what we saw them yesterday, of
Yeah,
course.
I would like to see more of the, you know, have a game plan. Like with the games that they had Invoker, Resolution was running around Ghostwalk looking for picks, and then he got picked off once or twice, and then they kind of crumbled
Then
from
the
there.
plan is gone.
But when they had like Dragon Knight and Luna, and they just like, all right guys, we're going. Like it's time. Dragon forms up. Let's go push a tower. Let's do Roshan. Let's go smoke, find a fight. Just have some direction in your game. And
Like direction in the draft as well. Like just let the heroes kind of show you what to do rather than...
exactly.
I wonder one of the top ends against OG will be Undying. It's a hero that they lean towards a lot. Resolution, when he was up here, he says, who likes to play against Zombie? Nobody. So
That's true.
It's such a good hero for OG. Would you actually first phase ban it?
I mean, I think Empire might just ban it, but the hero's kind of fallen out of favor. We haven't seen it picked at all this tournament. I don't think it's been banned very often. I mean, I think OG is probably the team that would pick it, but whether or not Empire, you know, maybe they want to play against it.
I mean, for me as well, you were talking about Miracle's Invoker, the Shadow Fiend. We've already
Shadow
seen, you
Fiend
know,
is
earlier. I
amazing.
mean, a Rise Shadow Fiend causing a lot of issues for Empire.
Yeah.
Surely you can't let OG get
It's a bit different though, because OG is on Dire. And
Okay, yeah.
Whereas like
they do on the Radiant, don't they?
the thing is, like in the previous series Alliance, they had the opportunity to pick SF on Radiant, and they just didn't take it because they are just
That's
not
what
that
doesn't
comfortable
play.
with SF. Whereas I think if Empire had the chance to pick Shadow Fiend, they would absolutely pick it.
Okay, we can go to the draft because there is a first ban on the Gyrocopter, which we know Silent plays a lot.
Gyrocopter. It won the games yesterday.
Yeah,
it
in the
really
games
did.
yesterday,
Silent's performance for me was absolutely bang on. It was the Gyro that was turning up to the fights just the right time. As soon as he hit level 7, he was leaving his lane, ready to commit with someone else. And it was the tiny combo as well that was kind of setting stuff up to allow the Gyro to close in. And I think that's, you know, it's a respect ban, but I can totally get on board with OG taking that away.
You know, something that you said earlier, Peter, was that you want to take OG out of the comfort zone. And one of the games that EG had was like a 15-minute GG against, I believe, Fly's Trini. Like,
Yeah.
what did you do in that game that took them out of the comfort zone?
You know, it probably had something to do with the bans. We like picked some of their heroes that they really liked. We banned a couple of the other ones that they liked as well, and then eventually they just kind of run out of options. You pick heroes that are good against the options that you leave, and then it really dissuades them from picking those.
So we'll see if the draft develops in a way where OG maybe feel a little bit trapped in the drafting phase. But for now, some of the OP heroes are left, right? Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, OG actually leaves a lot of heroes there. They're not
the
really
IO,
afraid of the
yeah.
popular heroes right now. Like they're willing to play against Doom. They're willing to play against Wisp, depending on the team, and they're definitely willing to play against Shadow Fiend.
Do you really want to give Empire the Shadow Fiend? Though you were talking about giving them the objective,
tough.
the mechanism.
Surely
might-
they'll take it if it's
They
open.
might do it, but I'm not a big fan of giving Radiant Shadow Fiend, especially with a team that knows how to play it. But if I was playing against like Alliance, a team that doesn't play Shadow Fiend very often,
You're not gonna worry
I
about
might
it.
let it go.
Would you even go for the Dark Sea here for Moon?
5 seconds.
Normally that is a hero that we see banned against OG quite
Yeah,
often.
it's a good pick. I'm not sure it's the first pick.
Yeah, you got to do this. You got to take it.
Team Empire's turn to
So I think big things we could focus on here now that we see Shadow Fiend. I'm a big fan of control through BKB on at least like 2 to 3 heroes. That really messes up Shadow Fiend.
I mean, now for the picks for Empire, surely we're going to see something with the Darkseer. I mean, maybe something like opening up with the Darkseer Wyvern. Something very strong, something that we know that Empire can work with very nicely. They know that they're not going to have the Gyro to follow it through, but I think just having those 2 core heroes, Empire going to become...
Darkseer's pretty good. Also, you gotta look at Gyrocopter is banned. So Gyrocopter is one of those heroes that OG especially like to lane against Darkseer. He lanes really well. Gyro can almost 1v1 that lane, but with a little bit of help, Darkseer has a really rough time farming. Really any hero with like ranged attack and high movement speed does very well in lane against Darkseer. And Gyro is one of the few with...
How does Night Stalker do against Shadow Fiend? Like, you put the early game pressure on him?
Night Stalker's fine for like if he's playing that support role and kind of roams, he can be pretty good against Shadow Fiend. You can break the jungle around 4 to 5 minutes before Shadow Fiend goes through and clears the stacks, so that's a pretty good timing to get some action going.
I think a hero that might be a little bit better is the Bane.
Ooh, opening with the Dazzle.
Because it does give you that BKB control a little bit down the line if you need it.
Yeah, Dazzle's a good pick. You just got to be careful for the AA, and that's still an option for OG. It's not a hero that they like a lot, but they can still go for it.
It's kind of like a counter pick, right, against OG.
Yeah, but that being said, if Empire didn't pick AA in their first 2, OG would 100% take Dazzle with that second pick.
Yeah.
So it's a gamble. I mean, Dazzle's not unplayable against AA, it's just not favorable.
Remaining.
I mean, Empire, would they be a team to run this up with the Slardar second pick?
Slardar could be okay. I would look for Empire to have a favorable mid matchup against the Shadow Fiend, so you might see a Viper. That's a possibility. I don't know about a Radiant TA.
No, stick with the Darkseer that we talked about earlier. Yeah, understandable as well. We know that Funny's very good on this hero. I think there was maybe a couple of misplays, but overall, the overall play of the Darkseer was very good from Empire in the series yesterday.
Definitely.
OG back to them, following up with the SF. What do they go for now? Especially, but they've seen a very early Dazzle pick. We don't always see Dazzle in the first phase. I mean, do they go for something like the AA? We haven't seen a lot of AA this tournament. Is it good enough to get it now, or do you just think of other ways to deal with the Dazzle?
I think you gotta go. I think they can go AA. I'm not I think it's the best pick, but it might not be what they want to play.
What about the Bane? Ah, damn! Should have said it quicker.
Yeah.
Dire team.
He saw the screen.
You saw it on the screen.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah, he saw the screen.
You saw it on the screen.
Dude, it's great against the Darkseer. Okay, whatever.
It's definitely on the screen.
There you go.
Bane is a good pick. Bane's always a good pick.
Screw the panel.
10 seconds remaining.
I backed you up. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, third ban for OG. What are you taking away from the combo that they've got going already with the Darkseer Dazzle?
I'd say definitely Winter Wyvern. He's overall good against Shadow Fiend, just because he has that BKB lockdown and comboed with Darkseer is pretty scary.
TA? I mean, we were talking about maybe the Slardar combo with the Dazzle. TA with the Meld, that's going to do just as good a job. You're going to be able to blow up heroes, and SF, you know, he's not going to have a nice time when a TA starts running at you if you get a decent timing on the Death or the Blink.
I'm going to imagine that if you are Team Empire, you're going to remove the Age Deprivation still from the pool.
Lumi, do Empire ever pick Ember Spirit? I can't think of...
Like, come to think of it, not really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I feel like maybe Silence played it a couple times.
Yeah, he did. But it's not
a huge
it's not his
pick.
go-to hero.
Yeah, they like things like Juggernaut, Luna,
Gyro.
Yeah.
Juggernaut would be very good for them, actually, here. If they ban out the AA, they could just like group up and push with mechanisms.
I hope we see is Aloha Dance Rubik against the Bane here.
That was sick yesterday.
You know, what justifies a good Rubik game to pick him at? Like, because I feel like a hero Rubik, because I feel like he's very awkward in lane.
He can be very underwhelming. I'm personally not a big fan of the hero, but he's definitely a good hero against Bane. And if you have a Rubik player, you know, like Aloha Dance, then I think you can justify the pick.
Okay.
If your cores do kind of a lot of damage early game, like Gyrocopter, maybe even Shadow Fiend, like you can rotate to them and stuff.
I mean, Gyro, like Dazzle, Rubik, Juggernaut Tri-Lane, that's totally fine. Tons of damage.
Did you take up Slaughter, one of his best heroes? By the way, Earthshaker for OG has a over 90% win rate, which when you win the major,
that's pretty good.
I mean,
it's a skew statistic.
Yeah, it's stats are stats. I mean, they won the last tournament. They won all their games, so
yeah,
you can expect a majority of their heroes have a very high win rate.
Very high across the board. So for OG, their draft is still pretty open. What would you like to see from Moon this game? I mean, is it go to Earthshaker, or
Earthshaker's fine.
does he work extra well against Empire at this point, or is he just a good hero overall?
I'm trying to think. I like Nyx Assassin a lot against Darkseer.
Yeah.
They could even opt to go do some aggro trialing and throw Nyx solo safe lane against Darkseer. That's a pretty fine matchup for Nyx. He gets some melee levels and can kind of limit Darkseer's farm to an extent.
Earthshaker's pretty good with Shadow Fiend as well in combination.
Earthshaker could be really good too. That might actually be the ban here though.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
mean, talking about Moon's heroes, is this a game that we might see go on something like the Night Stalker?
Reserve time.
So you can look to try and get in and control the Dazzle,
And
make sure
silence the
Dazzle
Dazzle,
can't get
yeah.
off his spells.
Yeah, they could opt for some sort of like Night Stalker, Undying, dual offlane, something like that. It's a possibility.
I think the scenario where you described with the Nyx 1v1 against Darkseer has definitely happened for OG
Empire
a
take.
couple times in the
Night
past.
Stalker.
Dire team.
So
I wonder if that was a little bit trying to take it away from OG as well, that pick.
Now they do like the Night Stalker Darkseer offlane, as I believe we
Yep.
saw them,
Yeah.
do that yesterday.
and now you have a real way to pressure the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, that's actually very scary for Shadow Fiend here. The Bane can rotate pretty well though, and just sleep him. It's a good hero to TP in and support him.
I mean, now you know there's going to be a Night Stalker running at you, potentially with the Darkseer. What do you do in terms of support picks to follow up with the Bane?
You could argue that they can't really go AA now. Like they're kind of locked into their, you know, they have their offlaner, they have their two supports. So you could go for like
Team Empire, or?
yeah, for Team Empire, right?
Okay.
So you could go for some like push with like Juggernaut Shadow Fiend.
I wouldn't mind Undying.
What about the Lina Bane combo coming out as the support duo?
I wouldn't expect that from OG.
Is OG not also one of the very few teams, not at the Major itself, but that goes for the Bane Mirana combo? I know we saw it yesterday and it wasn't the greatest.
I don't think we've seen OG do that, have we?
No, I don't think we'll see that either. Potent was a pretty underwhelming hero.
There's your Undying Peter.
Team Empires.
Now the
turn
push is
on.
even scarier though, with the Undying on top of the Shadow Fiend.
Empire does have the Darkseer Night Stalker though, so maybe they can get some things done during that first night, kind of break down the laning phase, force OG to rotate around, and kind of slow down their farm.
Disrupted.
It would be nice if Empire gets some tower push so they can force a fight if they wanted one.
Well, we saw the DK from yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if you want to pick it
10 seconds.
against
Best
almost an
matchup.
auto loss.
yeah, and you gotta imagine Bane could just be sitting mid too.
5
So
seconds
You set up the
remaining.
triple raise super easily with that.
It did work very nicely with the Dazzle though.
Yeah.
But as you said, because of the
Windrunner
lane
is probably
situation.
Reserve time.
a just fine hero for Radiant.
I mean, could Resolution be sitting there going, pick me Invoker, pick me Invoker?
Well, he's the one that's clicking the buttons.
That's true, actually talking to himself.
They would need
Resolution, stop talking to yourself, bro.
they would need a very hard carry for Silence.
Yeah.
And these more about the fighting carries.
Yeah, one core lineups are tough against Bane too, because no matter what kind of items you have, you can
You're
lock
gonna
down.
get phase sweeps.
Yeah, even if you just get like slept, I mean you're out of the fight for that's like 7 seconds. No one can come.
Okay, Luna.
Dire team.
We saw them have a very good game of Luna against Vega yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, very fast.
Very
they were
good.
able to get
It
everything
sounded a
online
great game
very
on
early.
that. Yeah.
Very early.
Mech Luna time.
Yep. Time though.
Battle off the 5-man. Yeah, I think Darkseer's gonna need an early blink this game. Luna should probably get the mech.
Dragon Knight in that case fits still very well into Empire's lineup as well. Also a hero they can push very early on.
10
Well, the
seconds.
laning stage is gonna be hard.
You ever fought a Dragon
It's,
Knight? Used to go mech on Dragon Knight.
5
Well, he went mech on
seconds
everybody, like Tro and
Yeah,
The
mech-
troll thing was pretty cool,
The
actually.
troll one was good. Dragon Knight was a little fishy.
Reserve time.
Dazzle can hang around and help out the Dragon
Oh, I
Knight.
gotta break Toji's pick.
Oh, they go with the PL. All right.
Oh boy.
Sorry, we should have given you more time. We should have
Yeah,
asked the team
it's
to pause.
I was distracted by the mech talk. I'm never gonna get over it.
Mech on Phantom Lancer?
No.
No, we don't even joke about
We'll see
that.
mech on SF this game. Last pick you gotta look out for
10
is
seconds
Earthshaker.
remaining.
That's probably the hero to ban. It's also a pretty good. It's a
5
pretty good Centaur
seconds
game.
remaining.
You know, we talked about Centaur
We did.
getting picked.
Yeah.
I know Moon has played it before. It's an awesome Centaur game.
Reserve
What about
time.
Timberstone?
Does Moon play Timber?
It's a little
He
rough
does.
against Night
Yeah.
Stalker.
Yeah, the silence, I guess, is pretty
10
good.
seconds
there's always that
remaining.
Beastmaster. Mage is a good all-around
Spirit
hero.
Breaker's the ban.
Dire team.
I guess something that
back.
can kind of deal with the Luna, getting himself in the front of the fight.
Yes.
Clockwork is one of those as well. Still in the pool.
Clockwork.
And they take out the
Do
DK.
take out DK.
Yeah.
Team
Clockwork could work
Empire's
too.
turn to pick.
I guess Luna and DK together is just too much push to deal with.
It will work, yeah.
Yeah, it's spooky stuff.
that Undying is probably going to want to try and go bottom, or they're going to want to try an aggressive try.
OG are kind of known for their last picks kind of completely opening up the game.
All right, let's see. What are our options? Centaur, Earthshaker, or Clockwork? I think those are the three. Unless there's something crazy out there.
10 seconds remaining.
What's Resolution going to take here?
Invoker.
There's still a Brood Mother, but not very.
5
Invoker's
seconds remaining.
not great against PL.
I mean, could it be the Viper that you were mentioning earlier?
Yeah, it's really bad against PL.
That's
so
true. Yeah, unless
I
you're
would hope
totally
not.
crushing the lanes.
5
Getting
seconds
the push.
remaining.
We got 4 seconds left.
I guess.
There you go. It's
Queen
a
of Pain.
But
Yeah.
an
Hasn't been
AO
touched all draft.
AoE nuke damage for the
Also, not great against PL, but if you go late game enough, you get a Shivas. It can be just fine. Also, it should be good at dealing with Shadow Fiend in lane. Have a Night Stalker roam with an Ion Shot and a Surge on top of him. Then you can just jump on SF and you guys can kill him.
I mean, I guess this is a game as well. On that Corp, do you look to try and get that Orchid timing before the PL has the Diffuse or Manta, or do you just go for the Aghanim so you're going to have it on the uptime? Yeah.
All
right. There's the
Hey!
center.
There it is, man.
PPD.
It is an awesome Centaur
That's why we
game.
pay you the big bucks. There we have it.
This is like one of the best Centaur games you
No stuns. You just stampede away.
You were talking about it yesterday with the Queen of Pain, Darkseer, and the Paneras.
So which draft do you favor? OG?
OG.
What do we need to look out for Empire to do well? Is there a certain timing, certain item, like a
They need to kill
mechanism?
They need to kill SF a couple times.
The
during
first
any-
night, yeah.
Well, even like, I don't know, yeah. Or as early as possible, SF needs to die. And they need to try and zone Centaur out. I'm not sure. I think they're probably going to do some dueling offense with Centaur on dying, but if you can zone that dueling out and kind of limit Centaur, slow down his blink, that could be really big.
Okay, we're going to find out if Empire can do exactly that. It is time for our first game. OG versus Empire. Take it away, Synderen and Andy.
All right, thank you very much, Shiba. We're going to be bringing you guys into game one here in just a second. I really like the draft, actually, of OG. I just want to start off by saying that. I really like the Centaur pick. Excellent call from PPD. It's almost as if he plays this game at a decently high level.
That was a pretty sick prediction, actually. Like, regardless of how good a pick is, the fact that a team hasn't really played it and he calls it in the first game they show it off. They didn't play it at all in Frankfurt, I think. Not a single time.
I thought he said they did play it at least once.
Oh, they did in Frankfurt? Really?
Maybe not. Who knows?
Oh.
But either way, they have played it in the past.
Sick call no matter what.
But I mean,
let's not take anything away.
I think he said this yesterday on the panel. It's one of those heroes that you pick when the enemy doesn't have a lot of hard lockdown, because then your ulti is just that much more effective during the game. You just get free unit walking and then maximum movement speed. But OG going down here in Forest, getting some pre-wards out before the clock hits 0. So I guess we're expecting a lot of emphasis to be put on this mid matchup. What can Miracle get out of the early game? He's going to be getting some stacks. Empire actually have a good team for contesting the woods as well.
It's going to be interesting to see. It's very similar to what Empire did play yesterday against Vega, and they did 2-0 them. So that's a team that has been causing OG problems. It was the only team they lost to in Frankfurt, I think, actually. Vega beat them twice. They lost to no one else.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm pretty sure. So the fact that Empire was able to beat them out 2-0 yesterday should give them quite a bit of confidence going into this. That said, though, I think OG definitely with comfort picks here. Of course, the teams have had more time to prepare. They know how OG play. They've seen so much footage of them that let's see if Empire can put up a fight here. But I don't think anyone considers Empire the favorites going into this match.
No, probably not. But we've been surprised more than once already here at the
That
ASUS
is true.
ROG Dreamleague, so I wouldn't put it past Empire to go for one more. Now, looking at the way the lanes are shaping up so far, the panel did mention the potential for OG to go aggressive with the PL. Luna not known for being the strongest of laners, especially against heroes like Bane and Undying. Probably some of the worst that you could actually deal with in this early game. But Empire do have a really strong, around the 15 to 20 minute timing with Luna getting her ultimate up. Same with Queen. You have very high burst damage. You can hopefully get an early mech here on Funnick and try to get some tier 1s with your Luna push.
Fly is being quite a bit annoying here to No Fear's Dazzle, just going to be zoning him away here, forcing out the Tango. He only has 2 left and pretty much no stat items or anything on this Dazzle. He brought the Ops Sentries and the Courier, I think. Just hard supporting for the team so Night Stalker could get his boots, and I think he's the hero to look out for here. Can Aloha Dance get something done even before the first nighttime would be very nice in this bottom lane, because they're going to need help, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is not a winning lane at all. And First Blood's actually going to happen top lane as Funnick dies solo under the tower. Moon with the stomp there. Didn't even look like he used double edge. Yeah, it wasn't even on cooldown, so he just died to his stomp and some auto attacks. I actually have... He must have like gone under the tower, gone for a CS, and the tower just happened to switch to him because like maybe one of his creeps died. Like that's the only way I can see you dying like that.
I don't know, maybe...
Even the observer didn't catch it, so it's like, that was really random.
That was not a predictable kill whatsoever. And of course, Centaur, one of the heroes that really benefits a lot from getting a head start. This hero has ridiculous burst. Yep.
Resolution gets punched.
Now. And securing Miracle, good start. So far so good for OG. This is going to be a quick Blink Dagger for Moon, most likely, with that First Blood, and the fact that he will be getting Tranquils, I guess, first, so he can sustain pretty well against what the Darkseer puts out with the shells.
He gets First Blood in this lane, but does he actually win the lane? Like, the kill is something that I don't think should have ever happened, and on paper, I think Darkseer should win this pretty
for sure. Yeah, this is not a lane Centaur should win at all. But when you get a First Blood like this, you generally put yourself in a pretty good position. He's still being pressured by Funnick, though. Should keep in mind the kill happened so early that actual experience turnover wasn't that high.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that's nice for Funnick is that in the straight-up 1v1, if you win, you probably think that crit is not going to be coming up to your lane very often. You're just not going to get any help from outside sources.
Mid lane, they're going to try 2 raises. Nightmare.
Not fast enough. Even with the turn time, Resolution's still able to get himself out, so...
Still force him back, or do they? No, he's going to send out a Salve. He's still 300 gold short of a bottle at minute 2.5. And Shadow Fiend with a good start here in the lane, of course. No stacks available just yet, since Bane was hard committed in the mid lane. Hearing a Mango used, he's trying again. This
he
time
doesn't
around,
have Surge. He's waiting for the double edge, but he has to get the last hit with it. I think he's just dead. Yeah. Oh, tower kills him. Alrighty. So in those types of situations as Centaur, you pretty much can't use double edge unless you're 100% sure it's going to kill the target. Otherwise, you just die in one auto attack. So
yeah,
he waited as long as he could have.
And they trade 1 for 1. Darkseer does get the experience. Even though he does that, he's still being out-leveled actually here by Moon Meander. But Funnick, all in all, is probably going to be okay with this trade. Getting back to lane at the same time. Got a bottle now. He'll be all right.
I think giving the Centaur like an easier laning phase, though, kind of makes your 5-man harder to use. Because say like Moon gets level 6 and a Blink Dagger, you know, minute like 13, 14, something like that after he has Tranquils. Then when you 5-man, there's actually a good way for OG to take team fights because a Blink Stomp into a Stampede can set up Miracle to get a really nice Requiem. You can get in position to drop a good Tombstone. There's so many nice things about having the ultimate with OG's team because normally they're not that mobile, but having the Centaur ult early on in the Blink can be a huge boon for them.
Yeah, definitely. And it should be coming out at that time. It still doesn't look like Empire are interested in pressuring it that much. Well, there's a little bit of a rotation here from the Night Stalker, but more than anything else, he's just looking to counter out the stacks. Very nice play here from Aloha Dance. This preventing the Shadow Fiend from getting a single stack for himself. Nightmare onto Funnick. They could try for a double raise here, which will connect. Not only the one, actually, and now the turnaround's coming in. This is the Darkseer Night Stalker combo that PBD has talked so much about. Extremely strong during this first nighttime phase, and OG, they just overestimated their abilities really very clearly here, losing 1.5 core. Just Spain as a core in the early game almost, for absolutely no trade-off.
It was very fortunate that that Void actually interrupted the second raise, because otherwise I think if that hits, they probably don't get both kills. Or maybe they don't even get the one, who knows. But either way, Empire getting 2 really, really important kills actually, because up until this point, Resolution, he was not doing, wait a minute, he's actually not doing that bad. He's 18 and 11, compare that to Miracle's 20 and 6, and that's with crit sitting around mid for quite a while now.
And without stacks, so this is definitely good enough for them. We've seen games where Miracle gets shut down early and comes back, but a lot of the time for OG is because they control their own jungle, and this time they haven't really been able to, so I think this is about the best start Empire could have hoped for, and I'm saying that when they got solo killed in their offlane, but Funnick has kind of pulled it back into a good position.
Yeah, he's still highest farmer as well, but that's expected, I suppose, as a Darkseer versus most 1v1 matchups.
Bottom lane, they're putting the pressure onto Silent. We'll be dropping the Tombstone here from Fly. It is level 2. There's the Stampede. They're just going to try to run them down. Good heal from No Fear, keeping him alive, but there is no grave. He doesn't have the mana and got nightmared by crit, so OG with an aggressive play, committed a lot, but they got the key kill.
And I think that right now OG have a pretty good idea.
We're not done yet. Top lane, Moon, he does have a Mango and a one charge here if he wants to use it. Does get a double stun off very nicely, but kind of has to just try to run around the tower. No TP scroll available, no support available,
almost.
And no Stampede available. Almost getting the Night Stalker there. 5 health remains on Aloha Dance after that tower attack.
Yeah, very nice movement, recognizing that they just rotated a bunch of heroes bottom to kill the safe laner, so they can easily just go for that dive. No real problem. And Miracle is not that type of hero who's going to TP as a mid under a tier 1 like that, as a Shadow Fiend. It's way too dangerous against a Darkseer and a Night Stalker this early on. But for now, it's just a couple of kills going the way of Empire. Now the Luna's actually farming pretty much the same rate as the Shadow Fiend right now, and then Darkseer is edging out the Centaur a little bit. So in terms of the lane matchups, it's pretty even, but as you already mentioned, no stacks on the Shadow Fiend. That means that you're not going to have your mech timing. If Miracle even does that, he was playing Shadow Blade quite a bit the last time we saw him play.
I think it's a decent Shadow Blade game too. As we talked about, not very much hard lockdown on Empire's side, so you can get away with a greedy build like that and just try to, you know, look for the Requiem solo kills on the Queen of Pain when she's split pushing. Same for the Luna farming in the jungle on Miracle. Being aggressive here again on Resolution. He's not going to let him have the raise combo though. Still pressuring him out of the lane, and now I'm very curious to see where this Quab goes. He goes back to base to heal up. Is there going to be a rotation for a gank, giving another hero the mid lane a bit, or...
I think the lanes are kind of out of position for it as well. And when you know Stampede's off cooldown, it's very hard to justify going for a tower dive. So I'm kind of wondering that myself. What does he actually do right now?
He's going to go back to mid. Looks like...
Oh, they're going to try to set up a kill on top of Stampede.
Yeah, Miracle sitting on an Invis rune. He does not have Requiem of Souls, so they're going to need at least 2 raises to connect together with the combo of this Centaur, but it's like it's been communicated pretty well here from Empire, actually.
Oh, did the ward spot the TP mid? I think that might have been what happened.
Not sure if it did, but we'll see if Moon Meander finds a way in here. Phonics seems to be playing pretty safe, but here's the go call. Goes in for the Stampede, hits the Stomp. Will they get the 2 raises? Yes, they actually only needed 1. Wow, so much damage coming out just from the right clicks here. At the same time, though, trade-off Fly was really far down.
Honestly, that's fine. They rotate 4 heroes to kill on Undying, and you kill the offlaner. Like, that's more than worth, especially considering that's Empire's mech fire. Like, that hero needs his mech for their lineup to actually start to come online. Middle lane, crit, and a little bit of trouble here. Uses the Brain Sap, gonna go for the TP, toggles the Nightmare to ensure that he can get the Void. Here comes No Tail, though. TP reaction comes in, Bottle Charge being exchanged. The Sonic Wave will clip him on the back and eventually get the kills, so they do take down the Bane.
Yeah, nice play there from Empire. In the moment, regeneration will be claimed by Moon, but actually gets broken immediately by an attack from Resolution. So at the very least for Moon Meander, he prevented that rune from going to the Queen of Pain, which obviously a great rune on her. Even though she does a Sonic Wave on cooldown, allows her to pressure out very far and maybe farm the stacks in her jungle. I do think there's a bit of a stack. Actually, no, they don't have any stacks either. Very unusual for this patch, actually, to have a game without any stacks at all.
I think the bottom lane was just so hard that No Fear didn't really have the time for it, and I think most of the time Aloha Dance was walking around trying to apply pressure of his own, so there wasn't really any room, I think, for either team to really get stacks going.
It's going to slow down a little bit now, probably for Empire. It is, of course, daytime. Their Night Stalker support is actually almost level 6, minute 9. That's about as good as it gets here for Aloha Dance. Has, of course, been involved in 5 kills. Now he might be involved in the 6th, but it's not on the side of things that he was looking for. Fly with a good flank, Tombstone drop, and Moon Meander hits the combo. Easy pick.
What do you think about the skipping Crippling Fear in this game? I guess it's not like one of those games where you have to stop a support from casting spells, but against a hero like Bane, I figure it's pretty value. Even Shadow Fiend stopping raises and a Requiem can be quite nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think if you look at the scaling of Hunter in the Night, the 5% move speed and 15 attack speed is more, the attack speed is way more relevant when you're playing core.
Yeah.
So I would say in most cases we do see support Night Stalkers even sometimes go 1-1-1 build. And I agree this time around. I'm not sure why he didn't skill Crippling Fear. It's also exceptionally good against PL if you catch him off guard.
Yeah, exactly.
No counterplay, so.
I guess maybe since they don't have any hard catch, that it's hard to get in range to use a silence a lot of the time. Maybe sometimes they just walk away with a Stampede or something like that. Maybe not really too useful in that regard, but.
Yeah. He has already got phase boots in the support position though, so even that minus 5% move speed, he still runs really, really fast at night.
He's got that Nightmare in 6 seconds. Looks like Funnick's not going to choose to chase much farther. They will eventually back off, but...
So far, so good for Empire, though. The game is completely even, and I think with their draft and the fact that there's an Undying Bane on the other side who are generally known to be really good lane dominators, they should be pretty happy with what they've managed to accomplish so far.
Yeah, when you got a Luna lineup that's not getting crushed in the laning phase, I think you're pretty pleased.
Darkness being used. Nice juke from the Night Stalker. Running from side to side, not getting crushed by Moon Meander. Just going to continue to grab some farm here, just farming with Void.
I guess the most relevant point in terms of when each team is going to start trying to be active is obviously Empire looking for nighttime. They're looking for the mech on the Darkseer, and then you compare that to the blink timing on the Centaur. And then obviously, since Miracle is going mech this game, he's going to be looking for that too. So I suppose if mech and blink are done on OG, their team fight should be about equal to, if not stronger than Empire's, I feel. Unless the Luna gets like a really nice Eclipse. That could be the game changer.
Yeah, Empire don't have the best single target, so it's kind of difficult for them to deal with the Shadow Fiend if he does get big. But their AoE is ridiculously good. Eclipse, if there's the right targets in the air. Oh, hearing? The Requiem? Okay, he's just playing with us. Cool. Thank you very much, Miracle, for that.
He actually randomly dropped a sentry in the woods to D-ward and didn't see the SF, so this has gone completely unscouted so far.
He's looking for a potential rotation down here to Silent, and if he lands this Requiem, even though it's only level 1, this is a one-shot, I think, on the Luna, at the very least for sure on the Dazzle. And they're looking for a Nightmare setup for it. Stampede first.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, they do TP down Aloha Dance. There is no
two raises as well. He combines onto No Fear. That's 2 kills for OG. Both of them on the SF. Grip as well. Triple for Miracle. Very nicely executed by OG, and this is a tower as well. Just when we were saying things were looking good for Empire, the classic Miracle Invis rune on Shadow Fiend does it again.
I mean, the Stampede also helped out quite a bit because it allowed Crit to get in range to throw the Nightmare so they would ensure the combo would land. And that's one of those things where not having scouted the Invis rune just means that there's no way you can foresee that play coming, right? You're just going to lose the hero.
Mid lane Resolution, taking some good damage, forcing out the Haste rune here is Moon Meander. Almost with one more attack and a double edge, he could have killed Resolution there, but didn't have the time to get that last swing in. Still holds his tower in good condition, has the money for the blink after they got that tower bottom. And OG's game plan is going to start coming together. And my question now is, what are Empire going to do when Roshan comes up soon? Because it's 100% clear that OG will be going for it soon. It's just their playstyle. They'll get the mech, look for Rosh. They have Tombstone to fight around the Rosh pit. It's level 4 already on the Undying. I don't know if Empire can actually do anything about it.
Well, you already mentioned that they have really good AoE damage. I think if you can get a nice back, maybe cliff a hero or two, that could be one way you can
their smoke is going to be in vain here. It gets broken, or maybe not, actually. They get themselves into a good position. Good Tombstone, but the back wall blowing him up, and they should have more than enough time to take this Tombstone out, or maybe not. It's only Resolution hitting it. Miracle could be in for a raise here. Doesn't get it off, but the Tombstone zombies are still chasing down at least Funnick. Here comes Moon Meander. Good stomp into Double Edge, and they're going to have to disengage with the Stampede, though. Mechanism from Funnick turning that around. Couple of high ground raises from Miracle. That's going to be the end of it. 2 for none for Empire. Good stuff.
Yeah, cutting their losses, at least OG being able to retreat with the use of the Stampede. And this game is, like you mentioned, is dead even. Like any Roshan fight or one big push can just completely crack the game open for one team. I think it's very easy for OG's lineup to get out of control when you have a hero like PL. Even with the amount of AoE that Empire have in the late game, not only the PL but the Shadow Fiend are going to become very difficult to deal with. So I still think that if either team is on the clock, it's actually Empire. Because late game Centaur with Aghanims, you have insane damage reduction. You're going to have the PL and the Shadow Fiends. I mean, Shadow Fiend's most certainly going to buy PKP. And then Empire's lineup falls off pretty hard, I feel.
Yeah, that's a good point. They definitely need to perform right now. But knowing that these key cooldowns are down, then maybe OG just feel like they can take this tower. They have the mech available in 5 seconds. Soul Rip's going to help out a little bit too. Tombstone is ready. No wall and no Sonic Wave is probably enough here for OG to just claim this. Good read on the situation. Is still back out and maybe allow for a deny. No, Miracle should be getting it here. And now what's next? Silent split pushing bottom is going to be thwarted here by No-Tail's TP. They're still sticking around. They're kind of making a fake play here with OG.
I guess Roshan's now available as well. If they want to linger around a bit, maybe drop a ward or two and then back off. But they have a lot of vision near the river.
They want Empire to think that they're Roshan. This is a good setup.
The old fake back.
Looks like Empire aren't taking it though. This smoke from Moon actually going to break.
Luna night vision, just spotted the Shadow Fiend, so they're onto it now.
And then they're like, okay, our fake didn't work. Let's just go Roshan anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's no risk really, right? Like you're basically doing it for only a net game. If they come and fight you, you probably win the fight inside of the woods. So then you get that, and then the Roshan afterwards, and then otherwise you could just get Rosh anyway. So there's no real risk.
Sentra being planted by Fly, preparing to make sure there's no vision in the area for the enemy. No-Tail scouting it out here with the doppelganger, and they're getting in position. What is the play from Empire? They've smoked up everyone apart from the Dazzle here. He's counter pushing mid lane, now rotating over. Ping already coming out from OG. They have read the situation. They know this is going to be happening.
They're not full health, though.
What is the response going to be? Nightstalker running in on crit, already dropping the Void, but there's no silence as we talked about. Now he's just getting himself into a really bad position. He's going to die before we even get started. Good Sonic Wave, though, onto Moon. Back wall is going to hit too. Requiem getting canceled here by Miracle. This time he will complete it together with the Lance out on Resolution. He's also Fiend Script from the high ground by crit. The Shallow Grave is nice. Can he get out? The one charges are there, but he gets
Nightmared up, still will be getting it off. Miracle with a great rune, and once again, what a surprise. Got a haste rune here. Will be getting that kill, running away from Funnick, barely surviving with the bottle. Moon Meander also finding a kill on No Fear on the sideline, and now Funnick, he doesn't have his surge ready. They will be collapsing here onto Silent, doing whatever damage he can. Is it gonna be enough? No. OG's crit, it's really, really low. Actually, all their heroes are ridiculous, although finally, Empire get one kill as the Night Stalker has respawned with the duration of this fight, finding the Void kill onto the SF, in turn killing his Darkseer teammate with the Death Requiem.
I'm pretty sure if that Night Stalker had silence during the fight, it would have been a much, much different exchange. Like walking into that hero and then only getting a one-man Sonic Wave, like Resolution threw it out, maybe expecting Funnick to use the vacuum a little bit sooner, maybe hit a really big combo and try to turn their fight in their favor, but as soon as they waste their AoE and they don't at least kill one or two heroes or get them low, OG will win that fight every single time. He's all right.
All right, playing it on the edge here.
I mean, you've seen him well die with Meepo, right? Like, that guy is a master of aggro toggling.
That's true.
But yeah, I feel Empire, they just wanted to try to bait Aloha Dance a bit, hope that OG were grouping up a little bit more, but they did a really good job of spacing out the fight. I think Aloha Dance is definitely going to be kicking himself for a skill build this game, though. I mean, he has it now, but I mean, you didn't give away Roshan to OG, which is good, so killing Miracle at the end was the saving grace, because if that hero stays alive, there is always a potential that OG can kill it, even though a few of them are a little bit low.
I think you might have still given it away. Sonic Wave's on cooldown for another 30. It's daytime. Night Stalker does not have darkness ready. This fight for Empire is actually harder to take than the previous one, and OG identifying this will just be going into the pit once more. Fly. Gonna be using that Flesh Golem for the amplified damage onto Roshan, a really underestimated, or underappreciated, I should say, ability for killing Roshan. Just look at how fast OG are going about this. And Empire, they're trying to rotate in Funnick. They're gonna use Stampede here to try to scare him away. Looks like it is fairly successful. Actually, it was also for engaging top lane. Silent, at the same time this is going on, is almost getting soloed up by Moon Meander. He can blink in a moment. Will he even need it? No, he won't. Gets the double edge off. Kill on Luna, kill on Roshan. They're running down as well onto No Fear. He does not have a TP. No Fear, no TP, no life soon to be. He can't get out of this. Will be able to use the Grave to at least delay his death, but actually some decent damage flowing out here onto No Tail, but No Tail bigger than No Fear. 2 kills in a row for absolutely no trade-off.
Yeah, Funnick's gonna be able to get himself out here in the meantime, so he'll be safe, but I guess in terms of high ground defense, Empire is okay, but I don't think that OG are the kind of team that are going to give anything up once they've established map dominance, you know? You can have these heroes split up, that's the nice thing about them. The PL is very hard to catch. The Shadow Fiend is going to be pretty much in the same boat. Miracle just bought something. What did he buy? Okay, so it looks like he's going for a Manta style.
Yep.
So he's going to have Manta on top of Mech. If he wants to go back for something like Scotty or Butterfly, anything really, there's not really a bad item I feel you could buy in this game for that hero.
It's a good multi-purpose Manta game, right? You can, it counters Eclipse pretty well. It's good against Night Stalker Silence. Solid choice, I think, for Miracle.
Yeah, it's not bad. He doesn't need the BKB right now. Like some games of Shadow Fiend, you feel like you need it to live, but in this game, he definitely doesn't. And that's, again, due to the lack of catch that Empire actually have, and no real hard disable.
His net worth is really high. This is a classic Miracle game. Actually, a decent aggressive weave here coming out from No Fear. But just look at Moon Manor, just being a wall in the front. He's gone for a pipe. The caster's favorite item of all time. We always talk about teams should be buying once in a while at least.
And it did get buffed too. So,
yeah, it did.
I mean, it was a while ago now, but I mean, it's so seldom that we actually see pipe purchase that it warrants talking about.
Yeah.
Because the extra 10% mitigation of magical damage, the aura that it now gives in conjunction with the Omnius effect is a pretty big deal.
And it's such a good item on Centaur. Reducing the damage you take from Double Edge yourself is actually a really big deal.
You can actually flash farm with a pipe.
Yep.
Because Double Edge doesn't cost any mana. So you have Tranquil Boots, you have pipe regen, you can just hit creeps.
It's not hitting any right now though. We'll be letting No Tail farm. Actually, nobody wants the jungle. All right, well. Finally, Moon Manor does this.
I think they're just looking for Luna. Yeah, they might have known that Silent had been in the area previously, but he's just sitting in the trees right now, so.
And this is an interesting play from OG. They're basically faking them again. They've got 3 heroes pushing mid, but Empire are like, they're not going to do this without 5. Well, they are. So if Silent does move out here onto the lane, he could be in trouble against No Tail. Now, there are 4 heroes mid, No Tail top, no Boots of Travel, so they could technically try for a 5-on-4 mid, but they're actually just, the team fight potential of OG is just too much to overcome right now.
Now, Resolution's got level 2 Sonic Wave and an Aghanim's, but they don't feel like it's quite enough damage. Like 440 damage sounds like a lot, but Moon has 1,500 health.
Funnick wants to pull this wave down. He needs to be careful he doesn't go out too far. Fiend Script is available here for crit. I'm actually just going to send in Miracle with a couple of punches, realizing that this might be a bait.
I think they're just trying to bait Miracle, actually. And Empire are not falling for it right now.
See, all right. Aloha Dance did get spotted by Moon. He's going to ping him out. Pretty good aggressive ward they've placed here. No, the sentry from No Fear just not reaching that Observer.
I like this play, though, because OG could have very easily gone for Aloha Dance there. They could have popped Stampede, caught him with a stun, and then tried to go for a kill, but instead, they play it the safe way, going to go for the tier 2 top instead. No Tail's been pushing the lane out. There's no reason for them to take a risk, because they know in the ultra late game, if they don't make any mistakes, they should still win.
Yeah. This tower will be going down as well, and there's no real trade in sight. Resolution doing what he can in the bottom lane. He's actually had a decent game on co-op so far. 3-1 and 3, good farm, but doesn't really have the tools right now. We'll be pushing out the wave. Oh, actually just blinking away here. And all right, did Miracle really want to do this? Nah.
I mean, he does have some.
Just raising.
Yeah.
He gets in the Manta style on the tower for a little bit of chip damage, but he's keeping it defensively just in case a fight breaks out. Big item alert now for No Tail. He's got the full Diffusal Blade in base together with the Yasha in his inventory. He's starting to scale really hard, and Empire, after losing all this map control, gotta start getting desperate at some point soon. They have to make something happen.
They're really looking for a Wombo combo, right? Like, that's the only way back into the game. Is like a Vac into Queen ulti and like a good Eclipse. That's how you actually win an engagement. And since OG only have pipe, no BKBs just yet, I guess there's a small chance for that happening. But otherwise, you mentioned earlier, they just don't have the single target damage. So killing the Shadow Fiend and the Centaur, that's like less of a likelihood. So just going for the AoE, maybe killing the supports, like taking out the Undying and the Bane very quickly can be a way to win. But otherwise, I think they are just in dire straits right now. It's a very rough game.
What do you think Moon Meander is going for with this Ring of Health? I'm just looking at the potential options of what he can get. There's
Crimson's not bad, right?
Crimson, Lotus Orb.
Oh, Lotus is pretty
Linken's, Refresher is actually an item on this hero after you get Axe, but...
Yeah, you need the mana pool.
Yeah.
So you definitely cannot use Refresher with 500 mana. That is not the play.
Well, Stampede is cheap. But...
That's true. His spell cost is pretty low, but Refresher is not cheap.
If you want to use your pipe too, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know. I like actually.
Alright, it's Crimson.
Yeah, Crimson or Lotus, both are good.
Crimson against the Glaives is great. So.
Yeah.
Agree with that. It's still a decent item to. Oh, wait a second. We might be in trouble here for Moon Manor. This could be a big team fight breaking out, but it looks like OG will get the better opening here. Aloha Dance gets a Void off, and that's pretty much the end of the fight. Just getting caught out there. Good play by Empire to back off. They would have been slaughtered for sure in this fight.
Yeah, this Luna is so poor. Like, we haven't really talked much about Silent because, well, truthfully, he hasn't had much of an impact. But sometimes you just pick Luna and the enemy team goes aggressive against you, and you don't have anything to fall back on.
Oh, this smoke is gonna come to fruition, it seems.
Oh,
Silent is mega dead, gets bursted down by full combo from Moon, Brain Sap as well as a Lance. And at the same time, top lane, Miracle and Resolution having a bit of fun. I think Miracle's having more fun than Resolution is. That's because he's playing the Shadow Fiend. That's a lot of fun, generally, minute 24.
Yep.
Almost with the BKB. That's got to be the high ground play call from OG. They get the BKB, they get an Aegis, and then it's go time.
I'm not even sure if he needed to buy BKB yet. I mean, it's a safe choice, like you said, if you're going to actually crack tier 3s.
Oh, back him. Good damage from Funnick. Nice blink, too. We're getting out, but ultimately has to TP away.
Yeah.
Oh, he has the BKB already. I thought he needed a component. Oh, yeah, all right. He's Shadow Fiend.
He's
so
Shadow
pretty
Fiend, yeah.
fun.
Yeah. If you think he needs gold, he doesn't. He has the item. It's like watching Alchemist, but ranged, pretty much. He just gets gold.
That's actually a really good point.
Yeah. All right, Moon. Kind of getting caught out here. Does have Stampede available. Doesn't look like Funnick wants to go, though.
Use the pipe. It's a decently long cooldown, so at least they bait that out 1 minute.
He pretty much has Crimson completed, too. So they're going to have the BKB timing with the Crimson and pipe completely done. Like, they actually just don't have the damage to kill heroes anymore, I feel.
It is very, very difficult for Empire to deal with this OG lineup right now. To find some sort of magical solution. I'm not sure which hero it's going to come from. The Aghanim Scepter almost complete on Night Stalker, but vision is not really the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Even if they see it and they get the perfect engage, like you said, can they even kill the heroes? Bottom lane, are gonna have a stomp onto Funnick, the Fiend Script as well. Lucent Beam immediately cast here by Silent. Nice defensive play, back wall from Funnick, also pretty good here. Nightmare, aggressive Urn Charge. He's still gonna get healed up by the stick. That's the longest Phantom Lance I've ever seen in my life, and the Illusion will get the kill. And with that Darkseer out of the picture and back wall expended for pretty much very little outcome, it's a big prop depth. This is a decent Eclipse, but there's just so much more in the tank for OG. They use the pipe, they use the BKB. They're all still pretty healthy. GG. absolutely overrunning Empire. 26 minutes is all it took, and that was after we said Empire actually had a pretty good early game.
Yeah.
That got ugly real quick.
I think there's one thing that we can look at this game and say, this is where Empire kind of struggled. If you look at the laning phase, it was Luna Dazzle against an Undying Peel. And normally you think double melee is not that bad, but Undying is great at bullying lanes, dominating. It prevented the Dazzle from doing any creep stacking of his own, so Silent didn't have anything to farm. And Empire focused a lot on the Darkseer Night Stalker combination together. So Aloha Dance was always running around with Funnick, trying to make things happen. That just left Silent out to dry. Like, he had no health, got ganked multiple times. There was just nothing really he could do to get himself back into the game. And since OG were also dual laning mid, holding down Resolution, he was the guy you're looking to be like, okay, come back and try to help us. And then Funnick also dies in a 1v1 against Moon. So like in the laning phase, I feel like everything that could have gone wrong pretty much went wrong.
But they still drew.
They still did okay in the fights. That's the thing, because Night Stalker and Darkseer is a really strong combination. But I felt like they sacrificed too much between mid and safe lane.
And ultimately, it was, of course, when you look at the safe lane scores for this game, 0-4-0 in the Dazzle, 0-6-1 in Luna, a combined 0-10-1 safe lane generally makes for a difficult game. We'll see if Empire can pull it together for game number 2, though, but before that, we'll go to a commercial break and then to the panel.
Welcome back to the ASUS ROG Dreamleague live here from DreamHack Winter in Jönköping. We are in the second match of the day. We just had the first match and it was OG that fairly convincingly was able to take the game. Shadow Fiend, Miracle, kind of sums it up.
Yeah, it was really good. Played well.
So we have the S4 haste rune. I believe, do we now have the Miracle Invis rune?
Yeah, like so you get two
feels like
invis
that.
there.
Yeah.
You got a kill on Darkseer first in the top lane, and then you end up getting a triple kill somehow in the bottom lane. Kills just kept trickling in.
Yeah, he's been, and I mean, not just the Invis rune. We saw as well in that fight where he got the haste rune and he was able to live just by the slither of his health. He did come back in and die, but he offered himself up to get himself another kill as he took down the Darkseer. I mean, Miracle SF, we were talking about it, whether they, maybe not ban it because they were playing Dire, but we've just seen that OG can play it just as well on the Dire side. I think you cannot let them have that hero, surely. I know that Empire, they banned out the Tusk and the Io, and as great as Moon's Tusk is, and as great as well when they put it in a support position, I really feel you've got to prioritize the Shadow Fiend ban, surely, Peter.
I think every single game Shadow Fiend is in, he has that kind of performance, and back to the panel, be like, okay, we cannot let it through again. But teams are just, when will teams do ban it?
I think it'll probably be banned in the next game.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you got to play against something, and they thought maybe they could play against
Give it a shot.
Shadow Fiend. They did a good job. Night Stalker, he blocked the hard camp. There wasn't any stacks for SF to do. They were able to kill the. They killed the Shadow Fiend, didn't they, with the co-op early?
They did, yeah. At the start, Empire, they weren't doing too bad at all.
But once like Shadow Fiend got a couple of lucky moves, and then they started creeping up with Undying and Bane, and Bane got his ultimate, and it was a little too much for them to fight into. They didn't have any stuns though. That was the biggest thing. Like they had, like I said, it was the perfect Centaur game. They had no lockdown at all for Shadow Fiend. It just wasn't. You need BKB lockdown if you're gonna play against Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, we had a lot of fights. We have actually got 2 selected, but let's go to the first replay.
So this is the triple kill that we saw with the Invis rune.
Yeah.
The first one's easy with the setup.
Yeah, I mean, the Bane Shadow Fiend combo. I mean, that's going to be one of the most satisfying things you see in Dota 2. Just that Requiem, just deleting heroes. And the fact he gets triple. I mean, this was pretty much the turning point after the early game, surely PPD, where we saw Empire were doing all right. Then Miracle gets a triple kill. Suddenly OG have turned up.
Empire were doing really well. Luna, though, still wasn't farming much, and that's a pretty hard game for a Luna to do much in at all. I felt like his impact just wasn't there, and he just couldn't get anything done.
Drafting issue or outplayed?
I think they like the new Luna Night Stalker. They kind of got that night vision draft going on, but Luna is like a super situational hero, and I feel like they're really crutching on it.
Yeah, you mentioned, of course, before the series started, the first nighttime would be the one to look out for. The first nighttime is where we had to see Empire actually deliver. Unable to do that already from the laning stage.
They got a kill on Shadow Fiend and Bane the river on the top lane.
Yeah,
so
that was big.
That was pretty good. Like I was like, oh, this is a great start for them. But then it felt like as the game dragged on, every Centaur ult meant heroes or 2 saved, or either Empire will just lose 2 heroes. So I think Centaur was really the crutch of the issue at the end of the day.
Yeah, and also make sure that the Luna Eclipse basically was useless, because the moment Eclipse came out, you can just stampede and run away and nobody gets hit by that.
Exactly.
Which is a great transition for the next replay.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at the next replay then.
So I guess that was the tail end of the Eclipse, but it essentially hit nobody. And I want you guys to pay attention to Miracle's haste rune usage. He knows that Queen of Pain is going to blink, and he's just going to follow the Queen of Pain path. He's just running along. And then as soon as Queen of Pain's blink ends, he just catches him on the other end.
Look how close he gets to dying here. It's crazy.
And he'll
was getting nuts. They were all so close to dying.
Yeah.
This is where you're like, man, if they didn't have Centaur to run away from Eclipse, the fight is actually won for the side of Team Empire. So.
And like, he comes back and gives his life for Funnick. This is nice. He's like, wow, let's just get the kill. Funnick jumps on top of him. It ends up blowing up himself, and the fight was won by OG.
They actually had nothing to deal with PL either. They had 0 lockdown against a PL. That's like, PL's favorite place to be.
So going into game 2, anything specific you want to see from Empire to see them force out that 3rd game?
Pick a stun.
Pick a stun.
You need to have some stun. That's like a crutch in any Dota lineup. You need some sort of lockdown. You need some sort of like catch potential, and if you don't have any catch, Shadow Fiend just going to use his BKB, he's going to get off his Requiem, and then the fight's not going to go your way.
And I think as well, one thing that we saw from Empire in that draft, they did get that final pick quap. But I think, you know, looking back on that, OG, they were ready for that, and they just weren't worried at all about the quad.
PL's really good against Quap. You can remove Shadow Strike in lane, and he's pretty good in that aggressive trialing position. They just ended up kind of dual laning him. They did a dual lane mid and then a dual lane off lane. The Bane forced Empire to react to that, so it made it kind of a 2-on-2 in the off lane, and PL Undying, you know, did just fine against the Luna.
Crazy. Yeah.
So we are in the draft, and first
There's
ban.
the ban. You've got to do it. You cannot let this man Miracle have his Shadow Fiend. That's absolutely not. Now, I guess you just go for the IO ban here as well.
Well, the interesting thing is Team Empire had first pick on Radiant, so maybe they could have actually just left it in the pool, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm actually surprised that they banned it out.
That is a little bit surprising. So Empire took first pick, OG took Dire this game.
Resolution is good on Shadow Fiend, obviously, but it's not really the type of game that they're playing lately, though.
5 seconds.
But is the game that they're playing working out for them? That's the question.
Well, they got this far against many people's expectations.
It's true. Against Vega, it certainly worked. It's certainly worth the playstyle. Okay, they prioritized the toss ban here over the IO. Why would they do that, people?
Well, they have first pick, so they could first pick the IO if they wanted. Or they could be setting up to play against it. Maybe they have a strategy in mind.
I mean, that's the. Do OG here now take away that IO, or is there something else that they're worried about Empire getting
Something I've
first?
seen OG do a lot is when they don't have first pick and they're playing against a team that consistently runs Wisp, they will ban it. They have a lot of respect for the hero. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, they're taking their time, discussing that very ban, most likely.
What did we see last game on the ban phase? Tusk, Doom?
Empire ban Tuskar.
Gyrocopter.
And
Gyro.
yeah, OG with the opening Gyro ban.
The silent gyro.
Yeah, there's your eye.
So that means that if Empire wants to pick up the gyrocopter, they have to do it in this phase, otherwise OG will probably still ban it out in the second ban phase. Does give a lot away about their lineup, perhaps?
OG also picks Gyro very highly themselves, so it's totally unsurprising if the picks goes back to OG, they'll pick it.
Yeah. The thing about Gyro that I like from OG as well, that we've seen both Miracle and No-Tail can play it very well. They have that kind of facility to switch it around depending on what they get as well. Yeah.
First pick Gyrocopter here for Empire. The other option for the first pick would be
Darkseer?
the Darkseer, but Gyrocopter, very good against Darkseer, and so that's kind of what I think OG would go if we did see a Darkseer first pick. Probably straight into that, like Gyrocopter plus Bane.
Yeah, there we go.
That was smart. It was a good pick.
Okay, I mean, OG, you expected a PPD, maybe they expected it as well. What do you pick in response to that with these first two? Are you forced to not pick the Darkseer yourself, Moon? Are they just much better offlaners that you'd rather have in a game against the Gyro?
I think you can wait on the Darkseer.
Okay. You're not worried about it being banned out?
You can wait, keep it going. You want to be ready for the Empire to pick it, though, because it would be a pretty good pick. It works well with Gyrocopter.
10 seconds.
There's still Dazzle, there's Bane. Those are two support options. I think they'll probably take one of those. They don't play a lot of Winter Wyvern. They play a bit of Winter Wyvern, but I think they would much prefer Fly on the Dazzle.
As you spoke, it comes out from the side. I mean, what we saw, of course, Empire open with the Dazzle Darkseer. It'll be funny to see if OG decides to copy that.
It's definitely a possibility.
If you're Team Empire, are you going to ban Undying in the next phase if OG doesn't pick it right here?
They could. It depends what other heroes they plan on picking. Gyrocopter is... It goes both ways. He's pretty good against Undying, though. If you had to put him... say this hero's good against Undying, this hero's bad against Undying. Gyro's probably more towards the good side.
Yeah. I'd love to see. I talked about it with Empire's draft. They didn't do it Moonslader. I need to be quicker. I need to be quicker. They beat me to it.
You saw it on the screen.
I didn't see all this. Oh.
It's always next tournament.
It was literally on the screen.
It was actually on the screen.
It was not on the screen. Honestly, whatever.
The
Slardar. I mean, they've got to be happy with those opening picks. Slardar, Dazzle, it's something that OG run very well.
Yeah. That's good. I think they could go for the Darkseer themselves now. That would be pretty good. They could also... Clockwork is looking pretty good. That's a hero I really like against Slardar.
What about picking up the Wyvern now for them? It's something that's going to combo nicely with the Jar, and it's great against the physical that OG are bringing out so far.
Yeah, Wyvern's fine. There's a lot of physical damage. You'd expect another physical damage carry from OG, such as like a Windrunner or a TA, and Wyvern works really well against both those heroes.
Yeah, Wyvern or Darkseer. I think. Yeah, there's the Wyvern.
Team Empire's turn
Okay,
to
time for the next ban phase. Now that you know that OG is going to be having that Slardar, most likely for Moon.
OG's got the first pick out of this phase, so I think Darkseer will probably get banned out by OG,
10 seconds
and then
remaining.
Empire should probably watch out for
5 seconds
maybe
remaining.
Miracle, Queen of Pain, or one of those physical damage heroes we talked about.
Yeah, I wonder if Team Empire is going to ban out the very lane-dominating mids, so maybe they could stick a DK on second phase, and
Yeah,
you
that's
get
a
that gyro
possibility.
DK plus the Wyvern heal for a siege. Something that we saw Team Empire lean against Vega in their game.
I wonder if they ban out the Bane here, Empire, as well. We know that OG work it really nicely. It's something that's going to be there for the setup for Slardar to walk in, and there we have it. Take away the Bane.
Bane is good.
Dire
Good
team
ban.
back.
Strong hero.
Third ban now for OG.
Both teams taking quite the time to think
AA
about
is
this
also a
stuff.
possibility as a ban.
Have we seen AA at all this snap?
I don't think we've seen
No,
AA.
not a single one.
No, no
I'm not
team's been
even
wanting
sure
to
a lot
run.
of
We've seen
teams
him
ban
banned a few times, but that's
Have
about
we
it.
though? I feel like we haven't seen him ban that much either.
I feel like I wrote down AA at least twice.
Okay.
5 seconds
Go with that.
remaining.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. Yeah, no picks though. I haven't seen the hero.
Reserve time.
We
There's
see
the
more.
DK you're talking about, Lumi.
Okay,
Gets banned.
never mind.
DK.
Turn to ban.
They're definitely paying it a lot of respect, OG. Even though last game they had a great lane against DK, they still didn't want to play against it. So, showing a ton of respect to Team Empire.
I mean, and what you talked about it earlier, PPD. I wonder if Empire do take away that win range. They have got the Wyvern, so something to deal against it, but it's one of those heroes that Miracle is incredibly scary on.
And you gotta look out for Wind Ranger, TA, or Quap. I think are the three. Oh, Huskar.
Huskar.
Huskar could have been good too,
Team back.
with Dazzle and
I know that there's already a Winter Wyvern in the pool, and Gyrocopter as well, but how big is the chance though today, overall, because we are going to see both of these two teams once more, we see Meepo today.
10 seconds.
Meepo. It's definitely a possibility. It doesn't look like the best Meepo game so far.
Not against
but
the Wyvern, sure.
The thing is, like, Meepo he's that hero that you can 4th or 5th pick, and you can be like, okay, there's no way we can lose this game. Like, Meepo is going to carry this game because they just don't have the heroes to deal with it. Same thing with like a Huskar. If there's nothing to deal with Huskar, you're just going to win. And that's why it's so awesome to have a Meepo player in your team. Just to have that, you know, in your arsenal. Be like, oh, you didn't pick enough AoE, huh?
Hello.
Well, you know, better luck next game because we're going to pick Meepo and you're going to lose.
Is that a slight flame/hint towards your own team?
No, that's like a.
Have you not seen
slight hint
PPT
or
Meepo?
flint towards
It's
Ice
insane.
Frog, man. Ice Frog's out of control. Keeps buffing all like the clowniest heroes and techies at TI5. Now it's Meepo and Huskar. Like, stop buffing these heroes.
The techies worked out pretty well for yourself, though.
I mean, he was broken. You keep buffing these like heroes that aren't meant
And
to
we
be
have it.
picked, and all of
EG
a
winning
sudden-
tournaments, abusing broken heroes.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, OG won
Oh.
Frankfurt. That's how you do it, man.
Who can abuse the heroes best wins
Absolutely.
the tournament.
That's Dota.
Well, let's have a look. Fourth ban was, of course, that Dark Seal. We mentioned it earlier, the combo with the Gyrocopter. Funnick's very good at it. OG, they're going to stick with the Rubik, and that is one of Crit's signature heroes.
And it's a deny for Team Empire at the same time, I would imagine.
Yeah, they could have worked with it very nicely with the Gyro.
Not
Absolutely.
an awesome Rubik game, though. Rubik can often... Crit is an amazing Rubik,
Yeah.
but Rubik often feels very underwhelming when you don't have big ultimates to steal, like a Fiend's Grip. Or, I mean, they kind of have some nice setup. They can lift into like a Slardar stun into Dazzle Heal, but
10 seconds.
I feel like other supports could give you the same thing
yeah,
without
exactly.
being
There's
so
not-
weak in lane.
There's
Yeah.
not great spells to steal.
I mean, is it not a bit of a power play as well at this point in the draft? I mean, PPD, when you're drafting against a Rubik, you've still got 3 picks to go. That's got to affect how you look at the drafting quite a bit, that you know that there's a Rubik now.
Yeah, there's not too many heroes you don't want to pick though against Rubik, like that are popular right now. Like there's
I mean, for example, Night Stalker will be a great, like, hey, Rubik, I'm going to run at you now. What are you going to do?
I was going to say maybe Earthshake is the only one that would be that you would slightly consider like to not pick because Fisher is such an
Fish
easy
is
spell to
beautiful on
steal.
Rubik.
yeah, most shakers try and cover it pretty quickly. It's a great spell to steal, and when you get it, it's awesome. But it's not always the easiest spell to steal if your Earthshaker's paying close attention.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to see that Miracle hero come out now. It's already been, you know, they've been looking at Miracle with 2 of the bans so far, Empire.
Yeah, I'd say Wind Ranger.
5 seconds remaining.
Wind Ranger, or actually looking at it, could this be an Alchemist game?
Reserve time.
Probably not
Yeah.
with a PL
Empire's
now.
turn to
Like,
pick.
Yeah, that seems maybe a little too greedy. I don't know. PL doesn't even seem that greedy anymore. He lanes pretty well.
Wouldn't you also want to have more heroes that have a decent axe upgrade? I mean, I know Rubik and
Miracle
Dazzle are
doesn't
really
normally
good.
go down the build. Well,
No,
I guess
but
if he
at
goes super
some
late,
point-
he does. But he goes. I love the build that Miracle does. You know, he goes full fight on his Alchemist. It's
Definitely
really nice.
the right way to play it.
Yeah.
Although there are some games where I think the Radiance build does have its place, but I still think you should get like Treads, maybe your Solar Crest or an SNY, and then be like, go fight, and all of a sudden you have like 3,000 gold, you're like, oh, Radiance, you know? Right
Pick it up on the way. Yeah, exactly.
That's for like a team like that can't deal with split push, like they can't kill illusions fast. So, kind of look at it as like a Naga at that point.
Let's see if Empire go more in for this team fight. You know, they've already got a great one-more combo with the Shaker, Wyvern, and Jara. And I'd imagine it will be the Funix Shaker. I guess they can run it in the support position, but I kind of feel when we see Empire, we more so see Funix run that hero.
Of course, Shaker's probably the way to go.
Yeah.
For people wondering at home, by the way, the player weapon Y is Aloha Dance.
Aloha Dance.
There's been some speculations going on.
No Fear's going to be the one to play the Wyvern, won't he? Or would that be...
Yeah, I don't think...
No. Yeah.
Aloha Dance, he likes the flashier heroes.
He does. I mean, flashier heroes, any that come to mind that they could go for?
There's still the Night Stalker. It's not super flashy, but he likes to run around and roam, get active.
That's literally
flashy.
That is literally
Yeah.
the definition of flashy. The alert, and that is one of his heroes, Disruptor.
Yeah, it's really good against Slardar. Dazzle's pretty good. It'd be great if it's the teammate that's in the static field, but or static
10
storm.
seconds remaining.
So Empire still needing that resolution here at OG with this final ban.
It has the mid matchup. The Empire gets to like counterpick the mid lane, which is always a nice advantage
Nice
to have
leg
over your
up,
opponent. That being said, Wind Ranger doesn't have too many counters in mid. I think. Yeah, most lanes Wind Ranger could do pretty well, if not win.
That OD counter.
Yeah, no, not a viable hero, unfortunately.
If you're Empire, though, are you not going to ban out the Wind Ranger at this point?
I think they should. I don't see why they wouldn't. It seems like
Who else would you be like?
I mean, they've
worried
got the
for
catch
seeing
for the
outside
Wind
of OG?
Ranger.
there's the TA, there's the Alchemist. I think Alchemist is definitely still a possibility.
Out's going to be really nice.
The Queen of Pain is still in the pool.
I don't know if they pick. There's a Rubik. I mean, they're not scared of them
not a
picking a
Evo
quad.
game.
You're not going to take a quad.
Wait,
Sure.
what's the reason not for Queen of Pain?
I said not a Meepo game.
Oh.
OG could Queen. It's not the best hero against Wyvern, Shaker, and Disruptor. I like
Too many
Tier.
catch.
I like Tier with
A Razor remove for OG. So
They need a BKB hero for sure. So I think TA is probably the way they're gonna go
And this is for OG or Empire?
for OG.
Okay. Definitely very good on the dire side in conjunction with the Slaughter.
Is this going to be the Wind Ranger ban? Let's have a look, see what they're scared of, Empire. What do they fear of Miracle? And it's your TA, PPT, as you were saying. That's what they're going to prioritize. Now, OG here, Wind Ranger or Alchemist. They've got to be the two options they're thinking about.
I think they'll probably go for the Wind Ranger. That being said, I think Empire has some pretty good heroes to deal with the Wind Ranger. They've got a ton of lockdown, and Wind Ranger's not a hero that really wants to rush that BKB, so he can be pretty susceptible to dying early on. It was a good ban. A lot of teams would have banned the Wind Ranger. Just been like, yeah, Wind Ranger is, it's a really good pick for them, but is TA better? Probably.
I mean, is the TA ban giving us a bit of an insight into what Empire might be thinking about running in the mid?
Oh, Viper.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
Empire's turn to pick.
a hero that doesn't necessarily need to go a super early BKB. You can just kind of tank it up. Another mech hero for them. That's something we forgot to discuss. They didn't have a mech hero yet.
That's true.
Now you gotta lane against it. Who's going against Viper? Not me.
Speaking of mech hero, Team Empire also doesn't really have one. I guess Wyvern technically could go for one, but
Is he gonna get enough gold?
no, probably not. Usually goes for Glimmer, Link, things like that.
We do know that Aloha Dance generally gets a lot of farm no matter what
That is
hero he
true.
plays, though. So if he is indeed a disruptor,
All right, going with the Quap again. I mean,
that.
Rubik Crit is going to be very happy there's a Quap in this game, surely.
Not a big fan, once again, but seems like they're pretty stuck on this Quap hero or playing a hero similar to it.
Yeah, I think yesterday Resolution was saying pick me Invoker. Today
It's like-
seems to be saying pick me Quap.
Yeah.
Well, what do we look forward to seeing? What does Empire need to do to take this to a third game?
Funnick with an early Blink Dagger will just totally destroy PL, so that would be a great start.
Okay.
Being able to get on the back lines and having like maybe Quap burst down the Dazzle, that would be really good for that team fight.
Okay, so watch out for that Funnick Blink Dagger. We're going to find out if Empire can force out that third game against OG. It is time for game 2 between those teams with, of course, Andy and Cinnamon.
Thanks very much once again, Shiva. We're going to go ahead and hop right into game number 2, as it's already well underway. Cinderin, are you ready?
Yep, well underway. We've lost 30 seconds.
I mean, that's well underway. 30 seconds started. That's like, all right, well, we rushed right into a pause. So this one's on me, boys.
Nice.
Standard. All right.
Apparently there's some sort of issue with the lighting. I think that we should be ready.
Well, we did see, you mentioned No Tail was making sure that he couldn't, he had like that little hat on or whatever.
Yeah,
so
he put on his hat so he could...
Wasn't getting
oh,
lights
it's
in
actually
his eyes.
settings.
Okay.
Yeah, the light does look switched off, so
all
I think,
right.
all right.
So what do you think of the lineups? I actually think that Empire do have the potential to take this game. Their team fight's actually insane.
Yeah, I think the solution of not going for a Luna and settling for a gyrocopter instead, this game allows
Wouldn't
them
it
to
be
fight
vice
a lot
versa?
better.
You settle for Luna.
Yeah,
You pick
that's
gyro.
true. Yeah. That's a better way of putting it. The fact that they get the gyro, let's put it that way, this game puts them in a better fighting position. OG are way more limited in terms of laning. They can't really run this aggressive dual lane that they could last time and just put so much pressure with what was it they had? They had an Undying PL lane.
Yeah.
There's no combo with PL here that beats a gyro +1. You can't just do Rubik PL or Dazzle PL and expect to beat a gyro Wyvern lane for Temple. That's just not going to work.
Yeah.
So options are definitely there for Empire to get off to a better laning stage this time. Even though last time, like we said, didn't go too bad, but there was just this turning point where everything went down the drain. I'm wondering if we're going to see something similar to this game with the mech on Viper. It's probably going to be a similar story from OG in terms of itemization.
I mean, when I saw the pick, that's the only reason I thought they did, because they actually wanted a mech carrier. Because up until that point, I guess Fly could buy one, but it's not going to be quite the same timing.
No.
And the way the OG play, they always bring No Tail to fights, regardless of whether or not he's playing PL or Ember, you know, whichever hero they pick for him, he always helps. So I think having the mech is very synergistic with the way that OG actually play their lineups. And, oh, Aloha Dance needs to be careful here. Phantom Lance going to be thrown out. There's level 1 poison attack on Miracle. Here comes the poison touch coming in from Fly as well. I don't think they're going to be able to save him. First blood goes the way of OG. Miracle picking up that kill, and No Fear taking a couple of auto attacks as well.
And Aloha Dance, he just had no business going out there to look. This is a classic OG play level 1. They do this almost all the time. Aggressive 5-man into the enemy jungle when they know they have good level 1, and they try to get a ward down so they can't pull the camp. And in addition, sometimes they get a kill. And that was a little bit of a freebie there. And it went to Miracle.
Yeah.
Going mid as Quap against a first blooding Viper is horrible.
Well, Resolution, maybe 2 games in a row, not going to have the easiest laning phase in the world, but this game, I think that Empire, again, they can rely on the mid-game fights, like hopefully a decent timing in level 6 for Aloha Dance and No Fear, get the Winter's Curse going, get the Static Storm going. I think they actually have a decent shot this time around, whereas in the last game, I thought that at a certain point, since Luna wasn't really getting that much farm, that they just had very few ways of getting themselves back into the game. So you're going to see bottom lane Fly and No Tail both taking a good chunk of harassment here from No Fear.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they chose to go with this aggressive dual lane. As I said, I don't really think they have a winning matchup here in any way, but they're still going to try it. I'm wondering if they will be looking for a rotation from Rubik sometime soon with a TP to bot lane and then put pressure that way, but so far so good for Empire, I would say, for the bottom lane. The mid lane's going to be hard. And the top lane, Funnick, he's playing Shaker against a Slardar Rubik.
They can kill him, but it's hard,
yeah,
I think. But the thing about OG is they typically prioritize Moon and getting any hero who has some sort of initiation potential, just get him his Blink Dagger, and then rotate the lanes when you feel like you need to. You know, just let Moon make the space for you mid-game, get an early mech on the Viper, use those heroes to actually allow No Tail to farm, rather than just giving him the lane. Because I still think that PL can come to fights if he's under-farmed, if you're just sitting on the outside just throwing lances, right? Like, what catch does Empire have other than Queen as bottom lane?
Oh, they have Glimpse.
Yeah.
That's one catch. He is going to disjoint that perfectly, though, with the Doppelganger. One of the easier abilities in the game to avoid Glimpse with, just because of how long you stay in the invulnerability
It's 1 full
period.
second,
It's a
right?
full second,
Yeah.
so you definitely have enough time to see that. And No Tail, showing the knowledge of the mechanic, easily getting out of that. And I guess at least that's something for them, is that they're difficult to kill in this bottom lane. But if you don't get farm, the trade-off on the top lane better be good, and so far it is.
The other thing to note, too, is since there's so many heroes bottom, if you're not stacking the jungle and making use of the fact that you have 2 supports bottom, then Empire could just lose out in the long run based on the fact that they're not being as efficient as OG are with their laning phase. So for now, a little bit slow here. Everyone's kind of just hitting creeps. Looks like middle lane Resolution's actually not doing too bad. He's gonna get his hands on a regen here. Oh, it's gonna get broken by crit. That is a big bummer.
Yeah, and they don't have any Cold Embrace to bringing up to full here, so they might have to use 2 tangos to just be able to sustain in lane against Viper. Yeah, Funnick is in trouble. Moon will need another crush, but...
He had a mango, but he didn't want to go for it. He knows that Funnick also has a mango, so if he dives too aggressively... Well, speaking of diving, bottom lane...
He's trying it now. Oh, and top lane at the same time. Funnick, he does not have mana for a fissure. Unless he uses the mango. He's going to use it now and get the fissure off, maybe. Yes, he gets him. Just on the edge, Funnick gets the trade-off. Yeah, it is essentially a trade-off since they did lose a hero bottom, but clutch play from him and Moon getting a little over-aggressive. Now they lose the Dazzle too. Empire, really good exchange for them.
And No-Tail also needs to be careful. He's going to use all his stick charges there to throw on extra lands. There is a glimpse if he wants to go for a few more autos, but he can't quite get in range. He's going to eventually have to fall back, so Aloha Dance not quite finding the kill that he was looking for. And this early game is really back and forth in the lane so far.
A mid lane Resolution, but he doesn't have mana for Blink. Miracle wants to force it out of him, and he will succeed. So gets him away. 10 stick charges on the Viper and a Ring of Aquila. Very interesting to see this build from Miracle. No boots, no bottle, anything. I mean, bottle on Viper isn't very common, let's be real. But at least the boots you often see picked up really early and turn into most likely treads.
If you look at it, though, and just the straight-up lane matchup, what do boots really give you in this 1v1? Like, maybe you get 1 or 2 extra auto attacks off if you see that Resolution's going for a last hit or something like that. But other than that, just rushing the Aquila means that you can dominate the lane harder because you know that no one else is going in. And top lane, once again, gonna see a crush coming in from Moon. Funnick comes in from the side, throws out the fissure. Here comes the enchant. Moon drops. And No Fear is gonna be stuck here for a second, but he'll be
This is
fine.
very uncharacteristic for Moon based on the Slaughter play we saw from him out in Frankfurt, where he was outstanding most of the time. Now he's mid 2. To be frank, just overcommitments. He's died 2 times now.
Dude, Funnick's level 5 at 4 minutes in.
Yeah.
2 kills with a bottle and boots.
That is way more than you could have hoped for going into this game. And PPD talked about how a fast blink on Shaker in this game would be really, really good. I think they're on the way to it.
Yeah, middle lane too. Now, Queen's not doing too bad. Resolution was forced back once, so I don't think they need the Queen to really crush the lane or anything. As long as he gets the levels that he needs, gets to 6, has a good TP rotation, maybe gets a kill on No-Tail in the bottom lane. I think it's quite easy to catch a PL when you have that blink and you have glimpse as well. Because at some point you're going to have to use Doppelganger, right? You can't just hold on to it forever.
At the same time, I was watching the mid lane. I was going to say, how often do you see a hero that doesn't care about a double damage quad? Miracle just ran up and started hitting him in the face into the DD of Resolution. Didn't care. And yeah, well, you're speaking of PL being forced into that doppelganger. Still, actually considering how this lane could have gone. No-Tail having 13 CS right now isn't half bad. He hasn't died. He's got a kill.
I mean, we were looking at these lanes and saying that Moon should be the one who's getting a lot. But Moon also had died, but they're going to go on silently here. Bottom lane, do they have the damage? Looks like Phantom Lance is going to be on cooldown for another 2 seconds. He doesn't have Doppelganger for 15. 1 more auto attack from Aloha Dance and Silence. Not going to be able to get in range. Flat Cannon's on cooldown. He's bottling himself up. Goes back in with the Phantom Rush. He has mana for 1 more lance. Skills it up. Has the stick charges as well. Silent has enough mana for a Rocket Barrage. They want to try to go around here. Is he going to go in for the kill? Throws out the lance. There's the heal. No Fear coming in just in time. No-Tail now going to be stuck inside the kinetic field. Goes for the Phantom Rush onto Aloha Dance. He has no mana left. Splinter Blast comes in.
Oh, and now Resolution's going to show up as well. Get another kill here on Fly. He used Grave already on himself earlier. Doesn't have it. And that's nice 5 straight kills for Empire. Starting to look really good top lane. Funnick. He's essentially winning this lane now, even in a one-on-one matchup against the Slaughter. Just has so much damage from those levels. And once he gets level 6, I don't even know if Moon can... He needs to be careful, even going for CS at that point. Any rotation with him going into melee range for creeps, Echo Slam Fissure.
Oh, they want to go in. Funnick, he just hit 6. He's going to throw out the Echo, and Enchant comes in. Moon is so close to going down. He pops the stick charges. Now Funnick on the run, has the amplified damage applied, wants to get 1 more Enchant. He knows that if he hits 1 more time, he can go for that kill. Maybe, oh, the sprint wore off. There's not enough damage. He gets 1 more Enchant. Where is the rest of Empire? Somebody help this man. He will eventually drop. That was almost really bad, though. If he had mana for throwing out a Fissure there, I think he would have gotten the kill.
Yeah, for sure. The timing on getting level 6 there was also perfect. It was right when they engaged on it, so it didn't even get the time to react to Echo Slam becoming available, but just missed a little bit there for Funnick. And a very crucial kill for OG to get. Not only do they stop the Shaker a little bit in his tracks, they got the kill on the PL, so No Tail, who just died in the bottom lane, gets back. Now he's going to play the safe lane role, most likely, rotating the Slardar. Let's see how this works out for the mid lane.
Yeah, Fissure comes in, crits in the area. He wants to try to go for a lift, but Resolution blinks into Fog to get the ulti off. Neither hero are actually dead just yet. All the stick charges consumed on Miracle, and they do manage to walk away. That blink from Resolution was so good. Meantime, bottom lane, Glimpse comes in. Fly, gonna throw out the Grave onto himself. No TP, should be an easy kill for Empire. Tries to go for a heal bomb on the creep. Silent very aware of this. Teleport coming in. It's gonna be Crit. Call down comes through. The tower shot and the Fade Bow from Crit allows him to get the kill. Aloha Dance going for the trade for Crit. 1 versus 1. It's gonna be close. I think the creeps are gonna help Crit win it. Oh,
5
man.
health.
Those
on
creeps,
Chris Rubik.
the value.
Man, that's such a clutch play.
He just
I
got
guess
2
what
levels
else
from
could you
that.
have done?
Think about that. Like, he was level 4 when he TP'd. Now he's level 6.
6 with Earn.
And 500 gold.
500 gold. Not too shabby. And there's some pretty good spell steals in this game. Fissure is incredible. PPD were talking about, well, when you pick Rubik, you generally want to pick it into some very good counters here, as we do have the Score Esports replay here. This is the engage we just saw onto Fly, where Silent will be chasing him down into the tower. The really good Shadow Wave coming out from Fly here, baiting them into the creep wave to get that necessary damage out for this Fate Bolt to reach and get the kill, dodging the call down as well. It's textbook play here from Crit with the rotation, and like you said, Clutch does get the kill, get level 6. And the steal's available in this game. Fissure, Sonic Wave, Winter's Curse, yeah, Moon's dead.
He is very dead.
He's having a hard game.
He really is.
He's dying.
I keep going back to the safe lane and just assuming that that hero would have a decently timed blink so they could, you know, rotate No Tail to a safer location and allow him to farm. But instead, they just sacrifice that plan altogether. No Tail's farming top now. They say, okay, Moon, we gave you the safe lane. You kind of squandered it. Let's see if No Tail can do better. Haste Rune gonna be picked up here by Crit. I guess the first steal, you just kind of go for Blink, right? That's like the easy spell to get most of the time.
I think right now Fissure is actually stronger.
If you can get it.
If you can get it. It's a little tricky, of course, as Phonic can always just cast Enchant Totem, but if he finds the steal on that spell's incredible. The team needs a little bit more damage. The Blink is obviously a great spell, getting that position. He's actually
gonna
try to
right
run
now.
him down. He got the Fissure. Fate Bolt, nope.
Okay.
TP response from Wyvern. And yeah, there were 8 stick charges on Funny and 200 health. He couldn't kill him there. So good call from Crit to back out, knowing his limits. But what else is there? Like, when PPD talked about, okay, this might not be the best Rubik game, I think he picked it into Gyro Wyvern at that time. So like there was Winter's Curse as a potential steal, but that was kind of it. Now there's Glimpse, which is great. Static Storm is great. Fissure, Sonic Wave, Blink. It's like such a huge array of good spells that he can get. And getting that level 6 on him for that reason might prove to be very, very useful.
I mean, the other thing, too, he actually mentioned during the panel is saying that Empire gravitate towards Queen a lot, so maybe they just assumed that if there weren't really too many good mid options left that they would have to go for something like that, which also makes the Rubik pick just stronger in general.
Yeah. There's the mech.
Yeah. They are sieging
Time
at tier
for
1.
the game plan to unfold.
Yeah, Moon is very poor, though. I mean, he's level 7, so he's got 2 points in a sprint. They're going to pop the Arctic Burn. They want to go on Miracle here. He does have the Dazzle standing behind him and the mech at the ready. Fissure going to block Funnick off from the rest of his team. Golden Brace comes out straight away. Silent is also in the area. Crit steals Flat Cannon. Maybe not the best spell to have. Funnick's dropping a little bit low here. They're going to drop the Static Storm on top of Miracle. He walks it off. Grave going to be used maybe a bit preemptively. Lance goes onto Funnick. Bottle Charge is going to keep him alive. Winter's Curse comes out onto No Tail looking for the follow-up. Sonic Wave comes through with the Scream. No Tail's going to be dropping. Did not have Doppelganger for that one. Glimpse.
Good glimpse.
Yeah, Moon going to be stuck inside. Zoning call down comes out from Silent. Not dealing quite a lot of damage to Moon, though. It looks like he's going to be able to maybe walk this off. Blink forward once again from Resolution. Echo Slam comes in, dealing a little bit of damage to everyone. Miracle getting so low. One auto attack will deal the damage from Silent. Gonna see the Golden Brace come out onto the tower. Flies dropping as well. Crit very low. Has one Scream and a Fade Bow. Gets the kill on the Silent. Moon coming back in. He's got another Amplify he's going to throw out onto No Fear. Crush up in 2 seconds. Aloha Dance really low. Fissure comes out from Funnick. Crit gets the lift, throws out the Urn. Oh my goodness. Triple kill for the Rubik of OG, but feels like Empire definitely come out on top of that. They pretty much wipe OG out.
Man, that was such a crazy fight, actually. There was no way of telling who was going to win that the whole way through. Like, extremely close exchanges. I think OG win that fight if Moon doesn't use Crush in the end. He crushed the the gyro after he came out from Cold Embrace, but he was dying to Fate Bolt and a right click anyway, so that was on cooldown, and that was like the exact ability he needed to find 2 additional kills, and the Fissure comes in at the end of the fight there. Very, very close fighting here, but Empire, Resolution willingly sacrificing himself to get that Scream off on 3 heroes, setting up for the Echo Slam, ends up paying off in the end.
If the Aftershock actually hit, I think that would have just been a total 1 fight for Empire.
Yeah.
As he couldn't get in range, but it was a little unfortunate. Also, the call down from Silent not hitting Moon. I think he threw it to stop OG from following up, but if it actually hit Moon inside the kinetic field, he would have died instead of being able to come back into the fight later.
For sure.
So there's a couple of things that were a little bit iffy from both teams, but we are going to see a smoke.
Yeah, there's a lot of abilities on cooldown for Empire. They know there's no Echo Slam. Curse is up in a moment, but no Echo, no Sonic might be enough for them to press on for this tower. Very classic OG play, but Empire, they're ready for it. They want to take the fight to OG, and this is a very important moment. Funnic's gonna break the smoke.
Oh, the curse comes in. Static Storm dropped on top of it. Call down to follow. OG just getting annihilated in this fight. Their retreat is blocked off by the Fissure. They're gonna throw out a Lance onto Silent. He's very low. Miracle, he's gonna get the Grave. They're gonna trade right now, getting the Gyro down. No Tail coming back into the fight. Splinter Blast comes in.
Bomb, what?
Oh my god, Fly with the Shadow Wave. No Fear sitting in the trees, trying to keep himself alive here. No Tail, trying to walk it off, going for Aloha Dance. He's completely out of mana right now, using the Coiling Blade to juke, but Funnic's like, no thank you. I think I'll pass on that one. One more heal coming in from the side. Fly, totally out of mana now. Kind of helping anyway, but the Doppelganger juke on the Fissure. No Tail, still alive for the time being. Glimpse comes in, and this should be the end of the PL. He's not going to be able to get the kill onto Aloha Dance. No Fear's there with the Cold Embrace. That start to the fight with the Fissure on top of the Static Storm and the kinetic field just caught almost everyone.
I can't believe OG even got a kill in that exchange. Like after that opening from Empire, the amount of team fight they brought to the table, you just think, okay, this fight is over. That heal bomb, I think, dealt 500 damage to 2 heroes. All the PL illusions, of course, taking the heal, and just they got a fairly good exchange out of it. Considering how Empire got into that fight, they're still going to be happy with it, though. All in all, I think they took that fight without Sonic Wave, without Echo Slam, as we talked about. They'll have it the next time around, and if that fight were to happen with those cooldowns, OG
oh my god, that would have been a massacre.
Yeah, there would have been 5-0 there, for sure. Like, there was absolutely no play available. But the reason they committed like that, put themselves in that position, was, of course, the knowledge of those cooldowns.
Yeah, of course.
So.
And Crit stealing the ever-useful Flat Cannon. Fissure, call down right into it, and that's a very dead Rubik. Good stuff.
Funnic has shown up in this game. I think his Shaker has been really, really good. The Fissure he got in that team fight as well. Early on.
So good.
Blocked, kind of split the fight in half and set up the perfect Static Storm and call down that the OG lineup couldn't really get out of. Now he sets up a very nice long-range Fissure into call down once again with Silent. And this Blink Dagger isn't that far off for Funnic. It's less than
He's going to beat Moon to Blink.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bad sign if you're OG.
Absolutely.
This PL doesn't really have
and another Fissure because why not? Fly caught in the field.
I honestly feel like Empire are playing around the Shaker very well. Like you mentioned how Funnic is having a great game. That's definitely true. But the way that Empire are using Fissure with their heroes also works out. Is they get 2 very easy kills on top of them, and they're just going to go 2 free towers.
Yep. That's almost the Blink. Silent will take the last hit. If they would have given that to Shaker, he would be less than 500 off, but still, we're looking at a sub-20 Blink for Funnic, more or less guaranteed if he doesn't get killed.
Yeah.
And that is a very good timing when you've only taken 2 towers in off lane.
Moon going in with the curse. Yeah, TP's coming in. It's going to be Funnic. No Tail trying to get himself out. He's going to cancel cast 1 Fissure, make that 2, throws it out. He actually waited a little bit too long. The mech is actually going to keep No Tail alive for a little while longer. Grave comes in. I think they might have to sacrifice the peel here. Are they going to be able to get anything in return? Crush comes in. No, the Doppelganger. No Tail's going to be able to get out. They're going to get No Fear instead. OG, they get a kill. Very interesting engagement. If Funnic had just cast the Fissure the first time, he definitely would have killed him.
Yeah, he hesitated way too much there and ends up buying OG enough time to reinforce. And that's one thing their lineup is incredible at. Between the mech, between the Doppelganger, and of course, the Shallow Grave, they have so much sustain. As long as they don't get burst like they did in that fight at the bottom tower, they can even win an engage where they're outnumbered or out of position. That time around it worked out. Of course, should mention how big an impact Wyvern has had. Oh, we're actually going to see a glimpse here on Fly. He does have Grave. No, actually he doesn't. It's on cooldown. But they think he has it.
Well, Silent is going to be kicking himself.
10 stick charges.
Yeah.
Fine.
We'll be okay for now.
But yeah, the Wyvern in this game, Cold Embrace, has really saved Empire a lot as well. It's been very clear that OG have been looking for these kills. All the physical damage from Viper and Slardar combined just gets negated entirely by No Fear's play so far in this game. He's 5-1-5. It was his first death. Wasn't that engaged we just had. And they're finding absolutely nothing in the forest, but
I think they'll be happy with the tower right now. Snowtail is also pushing bottom tier 1 in the meantime. I guess this is definitely a defusal rush game. With how aggressive Empire being, you kind of need that item to fight.
Yeah,
sometimes people go back for like the Yasha and then Defusal Blade, but I think you actually need the utility of the Purge right now.
you also get extra physical damage with him. That's
Yep.
kind of nice. But yeah, absolutely, the Defusal Blade, I think, is the way to go. If he goes for a Yasha, it does signal that OG want to slow the game down and just try to play a farming style, but I don't think Empire are going to give them the chance with this kind of setup they're running.
I like this move from OG, actually.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, look at their warding right now. They can pretty much see everything.
It's being,
on the
the
side
line is
of
being
Empire.
drawn by No Fear. Now the pings come out.
It's way
They're
too
probably
slow.
too late.
It is
Amplified
way
damage
too
and
slow.
Shadow Wave is just so good for taking Roche on the Dire. Nether Toxin also starting to kick in. Here we go. It's going to go to No Tail. Very good play here, and that will be the Yasha.
Wouldn't it just be better to give Moon the Roshan last hit there so we can get blinked? Or are you not thinking about it in the moment and you just kill it because
I think in the moment you just get rid of him and then you go out and farm it.
Okay, well, Smoke
oh,
coming
Moon,
in.
not again.
They're going to spot Moon.
He is actually finding a way out of this, maybe.
Yeah, I think he's actually okay.
Time
He's
for the
just
quelling
drinking it out.
plays.
Well, the smoke broke. I thought they actually saw him. Maybe they didn't.
Oh, looks like they didn't. Superior vision in the area for OG. He knows he can get away now.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Kind of
under
dodged a
attack.
bullet. Mech, by the way, almost completed on Wyvern. Lumi was talking about it, that Wyvern might get it, but it's unlikely.
Yeah.
He is. That's what happens when you get 5 kills in a support this early.
Well, the Disruptor is the one
Luxury.
who's going Glimmer, where typically you would see Wyvern go Glimmer because you have the Cold Embrace Glimmer combo, which is absurdly strong. But
Yeah.
I guess in this game, he doesn't need to save for it. And
In this game, Glimmer isn't that good in general, actually.
yeah, it's okay. I don't
You're
know,
playing
maybe-
against Amplify damage, so you can still get spotted. There's almost no magical damage on the Dire apart from his Root. If Rubik steals something great, we're going to see PL porting in. Playing with confidence, of course, as he does have the Aegis in his inventory. Oh, that's, yeah, it's good.
Oh, they
Dodge
take this
that.
fight now. Miracle is still walking forward. Oh, he actually uses the Doppelganger. He's going to get stuck inside the Static Storm. Curse comes out.
And that's
No
a
real
lot of
follow-up.
cooldowns just thrown away.
They just wanted to run.
I think OG can take top tier 1 off this if they want to. Like they know that this Static Storm and the Winter's Curse are on cooldown. No tell? In here. Splinter Blast is very good against PL, I heard.
Pretty decent.
They're going to find Silent, though, with the smoke play. Silent has no defensive mechanisms to save him apart from this Cold Embrace.
The Echo, though.
It's already committed.
Oh, man. Respawn coming in from No Tail. Funnick looks he wants to try to get himself out of here. No Tail on the chase. Kinetic Field holding it back for the time being. Crit comes in with the lift. The Earn to follow it up. There's the Poison Touch on the Funnick as well. He will drop. The rest of Empire do not want to stick around. They do end up getting the Aegis off of the PL, but that Ancient stack is going to be stolen. And once again, Shadow Wave being incredibly useful this game with the PL.
Now it looks like that top tier 1 will indeed be next on the menu for OG. Good Echo Slam, like you said, from Funnick, but they already lost their gyro essentially when he came in. The Cold Embrace wasn't enough to save him. There was a little bit of magic damage coming out from, I think, Rubik in that situation.
Is under attack.
During
It
that
does
kill.
kind of give him a little bit more leeway for the next fight, though, knowing that the PL doesn't have 2 lives.
Yeah.
So if you want to go for like another smoke or try to find around the one of your tier 2s that you have left, that's always a possibility for that.
Sanjay Yasha now on
Radiant's
the
top
Viper.
tower
Good
has
mobility
fallen.
from Miracle. Bit of everything, armor, health. Of
I
course.
mean, Viper is one of those heroes that you don't look to and think, that, you know, Aghanims used to be really common.
Yeah.
Right? But it's only common against teams that have like those kiteable cores like Sven and Tiny that you want to just throw it out like on cooldown. These types of games, I feel like you just want stats. You just want to be tanky and be able to go high ground.
Absolutely. SNY and Viper is very good when you get it around this time. It is, of course, only 20 minutes into the game. He has the mech
Dire's
already.
middle tower is under attack.
It's like you're playing Shadow Fiend, but just on another hero, kind of right now. Just, very tanky frontliners, zoning out, mobile.
He's actually more tanky than SF in some ways. Like Corrosive makes him really hard to chase down.
20 armor, extra magic resist, the slows, of course. Yeah, we're going to see what OG are up to next. They have smoked up 3 heroes now, rotating into the Radiant jungle. If they find Silent again, this would be great for them, and they will. Silent, once again, caught out, catching him with a weave. Slardar coming in from the right. Good collapsing here from OG. All right, just secure him, crit.
The stolen Echo, why not? He didn't even get the kill. Miracle still got it.
It's not really that useful if it's
He
spell on
tried.
Rubik when you
Yeah,
don't
no
blink.
aftershock. Yeah. You don't even get the stun, you just get damage. So. Aghanim's now purchased up on Resolution. I like this choice. with how much fighting there is and just having more clear for the PL, being able to just blow up the illusions with Splinter Blast, Queen AoE, Shaker, like they have so many ways to deal with Phantom Lancer this game. It kind of makes me wonder if there's ever a point where either team really hits that critical mass or if it's just going to be down to whoever gets the better engagements.
I think the tricky part for Empire is always going to be, yes, you can kill off the PL illusions, but can you kill the PL later? When he gets tanky enough and they have the shallow grave, they can just reset, re-engage if he gets a heart. If they've committed key cooldowns and don't kill him, N0tail's just going to swarm them at the end of the fight.
Yeah.
So it becomes a lot more about kiting. Single target from Empire will never be there. I think their lineup just doesn't have it. You can technically go a physical damage build on Quap, but his farm isn't good enough for that to become a real threat for OG until, like, say, 60 minutes in. And by that point, probably looking at a very different game anyway. It's a defusal for N0tail. Got it pretty quickly after that Yasha, of course, with the Roshan kill. A pretty good fight for him, too.
Tier 1 still stands here for OG. And Empire in the area. Looking like they want to try to go on this. Resolution just throwing out the casual dagger. There's so much harass from this team. Like getting Arctic burned, taking Miracle down to about half health almost. With all that harass.
Shadow Wave's a good spell, though.
Decent spell. I like the way that they always run it with the PL. I think a lot of teams don't do that quite enough. OG are the team who I see consistently going back to this hero. I mean, sometimes you see it second phase banned in some situations where you just don't have the heroes to kill it, but OG really love their PL.
The synergy between the two is just very obvious. The fact that you can... The way you usually kill PL is hard lockdowning him and then just bursting him down. You have Shallow Grave. After that, you can disjoint with your Doppelganger and get out of the fight and reset. And from an aggressive perspective, we've seen that heal bomb a couple of times this game already. It's ridiculous damage in the early stages of the game where PL might be seen as weaker. And then when he starts taking over later on in the game, you have Weave. So pretty good duo of heroes.
It feels like Empire are very hesitant right now to try to do much. Like they're just kind of sitting around doing some farming. Okay, bottom lane, silent. He needs to get himself out of here. Moon did blink away, so he's not going to be able to go for a kill in the situation.
Crit, gets a Rocket Barrage steal, not really what he was looking for. You don't want to commit into the face of the enemy with Rubik most of the time. Maybe he can steal something out of this Disruptor, though. He's looking for the glimpse. He might find Crit here with the ward placement. Very nicely done from Aloha Dance, but doesn't follow up. Scared of the rotation, but the heroes are actually in the mid lane. No Fear gonna get engaged on here by N0tail, and he will force out the Cold Embrace by using the Diffusal Blade. Now he's out of mana. What is N0tail really gonna do here? Trying for the TP out. Might make it! What a fissure, but it's not enough. He will die to the damage over time from the Viper here. Good Shallow Grave, and now he's gonna disjoin and remove that poison. In addition, they find another kill on the side. Finally, Resolution will be jumping into the backline of the fight and kill off that PL, but it's a 3-for-1 trade. Might be 4-for-1 if Moon can catch onto Silent. He will with Blink Crush. Amplify comes out. A Lucky Bash here should seal the deal. There it is. 10% chance. Seems to be bigger than 17 sometimes, and they do get the kill. Ultra kill for Miracle. All 4 of them in the bag for him, and that's a full BKB.
Man, you got to give props to Fly there. Throwing out the Grave just in time. Baiting out Empire so hard to try to get the kill on the PL and then turning it. I mean, he has been there every single time N0tail has needed it, feels like, this game. I mean, laning phase is a little bit rough, but in terms of the overall fights that Empire has been taking, Fly's in the right position at the right time and time again. Now they're just going to go ahead and continue to push into this tier 2. They do throw out the Glyph, and Resolution right now, he doesn't really have much in the tank to be able to deal with this. He's almost completely out of mana. And it looks right now as if he's going back for Shivas. Blink forward once again here, no fear. Gonna try to use the Arctic Current to get away. They're gonna throw the Curse out onto Moon. Hits Miracle as well. They have a decent amount of damage. Glimmer gonna be coming out with the Grave. Still have some stick charges left too, just in case. Moon will be fine, and they do get the tier 2.
And key cooldowns used again. At least the Winter's Curse.
Yeah.
I guess that was the only really long one there, so if there was a short Roshan timer, OG would get it, but it's not gonna be there yet. Moon just checked it out. Still has to wait about a minute for this.
It's one of those old types of strategies that we used to talk about like a year or 2 ago when a lot of team fight picks were prevalent, is when you don't have the team fight, a team who's not reliant on ultis usually wins, right? So if your spells are down, you can just run at them, and that's pretty much what OG have been doing. So N0tail's gonna get spotted out here by Resolution. We'll be okay though. Smoke
coming away. Yeah, this could work out very well for them. They're gonna see N0tail. There is no Echo Slam though. Now he's already walking away. Fissure hesitating again, but this time around Funnick will connect, and this is a very quick cleanup with the Sonic Wave. They do get the kill again on N0tail on the sidelines for a minute here. No Dazzles to save him this time around. And what are we looking for the Radiant side? So Gyro has died 6 times this game. It's a very rare score to see on a carry, this one, with so many kills, assists, and deaths. Generally, you either snowball very hard or you suffer, but Silent has been somewhere in between.
Yep.
And I don't know, looking forward, if Empire actually have the tools they need. We were talking about single target damage to be able to kill the PL. I'm starting to see problems with killing off that Viper. When the BKBs start coming out, there's one on Miracle right now. What damage does Empire actually have? They're all about that wombo combo AoE.
Dire's top tower
I think we're going to
is
see a
under
BKB on
attack.
PL as well after his Manta, perhaps.
I think they're even going to be relying on like a Winter's Curse hitting in a way that one of the other carries kills the other carry, you know? Like that's where your damage is going to be coming from if you're worried about BKBs. But you can't even do it anymore, right? Because BKB only affects the primary target now, so if the PL eventually gets one. Not sure if No Tail is a fan of the BKB Phantom Lancing. But.
I think he's done it before. I think his go-to build, however, is Treads, Diffusal, Manta, and then Blink. I think was what was played quite a bit at Frankfurt.
He
Just
likes
giving
being
you that
able
extra
to
disjoining.
Well, you can blink on the back line too, right? Like if you blink and you find like Disruptor or you find the Wyvern, we saw what happens to No Fear. Even if he cold embraces himself, his mana gets drained instantly and he can't really do anything after he gets out of it. That can be a very useful tool in just splitting the fight up, making Empire kind of panic. So BKB now done on Gyrocopter. So we're going to see Moon scouting out
Dire's
side of
top
Empire here
tower
with the
is
Invis.
under attack.
Funnick, I thought he would have noticed that. He got blocked like a tiny bit, but if you're not looking at your hero when it happens, it's very hard to notice.
And I think it is going to be BKB for Moon. He's sitting on 3k. He would have bought 4 staff a long time ago. Let's get a BKB on him and a BKB on the PL later. And I'm starting to feel really worried about Empire with the limited net worth on this Gyrocopter. And even when he does have it, he has split damage. They have Weave against that. So, tricky situation for Empire. They got to start getting out on the map and finding something, but it's just very difficult. OG's map movements are incredibly good. Securing Roche for themselves once again. Going to bottom now to pressure that out. Look at Miracle's positioning. Doesn't care. He's just going to stand next to the tier 2 essentially and just start hitting the creep wave. His team 2,000 range behind. Doesn't matter. He can't die.
When you're in this position as a frontline hero like Viper, and you know the enemy team doesn't have like scary catch, all their damage is magic. I mean, you talked about it. Once BKB's out, the threat for him dying is fairly low. So for now, OG maintain a pretty good amount of map control, and it looks like Empire are gonna finally try to take down this tier 1 mid. It has been up for almost 30 minutes. It's not often you see that.
Nope. There is a glyph though. I don't think they're gonna get it. They want to bait Resolution to stick around for it. And then they can blink crush him. See if he falls for it. It looks like he will.
Oh,
and he should be in a lot of... Oh, okay, that's a good heal bomb right there. Man, the heal bomb with amp damage.
And they get the deny too. So I guess the tower goes down at the end of the day. Not quite the way that Resolution wanted it to, but...
He's out for a minute. He doesn't have buyback. OG obviously don't know this, but if they try to push for this and they realize, hey, hang on a second, Empire aren't even responding that much, they could get a lane of Rax here. That's how big that kill actually was. Sending in No Tail, they're sending in Miracle. At the bare minimum, they're looking for this buyback, but they're not going to get it. Doesn't exist. Fissure. And Funnick faking it out. Can't really... Doesn't want to commit it onto a single hero. Now he might use it because there's 2. Good call down as well. Decent damage here. It's not enough to get a kill. But it might stop OG in their tracks.
They're getting Miracle a bit low. Not going to force him to BKB yet. They throw out the Glimmer. And they do have Urn Charges, so all that damage that was dealt by dropping ultis and spam. I suppose cooldown isn't really a big
nice.
cooldown.
The Thunderstrike actually stops the blink from Moon Meander.
Yeah.
Still collapse on Funnick with all these solutions, amplify damage. He's essentially getting killed by 0 heroes right now.
First comes in. Oh my. Okay, buys back into the game. Miracle gonna get Grave, pops the BKB. Silent uses his own BKB. Looks like OG wants back up.
Oh, that's not an Echo Slam you're looking for. Funnick
okay.
Choking a little bit here under pressure.
They want to keep fighting this after they wasted their BKBs and ultimates? I don't know about that. OG coming back in. No Tail, throwing out the Purge. Silent drops out. One more call down. Actually comes off. Cooldown out. That's how long this fight's lasted. 2 down already. Buyback from Silent. It's going to be dropping in the process. Now No Tail going in onto Funnick. This would be a dieback if they lose the Shaker again. No Tail trying to force the blink back. Crush comes in from Moon. Going to be off the mark. Hits a couple of creeps and looks like Empire will eventually force them back. Fissure hits on high ground. They really want that Aegis. They will find it with the Blink Sheev is coming in from Resolution. Can they get Moon as well? Blink almost off cooldown. Gets himself to safety after blinking over the trees.
That kill on the Aegis is actually... I was about to say it's really important, but it's not. So
They bought back on 2 heroes.
yeah, the Aegis would be reclaimed in a minute. I don't think OG could put out enough pressure before that point with the Aegis getting across the map in the first place. So, yep, they did force buybacks, like you said. Most importantly, Gyro did commit his. Even though OG ended up losing a couple on the back there, they still come out clearly as the victors of that. Now 10,000 lead on Golden XP. Map control easily in their favor too. They can slow play this and wait for next Roche, but I'm not sure they're even going to do that. Is that a full AC for Miracle in the base? No. Okay. He still has a bit of way to go.
Now, this is the build we've seen him do in the past, too. You just go for the Sieging Viper. You're not really worried about physical damage once you have the AC out. You already have good stats from the SOI, and obviously Max Corrosive Skin and BKB make you pretty impervious to magical damage, so. Resolution still looking towards his next item. Is there anything that the Queen can buy that's just like, boom, big impact? Like, honestly, Refresher seems like the only thing.
Refresher or Scythe, maybe?
Oh, smoke broke here.
No tell is fine.
Yep.
Scythe being able to catch the PL for some extra lockdown so he can't just doppelganger away is nice. Or maybe even scything the Dazzle and just blowing him up. I think the key point for them is to get in on the backline and get Dazzle away from the fight, if they can't just blow him up at least.
Yeah. Okay. Blink away here from Resolution. Pops the Shivas. It's very hard to aggressively blink on this lineup of OG though. Feels like if you're leaving a little bit off in your positioning, you just get blown up by PL.
Yeah. The Shivas was the best choice he could make though. I think it's the ideal item pickup against PL. All this attack speed slow against the Illusion's good against the Viper. Just getting some armor for himself. Definitely the best possible pick he could have made. And now I'm uncertain. I think all in all, Refresher might be better than Hex. But the question is if he's going to have a chance to get either of those items. Roshan will be spawning within a few minutes, and then I think OG are just going to be looking for the GG push, knowing that there's still going to be cooldown on Gyro's buyback.
Yeah.
Unless if they get an unlucky respawn.
I think in terms of the Hex versus Refresher, the easier one to use is Refresher. Because then you're basically just saying, okay, I need to throw out all my spells, refresh, throw out all my spells. It's pretty straightforward. You don't have to put yourself in harm's way to do that unless you're going for like a double scream. But Hex, you need to be able to find the right target. Because even if you want to try to go on no-tail, Fly has been on point with his Graves all game. They have a Blink Rubik for defensive plays and a Slardar.
And the nice thing about getting Refresher too is you were talking about how it's hard to commit into the enemy team because you get punished. When you refresh, you actually have a blink out again. So you could go for an aggressive play, drop your combo, and then drop it again and blink out if you do it really fast, or you have at least some options to play around with the Refresher.
Okay, looks like we're going to see a real big fight here.
That's the shortest.
He blinks forward. He's gone here. Echo
good
comes
combo.
in. They kill the PL instantly. BKB popped your Loa Dance inside of the Cold Embrace. Here comes the bash from Moon. Stolen Sonic Wave from Crit. Hits 3 on the side of Empire. Lift's going to be there as well. Silent now on full retreat. Under the effects of Amplified damage. Cannot live. Miracle just not taking any damage. Look at how hard that Viper hits. Retreat Fissure coming in from Funnick. No Fear gets an Arctic Burn off on the Crit. He gets bashed on the hill, but the Crush is a little bit too late. Not going to be able to get anything else here. I mean, that fight. Oh, Moon. He's still chasing.
Yeah, why not?
He's got sprint for a couple more seconds. He's going to blink forward. Amp's still there. There's one more Cold Embrace. This is Gem right now.
Bash.
Doesn't even need it, really. There's a lift.
All right, no bash.
Okay, Fissure comes in. And yeah, there you go. Gem on deck.
Oh,
and they wanted the Courier to pick it up, but they killed the Courier too. So that started off pretty good for Empire. But they very quickly realized after all their ultimates are expended, their damage is non-existent.
They committed Echo Slam to kill the PL. They got the Sonic Wave stolen. Miracle just used his BKB and didn't care about anything in the fight. It's not good enough. That's the problem with AoE wombo combos like this is, yes, you can catch one key target. That actually went okay because the Grave didn't come off. If the Grave comes out, I don't think they kill anyone. So, difficult situation for Empire now. Probably losing. Oh, OG might be playing this a little bit defensively. They will. Showing some respect here for the opponent, backing out.
Well, we're going to find out in a second. Okay, it's the fastest possible Roshan spawn.
Oh, man.
So that's the 8-minute one.
That is so lucky for OG.
Yeah.
Even got a bit of RNG here on their side. They just need to check it.
Without well, actually, Sonic Wave would be off cooldown, but they would not have Echo for another 30. Might have been up around the time that they got to the pit. Would you even feel comfortable for Empire fighting this? I mean, I guess they kind of have to. If they don't, then you're basically saying we need to fight into 2 carries of OG. Pushing our high ground, and it's already been shown that we still have a hard time winning that fight, even with buybacks.
Yeah, I don't know if they... It's like damn it if you do, damn it if you don't type of situation. The Echo Slam is ready in 5 seconds, and Roshan is dead in 5 seconds, so... I think they just decide they can't contest. Actually, now they do start moving on. It's too late.
Well, they were a bit indecisive at the end of the day. Cheese going to be going the way of Miracle. No Tail's going to secure the Aegis. And as you already mentioned, he had that Blink Dagger, showcased it in the previous fight in the woods. Blinking very aggressively, actually. Ends up getting himself killed, but team still carries it out for him.
This is something you really don't want to have to do as Gyro. He's buying this Manta to counter amplify damage.
Yeah.
It's really frustrating because they already have Cold Embrace, but it's not good enough since he's not able to do damage while he's frozen. Has to be able to remove that. It's also decent against the Viper Strike if you time it perfectly so you don't get hit. It's more against the Amp, and that just means still there's no damage coming out from this Gyro. We're almost 40 minutes in, still not seeing his first DPS item, such as an MKB, which would be great here. Might just be coming out a little bit too late. Vlad's now on the way for Moon Meander soon as well.
So that's AC Vlad's on OG, and Empire currently have neither.
AC Vlad's Weave. Physical damage is not a problem. If they pop their BKBs correctly, they cannot lose the team fight. I really don't see how. With the Cheese and Aegis, I think it's about time for them to go bottom when that Vlad's arrives. I'm even going to send out a casual medallion here as well for the Dazzle. Just making sure they have 67 armor instead of 60.
I mean, armor is armor.
Yeah.
It's all worth it.
That's correct.
Okay, so Arctic Burn still proving to be fairly annoying here for Miracle. Might even force on the BKB.
Oh, they're going to lift him.
Yeah, Resolution getting really low here. Where's the Wyvern? Blink Echo comes in, actually hits on a 3. Static Storm to follow it up, and the Curse, but it's actually mitigating quite a bit of damage to the Static Storm. Double BKB now on OG. Miracle pops the Cheese. That's one down. Stolen Echo comes in from Crit. They get the Shaker and the Disruptor. They want more. They're going for Silent. Actually decide to back off a little bit. Moon blinks forward here, finds No Fear with the Crush. Amp to follow it up. Easy kill there for No Tail as Resolution is forced to blink defensively. They will get the melee racks here. No contention at all. Courier actually goes down on the side of OG, but I don't think with that fight that they can contest this. There is a tier 2 top though, so they cannot Mega. Maybe they just go for Throne instead.
Oh, maybe they just lose their Gyro. It's again the heal bomb with amp damage. Just 1,000 damage nuke from your support. OG. 2-0 here. I gotta say, I've seen so many games of this team now over the last 2 weeks with the Major. They're the best team in the world at playing around Dazzle. I think you can't give this hero away to this team.
I think it was showcased in a lot of the team fights. You mentioned how you can't really use Cold Embrace on Gyro against the amplified damage. So that kind of matchup between do I want Wyvern or do I want Dazzle is very predicated on which team has Slardar or if it's banned. Because I feel like if you have to play around amplified damage as these heroes, Grave is infinitely better. Because you're gonna die no matter what, most of the time, right? And if you're getting Cold Embrace and your carry's not dealing damage, then how are you actually winning that fight? It just felt like the Gyro couldn't really do a whole lot anymore. And they first picked that hero. That was first pick material for Empire, and it didn't really feel like it was able to do much later on.
And OG, even though the early game from Empire actually looked all right, they got ahead in this game by about 3,500 gold, and then OG just played classic OG style, securing all the Roshans of the game. They didn't give an Aegis away. They played, as we mentioned, around the Dazzle. The Shallow Grave, I think, the spell of the game seems to be every single time that hero gets picked, and they're just very comfortable playing this kind of lineup. They got all the heroes they like, basically. So did they in game 1. They like a lot of heroes, so it's easy to get a full lineup that you like, but, you know, OG, they will be taking it 2-0. Empire are now down to the lower bracket, but before we get into the lower bracket action, let's hear what the panel has to say about this series.
Indeed, OG goes through to the winners bracket finals of this tournament later today. OG 2-0. I do want to say, though, it doesn't feel like Empire really deserved to have the 2-0. They did very well in the first game. They had a really strong showing in the early game. Something obviously went amiss there. Lumi, what do you think about the series?
I think the fights went very unfortunately for Gyrocopter. He had huge impact. The calldowns are on point, but he always dies in the fight. And moving forward, you need a core that picks up a ton of gold and item and whatnot. I think that was really good job by OG focusing him down. Even though he dropped his spells, he, again, died in the fight. And he was never able to accrue that big net worth that he needed to win and carry into the late game.
What's your opinion?
Yeah, pretty much the same thing. I think that they tried to kill Viper a couple times, and it just didn't work out. I think maybe Resolution could have used a little more help in that mid lane. It seemed like Miracle just kind of had his way.
Now, we mentioned before the game started that it was very important for that Earthshaker to get a Blink Dagger at a reasonable timing, and he ended up getting it around the 19-18 minute mark. Still fairly decent timing. Did he bring enough to the table?
I think Funnick had a really good start to the game. I felt it was really impactful in a lot of the fights. We saw a lot of fighting early on, but I think for me, in that game, the standout performances around, for the first 20 minutes at least, were the two supports from each side. The fact that you look at the No Fear Winter Wyvern, you look at Fly's Dazzle, and both of these players and heroes, they were just keeping their teams alive. You saw at the start, OG were really struggling to find the kills because the Cold Embrace was already there, and at that point, OG just didn't have the magical, they didn't have any magical nukes really. They couldn't break through the Cold Embrace, so it was allowing Empire to turn around the fights. No Fear was just working his backside off there on that Winter Wyvern, but it just got to the point where Fly's Dazzle, you saw at the end, Moon, he got the BKB, he was there on the Slardar. He'd be sitting on about 3rd HP, but he'd be confident that Fly would have his back so he could stay in the fight, go and get those crucial crushes where he could just continue to prolong the fight and make sure that OG came out top. So I was really impressed by both the Dazzle and the Wyvern. I think we're seeing why those supports are as popular as they are at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth fights and a lot of fights in general in this game. We're going to look at one in the replay.
Thank you, Chris, for selecting a replay, because I did not select this one. So I'm not really sure what the...
I mean, this is the point where, you know, you've got the defusal on No Tail, but No Fear Cold Embraces himself, and Miracle. You've got to talk about this man. The whole game, he was just miles ahead of everyone else in terms of net worth, and every fight, he had that backup Fly just constantly keeping him topped up, allowing him to work his way through the fight. And the great thing about Miracle, he always seems to prioritize the right targets. He locks down on someone, he knows he's going to get the kill, and this is Moon doing exactly what we've seen, and what we used to seeing him do on the Slardar. He always gets himself back in there, gets the control, and we can't end this without mentioning Crit's performance on the Rubik. You know, the steals were there. They picked it early. You know, people do your question. You know, maybe not always the best, but I think when you've got a player who plays it that well, it's understandable why OG do it that early in the draft.
Yeah, they picked the Quap into it with the last pick there. I really disagreed with the Quap last pick, and I don't think Resolution got enough done that game. Also, like Rubik into Queen of Pain is always a good time.
Now, another player that had a gigantic impact on the game was, of course, No-Tail on his Phantom Lancer, and we have a chance to talk to No-Tail in the winner's interview. Hello, No-Tail.
Hi.
Congratulations on winning your series.
Thanks.
2-0.
Thanks.
How did it feel the first 20 or so minutes of the game? Didn't go so well for your team?
No. I think we did quite a few overextensions early game, but I think we felt really comfortable still playing that game out. We have Dire, Slardar, there's always a way back in the game, and yeah, it's just a game of baiting the Viper and see if they take the bait.
Then later on in the game, you were, of course, getting back into it. The high ground defense, though, from Team Empire looked really scary. How did you go about dealing with that with your team?
Wait, you're talking about the first game?
The second game.
Oh, the second game?
Yeah.
I think in general, when you play certain heroes, you can use the tool to poke them down and then see, like, wait for an opening. But then it's also about itemizing for a high ground, finding a way to take a fight on their high ground.
Just pretty much waited for Aegis most of the times.
Aegis, you know, that's a big tool, but what was it? We took a fight and then they kept buying back, and we ended up losing the Aegis and a few heroes too, but after a situation like that, like, you're getting so much closer to items that can just help you end the game. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as well, watching you guys play, when you guys go, and you guys love to go ham, it really feels like you can really rely on Fly's inspiration. When you've got him on the Dazzle, you're playing the PL, you've got that heal bomb potential, and the fact that you guys, you always seem to trust that Fly's got your back. You know he's going to be there, getting you up with the armor, with the weave, healing you up, getting those crucial shallow graves. And I mean, for you, is that a huge part that allows you to go as ham as you do when you get stuff like the Moon Slardar, and he's just running back in there on a slither of health?
I think when you, like, that goes for any hero. When you pick a hero early, you really want to be familiar with the hero and what it does and use it to its full potential. If you pick Dazzle and you're not going to use Shallow Grave, the hero doesn't seem that strong. But if you use Shallow Grave to the maximum and you play with the right heroes like Viper, like, the combinations become insanely strong. So yeah, I feel comfortable. You know, I feel like the Grave is coming, the Grave is there, and if it's not, like, you can't give up on the idea. You know what the hero's supposed to do.
Can you explain the third pick Dazzle, or sorry, Rubik? Because a couple of us were uncertain why it was picked so early, because at that point there wasn't any big steals that you could have made.
I can't really remember the reasoning. I'm not the Rubik picker. I've never been a Rubik picker, but they picked the Earthshaker afterwards. You know, that just makes it
And then the Queen
really
of Pain
tasty.
afterwards, you're like, okay.
Yeah, but it's already decent versus Gyro. It's not incredible, but the null field, the instant stun, and potential steals from Gyro can be really good. But I also think it's cool hero versus Viren. Like, it's not amazing, but you know, the third pick Shaker helped us a lot.
You played PL in both games today. How do you feel about playing that hero?
Yeah, I was wondering, is he your new Meepo?
If what?
Is he your new Meepo? Like a lot of games where PL is pretty good, Meepo is pretty good as well.
Yeah,
but
it's kind of similar. I do feel though, PL if you play with heroes like Dazzle and stuff like this, the reason why it might be better than Meepo is because of the laning phase. Like the laning phase of PL, you're very versatile to do almost wherever you want. And I don't know.
Aggro try Meepo is not so strong.
Aggro try Meepo doesn't make that much sense. But yeah, it's a cool hero. I ask for it a lot, but don't get it all the time. Wish I could.
So you are going to the winners bracket finals, which means that you are already in the top 3. Means you're already going to play today. Now, one of the teams that we had today, Empire and Alliance, one of those is going to get dropped out in the next series that we're going to have. Which team do you think you're going to still see tomorrow in the competition? After having played against Empire and, of course, perhaps seeing Alliance earlier as well.
I mean, I want to see Alliance back. But at the moment, they're not coming back, but it seems of it. But I know there are guys in Alliance closer than no Empire, so I'm just going to root for them.
Hope that they make it through to tomorrow. Well, we're going to find out. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. We're going to let you get back to your team to prepare for the series today and have a bit of a rest, of course, as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem. We are going to take a look at the brackets and see what is happening next. We have indeed got 4 Clovers and a Leprechaun and OG in the winners bracket. That will be our last series of the day. That means that Alliance and Empire is going to be coming up next. And Alliance and Empire, one of them is going home, or rather is going to be a spectator for the rest of the event. It's going to take that 4th place. And of course, if you want to be kept up to date with the brackets, you can go to your iTunes or Google Play and get yourself the Score Esports app. Make sure to check that one out. We're going to take a short break, but when we're back, it is time for Alliance taking on Empire.
In the summertime, through blue and white, where I can fly. Take me by sunrise, bring me to the stars, to galaxies so far from ours. Set my spirit free. Music is where I will be.
Welcome back to the ASUS ROG Championship. We are here. It is still season 4, day 2 here at Dreamleague Winter, Jönköping, and we have our first elimination match of the day. Alliance or Empire, one of the two teams will be going home after this series. It's a best of 3. And to be honest, were we expecting these two teams to be here at this position where they are right now, Shane?
Honestly, before this tournament, like before the major as well, I was expecting Alliance to be like top 2. And then the performance in the major, kind of like not so great for me. And then earlier today, they just really didn't show up, in my opinion. Like they tried this kind of almost cheesy strategy. Like, I don't know, there was definitely a strategy behind it, but it was kind of all in, you know what I mean? And if it failed, they were kind of screwed. And that kind of...
I think the drafts were odd. I wasn't a fan of either, and they felt really, really forced. Like they could have just played normal and been fine, I think.
Okay, and which part would you define as the not normal part? Was
like
it
the Loda playing offlane Abaddon and
yeah.
really, really forcing Admiral Bulldog onto the lone druid. They banned out like the Doom and the Darkseer, and then they were just like right back to, you know, Bulldog playing his 2 heroes. So
not the best choice as is seen by the results. Empire, however, as before this tournament, how would Empire do? A lot of people wouldn't have said that they would have made it as far as they did right now.
No, they've been looking pretty good, and yeah, they did lose to OG. I think they're the overall favorites of the tournament, obviously coming off of a big win in Frankfurt, so no big surprise there. I do think in both games against OG, Empire actually held their own for big portions of the game and showed great play. So judging from that, I actually think they're fairly clear favorites against Alliance if Alliance don't manage to pull themselves together and get back in shape.
Okay.
Yeah, that's...
I'd say the same. I think Game 1, I think Empire was a little outdrafted against OG, but Game 2, I think they were on the right track to winning. I think they just got outclassed and outplayed.
Does it ever happen when you guys, like, say you're in a team and you're losing a lot of games? Did that ever happen to you, where you got into that kind of, we need to draft this kind of weird strategy, we need to like completely change what we're doing, we kind of panic?
Yeah, we've done some you would call it like a pocket strategy. You'd have like some unique lineup, hopefully that you've practiced before and had some success with. I've been trying to get away from that. I don't think that's like the best way to become a championship Dota team, but that doesn't mean you can't, get through a match.
Win a game or two
you
with
can't.
it.
If you need to win a match and you use some pocket strategy and it works, then all the more power to you.
Andy, welcome to the panel as well, of course. Can you tell me which of each of the team, which player is your MVP?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think Aloha Dance had a pretty strong showing on Night Stalker earlier. I think he was doing a really nice job of that game. Resolution for me is always a standout player, but they keep giving him Queen of Pain. And I mean, that hero lately has been falling really flat for me personally, so I'd like to see him get something else. Maybe like even Invoker, I think if they could pick something better around it could work for him as well. But he's just been given roles that are very hard to fill. Like he can't do everything on his own.
Okay, we are actually still having competition to see who is the MVP. If you go to facebook.com/ROG Nordic, you can win whatever Shane's going to hold up in just a second. And
I'm sure you know what it is by now.
I know what it is.
Fortunately, he lifted the right case.
I have like 5 cases of different graphics there.
It's a golden case. You can win the GTX, the GX 980.
980, yeah.
980.
Gold edition.
Gold edition, and you can go to facebook.com/ROG Nordic, and there you can put in who you think is the MVP of the LAN finals.
Solid gold.
Golden plated.
Solid gold.
I hope it's not solid
That's value.
gold.
Yeah, it looks like real gold.
It is, yeah. Confirmed.
Okay. We can actually take a look at the brackets and see how the teams have gotten to the place where they are right now. Alliance, they got a free pass. They did really well during league play. They were on top of the leaderboards. They were one of the teams that was secured for quite a while to be on the top 2, and they didn't have to play yesterday.
Alliance were second on the board, right?
Yeah, they
the
were.
OG were first.
Yeah.
Okay,
There was one game
because else the
difference.
bracket didn't make sense to me. All right, yeah.
Empire was actually of the other side. They actually only made it through because other people lost their games.
They made it by 1 game.
Yes,
Yeah.
they actually did really bad in the group stages, and they made it through. Like they had to play yesterday, and they actually have been showing a lot better. But you are now saying that they, according to you and according to PPD as well, they have a better chance right here against Alliance.
And that's a top 3 placement if they win this
Yeah.
match. I think that's something either team right now should be really.
I saw Resolution tweeted yesterday, and he's like, "Oh, we actually won, guys." It's like they've been really struggling lately, so a victory here, top 3 at Dreamleague would be a good start to the road to recovery for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to be kept up to date with the brackets and all the games, of course, as well, with all the graphs and all the details of all the players and their heroes, you can get yourself the Score Esports app on iTunes or Google Play. So make sure to check that out. And of course, if you want to win more prizes, you can go to Corsair.com/DreamHack15 to win your ultimate gaming setup. Since Lumi is not here, I had to say it
I was
myself.
looking for Lumi. I was like, when's it coming?
He's probably screaming it somewhere.
Yeah, I hope so.
It's the ultimate gaming setup, right? Or is it experience?
Setup.
But it gives
Setup,
you the
okay.
experience.
Yes. I have to
Okay.
make the distinction there. So what is important here to do for Alliance? Obviously, you say they're on the dog.
Pick something normal.
Pick something normal.
I'd say try and get Doom or Darks here for a Bulldog.
You didn't like that Lone Druid draft? I actually thought the draft was okay, but they played it wrong.
I thought it was just
In that game, it could have worked for sure. For
One
me.
of the worst drafts of the tournament.
All right. No more discussion on that. Fine.
No, it's like
I'll take it.
Lone Druid is like such a weird hero right now, and there's so many heroes that are good against him. And recently they nerfed Solar Crest, so he kind of came back a little bit, maybe some viability. But I would only maybe ever pick him against like Juggernaut. Slardar, no. Just don't pick it against that. There was Wind Ranger as well. Yep. Just focus fire the bear and it's dead.
If you had to give advice to Alliance, then if you were drafting for them, what would you give them? Like, what would be your go-to top 2?
I would just, obviously try and get Wisp Tiny. I think that's their best. But if they don't get that, get low down like a Gyrocopter or a Luna, possibly. A lot of teams have been running that. Something with some pace and just fight.
I think Gyrocopter would be huge in this series, actually, because Empire, they just know how to play around the Gyrocopter. Like, it's just their go-to hero, They might have a stand-in with Funnick, and the communication might be a bit lacking at times. But when you have the Gyrocopter, you just know exactly what to do and when to do it,
And that's why we saw it banned out first in the first game against OG there, and it worked for them. They forced out Silent on maybe a hero that he's a bit less experienced on than the Gyrocopter, and they made it out alive. And the Gyrocopter definitely in the second game we had a great showing. So we have a best of 3 elimination match. So if you're saying draft something normal, you're not going for a proc shred or something, because Alliance seemed to have gone for the proc shred in the previous year, so they're going to draft something normal. Now for Empire, we've talked to Resolution yesterday, and they're like, oh yeah, we're trying some things out, you know, seeing where our strength lies, seeing how we can throw our enemies off their game. How are they going to draft, quote-unquote, normal? What is their normal draft, or what should be their normal draft?
I think there's something to be said for, like, Peter was saying pocket strategies. I think a lot of the times those revolve around like a 4th or a 5th pick that really throws people off. He was talking earlier about cores like Husker, for example, that you pick to really just put a team on their back foot. I think that's something that's more likely to happen than just going completely off the wall, picking Lone Druid off lane Abaddon. You know, like that's what I mean by pick more normal. Don't just pick like a super standard draft if you're not good with it. But you can throw in a 4th or a 5th pick that could take a team by surprise.
Okay, so we have actually, or rather, Resolution has drafted for a team Queen of Pain before, and I don't mean for Resolution. They actually had Aloha Dance as a support, roaming support. They played 2 games with it. They lost both games, but the roaming support Queen of Pain did really well. What's your opinion on that?
I think it's a situationally good pick. The main strength of that hero in that position is that the enemy is baiting the enemy team into thinking it's a core and then switching your strategy up in the 5th pick. It's kind of the same logic as Draskell was talking about with catching your opponent off guard. Just with teams being more aware of the possibility of run support Queen of Pain, I think its strength is... Oh, nice S4. That looks great. I think its strength falls... Like it's not as strong as it used to be is what I'm trying to say here. It's just because teams are more prepared for it. Situationally, I think it can be good. Obviously, weakness for the hero, no lockdown, no silence. So you can always like TP away from ganks early if you have it. But it has high burst and mobility.
And it's also very good at helping you win the lanes, right? The Queen is automatically a good laner, so if you just rotate it around, find a place where you're needed, and you just sit there, throw a few daggers out, you can influence the laning phase in a big way, and it's very hard to kill that hero too. Some supports could die early on, but Queen...
She's so mobile with the
blink. It's very hard to catch her.
Both of these teams have a pretty different playstyle, or at least have a different playstyle in the past. They also have had a few amazing clashes, but the last 3 times these 2 teams played, it's been Alliance all the way. 2-0, 2-1, 2-0. It's just Alliance, and then a 1-1 one time. But Empire never actually won against Alliance in the last half year, last 5 to 4 to 6 months. No, a lot has changed. Alliance is in a different form, Empire is in a different form. But in terms of playstyles clashing, which of course might have a big part in this result, how do you feel those 2 will do in this series?
I think Empire has, like, again, basing it off only what we've seen this tournament, nothing else, just disregarding everything else that's happened at Frankfurt and stuff. I think Empire has just looked like the team that's better at fighting, and they will take the fight to Alliance. I think Alliance in the game against 4CL, their positioning was actually really poor. It was a great play from Nico at landing those 3 to 4 man crushes, but on the flip side, when you make those great plays, it means the enemy's out of position. He just took advantage of the situation multiple times. Alliance don't seem to have as clear both strategic calls and like in-fight calls of what they are trying to achieve. And
but they're very good in delaying the game.
They are.
I would watch out for Night Stalker. That's the hero that Alliance needs to watch out for most. That's going to discourage their kind of split push and give Empire the game they want to play.
As long as Alliance don't lose the mid game too hard, that's the type of game I want to see where they aren't behind 10,000 gold minute 25, right, or minute 30. So they have a fighting chance that's a lot better. And I agree. Late game, if this goes super late, I think Alliance are stronger, but we still need to see them get there.
I think we were talking a lot about how Resolution shouldn't pick the Queen of Pain, but I honestly think S4 should get the Queen of Pain. I think it's one of his best heroes. The way he uses his ulti, directly when it's off cooldown, he goes to a lane, gets kills. I just really like the way he plays it, and I think securing that mid game, as you said, Sin, that could do it.
He was a really crucial part they lost against 4CL, but I think his Queen of Pain in that game was the one upside for Alliance, actually. He played a good game, just wasn't enough.
So you mentioned earlier that you'd like to see Darkseer or Doom coming out for Admiral Bulldog. Any other heroes that you'd look forward to seeing for either Alliance or Empire that would make them look really strong in this series?
Look forward to or think would be good?
Both.
Okay, don't look forward to, think would be good, Brood for Alliance.
I think Disruptor for Ake.
Disruptor for Ake. It's also good for Aloha Dance. I think that's fairly just...
You know, there's one hero I haven't seen at all that I was kind of surprised. I haven't seen CK, and I still feel like he's actually fairly good in a lot of these games.
Against Empire, Empire just pick like 5 AoE abilities.
Okay, so
Chaos
in
Knight's
some
probably
drafts it's not good. Sometimes it's okay though.
Yeah.
Like if it's a
I agree.
2-1-2 and you get your hands on a Wisp and maybe the enemy team denies Tiny. CK is actually really good against Tiny in a lot of games.
I agree with
We'll
that.
see.
I think he's just a forgotten hero who we saw it picked like once or twice at Frankfurt, but frankly it wasn't in drafts where it was very good. He can be exceptionally strong. Sometimes he's the best pick. It's just pretty rare, and then when he is,
just
you don't
sucks at
realize.
farming.
He's not
It's
good
like-
at farming,
yeah.
but he also needs less items. Like a CK with an armlet heart, he can skip a lot of other items that other heroes need, as long as his illusions stay alive. It's like he has penta damage, right?
Yep.
As heroes, so.
Well, you mentioned Doom or Darkseer for Admiral Bulldog. Both are removed from the pool. We are in the draft. And Alliance actually is the one to ban out the Doom themselves, even though, actually they have second pick, so yes.
Also Shadow Fiend as well.
IO or Shadow Fiend, either or both are going to be making it through.
This is the battle of who can pick Shadow Fiend the latest. I think these two teams haven't picked it yet.
Well, it's kind of a trap for Alliance, right? Because if Empire know you won't play Shadow Fiend, and you don't have to first pick it.
I have a feeling S4 will play this game if they pick Wisp on Empire.
It's first phase ban, Gyrocopter like OG did against Empire in game 1.
I think smart. Take them out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, definitely.
This is not what Empire were expecting, I think.
They were expecting the Shadow Fiend ban.
IO ban, I think.
So if you're Team Empire, are
Oh
you gonna
boy.
let
this
it
is a
through?
tough. This is a tough pick.
10
Like, you give
seconds
away IO
remaining.
Tiny, and you pick the Shadow Fiend, like, or you pick the IO. They pick the
5
Tiny.
seconds
I think that they're gonna take IO.
Yeah.
Alliance's turn to pick.
Alliance loves that hero way too much to give it up.
Yeah. If you don't pick Shadow Fiend on Alliance now, you're willingly giving Empire the same duo of heroes that crushed you against 4CL. The good news then is that you've experienced what happens, so you can try to counterplay more this time. I still don't know if it's the right approach. They're Radiant, they have 2 picks, one of them could be Shadow Fiend. Even if S4 doesn't want to play it, I still think putting a load on that hero then in the mid lane is
10
still
seconds remaining.
very valuable.
I still think they can do Tiny and SF together. Like,
They could do that.
Yeah.
SF's a comfort pick though, right? Like you have to be comfortable with SF to play it. And I don't know if Loda is, like, I know he plays it, but I don't think he's played it that much.
I think S4 would play it. SF.
I don't know, man. He's usually he's the tempo
I think
controller
Loda's
for the
gonna play
team. He's a shot. Okay, they're gonna take it. All right.
Give it up. Give
They
it
should have
up
done
Tiny.
this against 4CL.
Game resolution.
I mean, it's a really good answer to the Wisp already, like getting Bane Shadow Fiend.
Let's say without putting a name on it, the best Shadow Fiend player in the world. If Alliance can play 80% of that, it's still a better first pick than what they picked against 4CL in their draft. So I think even if S4, it's not one of his best heroes or he doesn't like it that much, sometimes you gotta just,
suck it up.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you gotta suck it up, take the hero,
10 seconds
do your best, even if you feel like, oh, this fight, I missed a raise, whatever.
Yeah.
Just still Shadow Fiend, just get your Requiem off and rock the team fights with a mech.
Still got like 12 CS a minute. We're good, boys.
And
It's
with
fine.
Bane set up, your Requiem is also not going to be causing too much issues in terms of getting it off on the right target.
turn to
So you
battle.
said Alliance, their best combo is Tiny IO. Does that mean they're one of the best teams against it?
It doesn't mean that, but
It definitely gives them more understanding of it.
yeah, I'm sure they've I remember when we were practicing before Frankfurt, like Alliance just played Tiny Wisp over and over and over, and we lost to it a couple times, but we beat it many times as well. And
5 seconds
they could take a couple
remaining.
things from that. There's definitely ways to beat this combo. I'm a big fan of Tidehunter actually against Tiny
Reserve
Wisp.
time.
Gives
That
you-
base damage reduction, right?
Yeah, the base damage reduction is great all game, and it just gives you so much team fight. You can take team fights whenever you want.
Alliance's turn to battle.
Well, Wood Ravage is up.
Does anyone pick Dragon Knight into Tiny IO for the same reason?
I don't think so. I think that it's pretty tough to lane. I think like after like level 3, you can just get tossed into the tower.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
if it
you
goes
can't
too
put
close.
DK against Wisp Tiny.
10 seconds
They
remaining.
put DK Bane against with time.
Yeah, I'm sure you could do that. if
They
you really
want to
wanted
put the Shadow Fiend mid. They really
Yeah,
should just
I
put
was
the
just
Shadow.
wondering.
Turn to battle.
I think.
Oh, the Night Stalker is going to be taken out now by Alliance.
I like this starter ban a lot. Not for the off lane, but actually for the safe lane of Alliance. Because if they play S4 Shadow Fiend mid, they don't have to play load on a hard carry. And his best non-hard carry in Dota is actually Slaughter. I think he plays, it's his best hero overall, in my opinion. It's also good against IO Tiny to an extent. Amplify damage on Tiny makes him pretty squishy after all. Sometimes you can get a Blink Crush. When they relocate in, they're close together.
Reserve time.
You can completely disrupt their engage. There's the Night Stalker ban that PBD was talking about, so they play safe with that. I like Disruptor as an option. You mentioned that.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Bulldog's gonna play.
The Beastmasters?
Not awesome against Wisp Tiny, but
like a counter pick.
Yeah, it's okay.
Undying and Queen of Pain are both still in the pool.
Is there any chance he maybe goes back for something like that for Bulldog?
To bed.
I mean,
Don't you just get?
it's so bad against Wisp, I think.
Craggied as well. 25%.
Oh yeah, you can blink in and get Craggy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
25% of your last house miss.
Man, that's actually really annoying that it works that way.
I think that mechanic should just get changed the same way that return, for example, for Centaur got changed. So it procs when you get hit and not when you start the attack. Like, I mean, it's fun sometimes with the Craggy, but sometimes it just decides to for the Tiny, right? For the viewers, like sometimes it makes some epic moments, right, where you just get lucky, but. From a fairness perspective, I think that mechanic is kind of dumb.
That happened to no one yesterday, right? Playing Ember, he like
he blinked in and then he got Craggied before he got anything.
Like a one shot or something like that.
It's a bit auto attack. He probably just had auto attack on like after spell.
Yeah.
Came out of Slight, just like walked to Tiny, boom, stun, one shot.
Can't do anything about it.
That Pycat Tiny was crazy yesterday.
Yeah.
So fast. He's been playing amazing actually.
Would you say this is going to be a resolution Tiny then?
Yes.
Yeah.
What would you like to see Silent play as a dual core?
I don't think it's a half bad Juggernaut game.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a little bit tricky against Bane. I think the hero is really good against Disruptor. You can just spin the Glimpse. You can get out of kinetic field. He's pretty good at killing Shadow Fiend.
It's amazing with IO, the healing ward combination.
Exactly. That was the last thing I was going to mention. The healing ward too. There's some good synergy. They're also Dire. He's pretty good at taking Roche. They could also look toward their TA maybe in this game, but there's some decent counter picks on Alliance.
I mean, if you pick TA, you just put the Tiny IO safe lane, I guess?
Yeah, you could do that.
Do you ever send Shadow Fiend to the safe lane? Like ever? I think I've seen it.
I mean, you
once or
can do
twice.
it.
It's possible.
Hey, in terms of trying out new things or switching things up, Funnick used to be a super amazing IO player, right?
True.
Yeah.
Can they throw curveball somehow and make a lower dance do something with the core? Because the lower dance knows how to use farm as well. Or is that too far fetched?
I'm thinking they kind of have to do a dual lane off lane here with their Witch Doctor pick. I think I was considering putting Funny on the safe lane with something like a Clinks, but it's not that good of a pick here. And in addition to that, it's going to mess up their laning too much. I think.
Silent plays Clinks as well. It's
That's true.
Not too bad this game.
10 seconds remaining.
I miss the days of the Empire Lycan. They used to run like Lycan
5
DK
seconds
every single
remaining.
game.
Do you really like to see Lycan DK though?
I think Lycan's good against Jug and SF in some cases. Not so good against Bane.
Reserve
But,
time.
Or Disruptor.
yeah. But I think the core matchup is good for him, not the support one.
Looking at Alliance's team now, what offlaner could you get that would let you group up and push like super early? Like that gives you a bit of extra push. Like there's Nature's Prophet, but I guess it's not so good against Tiny IO.
Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster. They have enough push with like SF Jug. They don't need
any
like
more?
a pushy hero. You could, I mean,
Beastmaster is really good against West Tiny though, right?
I'm still okay with Tidehunter somewhere.
Tide is really good, actually. I think it's
10
might be the best pick.
remaining.
Especially since they pick Jug themselves, which means that the Empire safe laner is not going to be able to kill Tidehunter that easily.
Is Naga just a dead hero?
Okay.
Alliance.
Interesting.
Turn
Naga,
to bed.
like Naga, like support carry.
Regardless, like I haven't seen the hero at all for a long time.
It's been nerfed over and over, but I think he's probably still viable.
I'm just thinking against, for example, a lineup like Empires. You have so much to combo it with. You have Requiem, you have Static Storm that you can set up Kinetic Field together with Song of the Siren. It counters Relocate really well. You could play that in the... I'm not expecting them to do it. I just wanted to discuss it.
Yeah, no,
I'll
I
play
think
Naga.
it could be good with Disruptor
Reserve time.
and Shadow Fiend, of course. That seems fine.
This Axe pick is a little bit of a curveball from Empire, though. They're going to go maybe dual lane aggressive, Witch Doctor Axe into Jugger, Disruptor, Bane.
That's spooky.
If they trial it, if
very
Alliance trial this is
Doesn't Bane
really
have
good.
to stay mid to help the Shadow Fiend though? So
Yeah.
It's possible. Shadow Fiend is an interesting hero. He can kind of handle this Tiny Wisp lane depending on how the first two waves go for like a little bit. Until like Tiny is like level 4 or 5, it's
just
a bit harder for him to really kill the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend's gonna be on his own Radiant Hill. Feels like a decent block, gets a couple CS, get a couple souls up, he should be fine.
I'm gonna go a bit out of the world here, right? What about Enigma for Alliance?
Bulldog Enigma.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it could
okay.
be fine. I actually don't know what they're going to pick. I think Clockwork is a possibility if it doesn't get banned here. Beastmaster ban.
Give them AoE for the relocate.
Phoenix.
All right.
And no thought needed for that one.
I love this hero. The main problem for them is that they don't have that good setup for Supernova. And Empire, I guess Empire's attack speeds aren't that high against the egg. They have
What about
tiny
the
with
kinetic
overcharge.
field?
Kinetic field is so unreliable to catch multiplayer. I mean, if you do it, by all
They
means,
just
that's
Fiends
incredible.
grip
But
the...
I feel like
Nightmare one,
Alliance.
Fuse Grip the other.
But think of how much of a deterrent the hero is to actually fight into for Empire. Like, who on this team buys early BKB, right? Like, they can just go up to towers with Healing Ward, Phoenix sitting behind them, Spirits, and Egg keeps them back. Like, how can they fight that?
That's what I was thinking too. Like they could just hit the towers with Jug and Shadow Fiend, and then if Empire decides to jump in, relocate, Axe jumps in with the call, and then Phoenix just eggs. They should be fine.
It is a Viper.
yeah, as long as Empire take the fight to them, if they can force them to engage into them, it's a good counterplay. But they don't really have good setup to make the aggressive first move, apart from pushing towers.
It's not always
Maybe
about
enough.
just having catch, though, right? It's about, like, getting the objectives for Alliance. We talked about how
Absolutely.
earlier they couldn't do it. Just, like, push in with Ward, use the Phoenix to deter Empire. I actually like their draft quite a bit.
PPD, who came ahead in the draft, you feel?
I'll go with Alliance. I think I like the Shadow Fiend Bane opener a lot.
Okay, in that case, what do we need to look out for Team Empire to be able to end this game in a win?
I think Silent needs to crush the Phoenix. That's the main thing I'm looking out for.
Mid lane will be a little exciting too.
Yeah.
To see who wins that Wisp Tiny or the Shadow Fiend Bane.
Okay, it is time to watch out for that mid lane. It is Empire taking on Alliance, the Luminous and Odie Pixel. Take it away.
Hello, indeed. I'm OD Pixel, and I'm here with Lumi on the casting desk, and we're ready to take you guys through the series Alliance versus Empire. Of course, this is the lower stage. The loser will be going home from this LAN. And Lumi, we've had both 2-0s against either of these sides so far in the series today. Is this going to be one that goes to game 3? And in your eyes, who's got the stronger draft here in game 1?
Well, the panel seems to like the Alliance draft, and I do have to agree. But one thing that they do have to watch out for is can this Axe go ham? CIS hero, if he gets a couple of dunks early, get a quick blink dagger, it doesn't matter how good your group up is if Funnick is running through your ranks, killing your supports one by another. The other question is Alliance back? And does the Alliance crowd have their back? I mean, we are here at DreamHack Winter. The crowd is like dead. Nobody's saying anything.
There we go.
Can we get some Alliance? There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
And that wasn't even the CSGO crowd.
There you go.
A bit of a reaction there, and well, let's see if Alliance can feel it behind them. Empire, though, we saw the other day how well these guys can play. They were able to take down Vega, one of the teams that a lot of people thought would do very well at this LAN in a very, very convincing fashion, 2-0. Let's see if Alliance are ready to go up against them. Oh, Barnick. And he's going to be able to take the rune there away from S4. And first blood, there we have it. Okay, Tiny IO, pretty good combo, Lumi.
Yeah, I think he went for the Phoenix side for the rune still. Maybe mistimed a little bit. And just got picked up.
All right, I mean, this mid lane. Resolution on his Tiny, backed up by Lower Dance on the Eye. They are going to have AK on the Bane, and of course, that is a very strong hero to have in the mid lane when you're trying to contest the farm for your mid laners.
Yeah, definitely is. That's a lane that the panel really want to see how it go. Who's going to win the lane. One thing to look out for is Aloha Dance is going to be stacking the jungle quite a bit. That's what really Alliance had a ton of trouble with when 4CL did this Wisp stacking. So we'll see if Alliance is going to contest it a little bit more this game.
Oh, toss, just throwing back S4. And it is going to be interesting to see how well Alliance do this, because we were talking about the Shadow Fiend in Alliance in the early series, and it isn't one of the heroes that people remember S4 for.
He definitely played it on Secret from time to time, so it's not to say that he can't play
No.
it. It's just, I think the team functions much better when he's playing more of the tempo controller, the Queen of Pain, the Bat Rider, and whatnot. So for now, he is going to get one of the most imbalanced hero of this patch. We'll see if Alliance going to get their own jungle stacked.
Bottom lane, Funnick and No Fear position themselves rather aggressively, just contesting this pull through that Nuts was going for. I'm trying to see what they can find. And mid lane, okay, they get themselves another kill. A Tiny IO doing it again. And a minute and a half in, Alliance not dealing too well with this pairing.
It's very scary when Tiny gets to ramp up his experience through kills like that. Early on the Phoenix, now on the Shadow Fiend. And that should be fine. He should, run to his tower.
Funnick couldn't quite get close enough there for the call.
The creep skipping is going to cut down on Loda's regen as he has to basically tank the whole creep wave. I mean, essentially Funnick's doing the same thing, but he kills the creep so much faster. And Nuts is, well,
losing a ton of health as he is also tanking under the tower. I imagine we're going to see a dive somewhere down the road here for Funnick.
I was going to say, this looks like a very scary lane for Alliance on this bottom lane. Anytime that they see an opening Empire, they're going to be ready to wrap around and get in with the call and the paralyzing cast. Mid lane, the farm, 7 for 2 at the moment on S4, 6 for 1 on Resolution. So even though he lost his life, still managing to get an equal amount of farm here to this Tiny.
Yeah. The other lane that's going very poorly for Alliance right now is the Viper versus Phoenix matchup. I mean, Phoenix doesn't have nearly the kind of good base damage to compete, and of course, Toxin plus Corrosive Skin is giving Admiral Bulldog a ton of tough time.
Bottom lane as well. Lotus trying to move in onto No Fear. He's actually going to go for this one with the Blade Fury. No Fear duking it out, but the Berserker's cool, of course, going for the Magic Immunity, holding Loda in place. Kinetic Field is there, so Loda can back himself out, but the Paralyzing Cast gets thrown out. Now Loda kind of stuck in the trees. Funnick's there with a wraparound, trying to find him, but Loda does get the jukes out. We're going to see Cool come back online in 4 seconds if they can get close enough, but looks like Loda will have the speed there to get himself away. And just escaping from what could have been a bit of a sticky situation.
Mid lane looks like we're going to see a toss back. Yeah. And, well, nice Nightmare coming out, but all right, looks like S4 is going to be fine. The ball is being blocked by Ake. All right, pretty good job. Bottom lane, the dive is not happening.
So much pressure being put on here by Funnick and No Fear. They got the start that they've wanted. They have got these levels on the axe, so they can afford to do this. Just constantly cutting the wave. I mean, if you're Alliance, what do you do in reaction to this? How do you play around it?
I think you need to begin to secure your Shadow Fiend's farm through the stacking. Because right now you're losing every single lane. Bottom lane is losing, mid is losing, top is losing. And once Relocate or Blink Dagger comes online for Empire, they're going to just go. So you need to secure a quick mech on Alliance to be able to fight your way back. Now, Phoenix could be the mech buyer, although Phoenix likely to get something like Tranquil into Midas. So you look towards your Shadow Fiend to have a strong early game. And right now, he's not having the best of time.
I mean, you're talking about, the Phoenix's build as well. He's almost certainly going to have to find himself involved in kills because the farm is just not there. He mentioned it earlier, just having to try and CS against a Viper. It's not happening. 25 for 14 on Silent compared to the 5 for 0 on Bulldog's Phoenix.
Yep. And they are doing the stacking, but unfortunately, No Fear stealing a bit of it.
The XP, yeah.
I mean, the goal is the bigger... Well, both is important because S4 is not hitting that level 5. The level 3 raises is where you start getting a lot of killing potential and whatnot. And No Fear is still stalking him in the jungle. This is a pretty big win here for Team Empire.
Getting as much as they can and taking it away from Alliance. No, S4 might realize that he was being blocked there. No Fear's Invisrin is... Oh, no, he's not going to go for the Courage now.
Well, it's slowed down right now. But I guess
would have probably paid with his life, I'd imagine. He keeps it safe, gets himself out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Funnick, he's having a great time down here, and he's going to get a very good timing on the level 6. It's going to be next wave.
Because he's having such a good start, he might even consider upgrading into a Vanguard before going into a Blink Dagger. It depends on how he sees this game progressing. Although, the fact that he upgraded into a Poor Man's Shield may lead to just a straight-up Blink Rush.
Yeah, I mean, the Poor Man's and that Ring of Health. Nuts. Okay, just giving them a walk in. Batlunger's going to get dropped.
He could have Berserker called him there, but there was no creep wave attacking, so the spin chance is quite low.
He would have had to be super lucky with the one hero attacking RNG. But at the moment, it really feels like Empire, they've got the grip on this game that they wanted to have just at this 5-minute mark.
And unfortunately for Alliance, they don't really have a plan B because, I mean, you could technically rotate the Phoenix for the gank. Bottom lane, the call's going to be there.
They've got the call, the cast coming through as well. Nuts did drop the kinetic field, but the dunk's there from Funnick. They'll take one. Bulldog has come in with a rotation now with the Blade Fury as well. They look to find No Fear and they will find the return kill. Ake's down there, but it's a double kill for Funnick. And it's trying to move forward for more. They will hold him back with the Nightmare. But Funnick making the dunks happen as soon as he gets that level 6 online. And this really feels like the kind of the calm before the storm. And it's not even that calm at that because Funnick has the potential to get out of control. 6 minutes in, 1,300 gold on the axe.
I would say he is already out of control. Looks like we're going to see a little bit of go here on Nuts. But
Funnick.
Who's going on who right now? Nuts is trying to run towards the tower. He makes it there. He's fighting 3 heroes.
Creeps. Look at the creeps hitting Funnick as well. He's going to be happy if he gets a call, and he does. He gets the call off onto Ake. He needs a spin. He's going to get it. There's the dunk. It's another kill for Funnick. All these heroes on Alliance have come down and they're trying to do it, but a double kill. It gets away with 2. It does force the rotation out from S4, and they will kill him. But Funnick just creating so much havoc. 4 kills, 1,800 gold. We're not even hitting the 7-minute mark.
I wonder if he had enough gold if he had the Blink Dagger and Quick Buy.
Maybe I think it would have been maybe 2,100 at that point,
remember what I said earlier, Alliance might have the better draft. They have definitely the stronger mid-game sieging, but it doesn't matter when you have an axe that's so big at this stage of the game. So let's say he finished the Blink Dagger within 1 or 2 minutes. He just starts ganking your Shadow Fiend non-stop. Like, where's your mech? Where's your BKB? You know, you won't be able to get that farm. So, actually, he goes back to finishing his Tranquils. This is a very interesting choice.
I mean, I guess at this point... Wow.
And Vanguard.
Okay, Loader with the Omni Slash just managed to find himself a kill onto No Fear. Caught out of position. Resolution. Analog does coming in with a toss combo. They'll... Ooh, no, with the brain stab. Okay, keeps himself alive. He's actually going to get himself out the Nightmare. But no, yeah, the Spirits indeed flying around. Will find it. They may lose Ion returns, so it's a 1-for-1. Resolution trying to move forward, trying to find Bulldog. He has got a toss available if he can find him in the tree line. At the same time, Funnick got a kill onto Loader on the bottom lane. So another kill for this Axe. There'll be the TP out here from Resolution, and that is going to be Funnick. So he does actually finish off the Vanguard on top of the poor man's shield. Vanguard, poor man's shield, Tranquil Boots. This man is not dying.
And Tranquils.
Tranquils, yeah.
The +4 armor, pretty big part of this tower diving and tanking essentially everything. I guess he's saying, you know what, we're going to put pressure on you simply by running at you. We might not have as good killing potential, but there's no way that Funnick is going to be dying again.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, 8 minutes in, and he's found 5 kills without a Blink Dagger.
Sure.
He's just saying, yeah, we can just run at you.
He might find more here. As,
with No Fear. Coming across, Nuts gets himself... Nuts already contemplating offering himself up to Roshan as they're all coming in, and Nuts... Is he going to be able to do this one? The toss is there. Roshan, please, no. Is it going to happen? No Fear takes the kill. And Empire now sitting 9 for 4. The just kind of chaoticness of this early game really suiting the side of Empire.
Yeah, the comeback that they should be looking for is somehow getting a kill on Axe, which is going to be tough because he has the Vanguard, Tranquil, and whatnot. But he does have a huge streak, right? If you get a kill right now on him, you get a ton of gold and experience back in your way.
Well, no, because they killed him. They killed him
earlier.
And then he came back and killed Loader. So he's
Right.
only got 1 kill at the moment on the streak.
But the level deficit is also pretty helpful for them.
I mean, look at this. 9 minutes in,
One way-
and he's still nearly got the Blink Dagger on the items that he's already bought.
One way you can kill him is using the Omni Slash plus maybe the Phoenix ult once you have it all back on ready. But again, you also... The hero that we haven't talked about is this Viper. Like, he's free farming.
He's having a great time up there. He's not bothered that no one's worrying about him. 68 CS, 31 denies. I mean, this is Empire really getting themselves ahead at this point. Alliance, they're going to need to look for something big. I mean, what's their saving grace at the moment? I guess it's the fact that they've got this S4 Shadow Fiend that can farm up in the jungle and try and catch up in terms of net worth.
Yeah, and I think you are in a territory where you need Empire to start make some mistakes. They are playing a very dive-centric team where if they kind of dive between your tier 1 and tier 2 tower, a good Shadow Fiend ultimate, a good Phoenix ultimate can kind of get you back in it. But if Team Empire plays cool, calm, and collected, then I think they could kind of snowball completely out of control. Especially now that Blink Dagger is online shortly after the Vanguard Tranquil.
10 minutes in, this build from Funnick looking absolutely terrifying.
They also have the Wombo combo with the Static Storm with the Phoenix ult as well. So, you know, they have some very strong mid-game tools, but again, that's up to Team Empire to clump up and group up and make those mistakes.
Because the fact that Aloha Dance now did reach level 60, level 7 in fact at this point. When they get the blink on the Axe, if he gets a call, if you bring the Tiny in on top of that, you're killing anyone on the map at this point on the side of Alliance.
Pretty much. Maybe Juggernaut could survive if he spins the magic damage, but apart from that, maybe Bane if he gets off a brain stat. But really like this timing. Well, double smokes. One smoke is stronger than the other because one of them is packing a Blink Dagger. Although for the Alliance's sake, looks like the Axe gank party is running into nobody.
Now let's see if Alliance can find anything here. Smoking up towards Silent. Has got the fairly tanky with the Treads, Aquila, and the Buckler. 4 points in Corrosive Skin. They're going to have to throw a lot down on this Viper if they want to try and find him. And Silent, I realize there's something fishy's going on. A fair few people off the side of Alliance missing on the map, and Silent plays it safe.
Yep. Well, looks like the courier is sent back before the item has been delivered.
Mid lane now, Funnick just skipping the creep wave here, looking to try and take another tier 1, and he will do with the help of Resolution.
Looks like the two teams are going to run into each other. Resolution can toss Axe forward, but Blink Dagger forward, he misses.
Get the call on S4, but Resolution's going to still try and follow through the avalanche on Arcade Brainset, but there's your Omni Slash. They've actually taken down the Tiny. Now with the Blade Fury, they're looking to try and clean up more. They're going to get at the IO, and they do. It's another kill for the side of Alliance. Silent throws down the Viper Strike onto Loader, but S4 moving forward with the raises. Funnick's in trouble. The Nightmare's there to set this one up. Can they get this kill? Funnick's incredibly low. Bulldog comes in with the dive, trying to clean this one up. 3 more heroes on the side of Empire sitting very, very low. Funnick will pop. Bulldog ends up going down. No fear burns as well. There's a double kill for Bulldog. Silent will get a double kill on the cleanup. But Alliance, they're going to be very happy with that trade. 4 for 2 there.
It's like I said, if you capitalize on them over-diving, you over-committing for these kills, you can get off a very good Phoenix though and into more dive. Looks like
Let's have a look at the replay.
Yep. And here comes the over-aggression. Well, it was a good blink call attempt, but as soon as he got glimpsed back, the Tiny just got completely isolated. Shadow Fiend great raises here by S4, and I believe he had his own rune, right? The S4 rune. He's moving pretty fast.
Yeah. But even without it, Alliance take it. And there we have it. So Alliance really getting themselves back into the game. Of course, shout out to the Scory Sports for bringing us that replay. And the fact that they just get these kills at the end. You know, Bulldog gets the burn damage on him. Funnick and No Fear desperately trying to retreat. Those extra 2 kills just pushing Alliance ahead and enabling them to come out on top of that fight with a fair bit of a net worth change.
With that said, though, Team Empire is still very far ahead in terms of the net worth because of the laning
overall
stage.
Farm is,
So I feel like Alliance needs 1 more of those fights, and then they're back.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they're going to get it. Again, the overwhelming item advantage of Team Empire, because of the mech, because of the Blink Dagger, they could start fine-manning around this tier 1 top and maybe look for something else.
Yeah, the strength of Empire still very evident as they're going to bully themselves down this top lane, get this tier 1. Alliance, do they have anything to do against this? You've only got the S4 Shadow Fiend and the Ake Bane hanging around at the moment.
I think if you're Alliance, you sacrifice this tier 1 tower, because if you look over to Shadow Fiend, he's so close to the mech. If he dies right now and delays the mech further by like 2 minutes, then it's really bad time. Yeah, Alliance will make the sacrificial play. Meanwhile, Admiral Bulldog does pick up the Hannah Midas. Very thankful for that previous fight.
Io is fairly deep here in the jungle. And there's a lot of Alliance here. Okay, that's a big Fiend's Grip. Cancels the TP on Resolution. He's now going to be held there. Loader will get the kill. Oh!
They're out.
Doesn't save the Tiny. Tiny still went down and out. Io relocating back to where Alliance were as well. And they will take down the combo that was causing issues at the beginning of the game. But now Alliance starting to get ahead of it and getting themselves those kills.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Empire didn't really get too much out of that situation. They got the tier 1, but they already got the tier 1 regardless. And you got to keep in mind, Axe is one of those heroes that will kind of fall when it comes to scaling compared to Shadow Fiend, Phoenix, and whatnot. His damage output in the mid game, you know, would not be able to shred through the high armor heroes of Alliance, especially when there's things like Mech and Vlad's and maybe even AC coming out. So I think Alliance, again, they need 1 big fight to come back in it, but this is a very, very good trend and good direction they're heading towards to.
Silent, he's found a Disruptor gone fairly far out. The big limits bringing Silent away, but Funnick's there with the call and they'll get the dunk onto Nuts. They find themselves 1 kill. Funnick Silent, maybe seeing if they can move forward for more. Alliance, got AK and S4 just splitting up on the top lane, getting themselves away from this. A 12 to 10 at the moment, a lot of fighting, a lot of action from both sides. Still Empire with a slight edge, but Alliance certainly regaining momentum.
Yep. What Alliance is looking for right now is items to help their Shadow Fiend tank up. Make sure he survives the initiation of Team Empire. Because Team Empire could technically blink call, follow with Tinies, follow up with the Witch Doctor, and just burst S4 down before he ever uses the mech. So you need the HP up, because when the mech flies out for Team Alliance, then that's when your Phoenix Egg kicks in. That's when the Healing Ward plus Juggernaut kicks in. So the longer the fight drags out, I think it favors more towards Alliance. They need to tank up and they need to farm up. So the space is being very constricted by Team Empire. They're doing a very good job pushing towers, taking advantage of the situation.
Worth noting, of course, the Resolution on his Tiny still getting a decent amount of farm. He's just 1 final piece away from that Aghanims. So that they're around the corner, mid lane. Funny gets the blink off. Yep. Loader does get the Blade Fury off in time, and that might actually be enough to get himself out. With the Static Storm with the Kinetic Field, Alliance might be ready to turn. Bulldog Icarus diving now with the Supernova from the high ground. The Omni Slash as well is a double kill for Loader. The Glimpse is going to bring back Funnick. They might be able to survive the firm, but Funnick gets the blink off in time. It will just be the 2, but again, the Tiny and the Io, and the fact that Loader gets himself the double kill. I think we're getting very close to the point where Alliance are going to be closing in on being at the same level as Empire are in terms of net worth.
Looks like Empire still wants to take this fight. They know Phoenix's eggs is down. Shadow Fiend ult is still online, though. I feel like this is a very risky fight.
I don't know if Funnick can jump in on this. Can he really? He's thinking about it. He's moving forward. He does have Silent there as well with the Invis, and they'll go with the Viper Strike onto Loader. Loader Blade Furying. Deathforce actually being dropped as well. They get the call out onto Loader. And they actually bring him down. He's got the backup of his team with the mech popped as well. Loader's going to be fine. And now it's going to be them going back in. They get off the Requiem. Io goes down. It's a killing spree for Ake. Nuts getting caught out by the paralyzing cast. They're backing themselves up Alliance. They may have to sacrifice their Nuts here as he's getting incredibly low. Viper will take the kill. The dunk, in fact, coming through from Funnick, finishing that one off. Now they're moving forward, trying to get more. Ake's got the Glimmer Cape. Looks like he'll be all right. So it is just a support for support trade. But 13 for 13. This game's certainly panning out to be quite a close one, Lumi.
Yeah, very risky fight that Team Empire took because Tiny had no way to join back to the fight. Of course, Wisp had to relocate and he used it just for himself to get back in. But yeah, I guess it went okay for both sides. But as this game gets dragged out more and more, I think it's very apt to say that Alliance is back, at least in this particular game. They're somewhat behind, but I think their heroes just scale way better. Phoenix sitting at 1,800 gold. I think we might see something like a Shiva's Guard coming out for him, or maybe a utility item. Solar Crest is not bad if he wants to make the Shadow Fiend even tankier. He could also even go for a Pipe, although Pipe might not be so good as the game drags on. You're going to see more physical damage coming out from a hero like Tiny and Viper.
And this, I mean, the Tiny IO is always going to be an issue. When Alliance start to group up and go, they've got to be ready for these this kind of the split push actions that Resolution and Aloha Dance will surely look for if the fights don't start to always go their way. Silent as well, it was worth mentioning that he is still doing very well in terms of farm. 9k now on this Viper. And he's picked up the Yasha now on top of the mech. With this smoke with Funnick and No Fear, they'll see if they can try and find something across the map. They're going to make the move. And this could be quite a nice wraparound here onto Alliance. Alliance, they do have the full five of them close. Yeah, if they could catch out S4, that's exactly what they want to find. Straight in with the Berserker's Call. S4 just a little bit too far away from this team. The Deathfall gets dropped down. S4 can't turn this one around. And Funnick finds yet another dunk. And that's pretty much the best pickoff they could have hoped for their Alliance with the, Empire with that smoke.
It is the best pickoff because whenever Shadow Fiend is not on the map, Empire could do whatever the hell they want to do. If they want to push, if they want to fight, in fact, they want to tower dive here against Nuts.
Silent. He's just going straight in onto Nuts with the relocator as well from Aloha Dance, bringing in Resolution. Another quick pickoff there for Empire as they take down two there in a matter of seconds from the side of Alliance.
Alliance is just desperately trying to get some farm, and meanwhile, mid lane, the fight continue here. Phoenix!
It was nightmared up there, but it didn't work out the way that Ake intended. And Empire find the kill, and I think they feel confident with his push. They saw Loader on that bottom lane. He did not have a TP scroll. So it almost certainly picked up one now just out from the side shop. He does. It's actually still on cooldown here for a bit of time, but nonetheless, Empire, they're not going to push it up to the high ground yet, and they're just going to back up and start to clear out this wave on the bottom.
They could have technically hit the tier 3 tower a little bit, because Shadow Fiend, even though he just respawned, he doesn't have max soul yet, so even if a fight breaks out, he will not have a full channel of Requiem. But they give Alliance the respect they deserve and back off for now. They're so far ahead that they could just start looking towards Roshan as their next play. And I think that's actually where Alliance could strike back here, because they have things like Phoenix Egg at the Roshan Pit, very, very strong ultimate, Static Storm. They still got the Wombo combo. We saw last time, when everything connect, they do have a fearsome team fight.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. Bulldog now, what's he doing in terms of levels after this match? So he is level 11 now, so he's going to have that better Supernova. Yeah.
I mean, Phoenix is kind of the all-in hero when it comes to it. If the ultimate pops, you just die. If it fully goes through, then you generally will win the fight. So because that hero selected, we do see, that's why these fights are so lopsided. Alliance wins, 4-1, and then you see Empire striking back with, 3-0. So Crimson Guard finish on the axe. This will allow Empire to really take that Omni Slash like it's nothing.
Yeah, very nice against the Jug indeed, this pickup. And Alliance now starting to push down this tier 1. Empire, so they may feel that they're ready to contest this. Funnick moving forward, No Fear on the sidelines. Can they get themselves the initiation that they want? And here we go with the cast, but the Blade Fury is there. Loader's going to be able to ward this one off. Can they find anything? They get the avalanche onto S4. Resolution closing it. Funnick gets a beautiful call onto Nuts and Ake. Silence there, but they need to take down this egg. They get off the Requiem of Souls, and Alliance might be able to turn this. They found the Tiny. They're going to get Funnick as well. The Fiend Scream was there from Ake. Silence trying to move in. They do have the Crimson Guard out. As S4 is incredibly low. Trying to go with the right clicks. Will still pull. It's a double kill for Silent. S4 does get a kill on his way down, but Loda, they're looking to clean up. Silence, the last one left alive. Just really trying to find this. A buyback here on Io. Coming back into the fight. Trying to keep Silent alive, and it might pay off. They get a triple kill. Loda as well, stuck in the trees. It's an ultra kill. The buyback from the IO, allowing Empire to come out just on top of that fight and getting Silent that ultra kill. Beautiful play from Aloha Dance.
The most worth it buyback I've ever seen from a Wisp, because if he didn't buy back, Silent just dies.
Silent would have been dead.
Yeah, and the team fight ends like 4-3 in favor, or 4-2 in favor of Alliance. So huge buyback play coming out from the Wisp, and well, this is why that he plays that hero. Amazing stuff. Silent gets an ultra kill in the fight now. He ramps up. He could get the BKB, and honestly, BKB will be exceptional in terms of blocking the damage output from the Phoenix, from the Shadow Fiend, and to a lesser extent, this, the Static Storm and whatnot.
And this is panning out to be a very impressive Viper performance from Silent. Look at his net worth, 12,500 at the moment, accrued at 22 minutes in. Alliance, seeing if they could maybe get the glimpse back, but Silent.
No vision.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. They do have some wards around here when he comes up into the lane, but Alliance won't chase this one down. But I think after that last fight, I mean, the problem is, you say you've got to kill the IO, which they did.
They
but
did,
he just comes back, and with that buyback, I mean, I guess you just can't do anything about that, Alliance.
I mean, Empire technically won the team fight, but you can see how, as the game drags on, Alliance to me has the more and more problematic fight. Because how are you dealing with the Phoenix? You're actually not dealing with it, because once Shiva's Guard comes out, attack speed becomes a further issue. If he puts a Fire Spirit on the Tiny, puts a Fire Spirit on the Viper, and he pops Shiva's, everybody's attacking so slowly that the egg is almost always going to channel through. You're getting a huge AoE stun, you're getting huge AoE damage. I don't think Emerald Bulldog can be dealt with unless he just gets popped in the beginning of the fight. So I think Alliance, despite still losing out the net worth, they're still losing out the map control. If they get a good team fight, they are going to win those fights.
Top lane Resolution is starting to hammer down on the tier 2. A bit of TP back here from Nuts. The rest of the side of Alliance feeling happy to push on this tier 1. Okay, they're coming back for the fight here. They would love to find Resolution.
Glimpse?
They've got the Glimpse here, bringing him back. There is still a relocate available. They can get themselves in to bring him out. Resolution's going to go for the TP. Can he get himself out of time? No! They get the kill. They get the Tiny. And Aloha does just has to get himself right out of there.
Yeah, that was a key kill because Tiny is working on that Soul Curious. The attack speed is a big component, a big part against the Phoenix. So getting that key kill, delaying the AC is big for Emerald Bulldog. Mid lane, I think Ake might find himself a Fiend's Grip against maybe Funnick.
Funnick comes
he
out.
He could glimmer in and maybe look for something.
I mean, Funnick...
Yeah, he's trying to...
Might jump on Ake. He does have No Fear. No Fear's got the Death Ward, but Ake keeps himself on the high ground. Okay, they've got the vision in. With the Glimpse. Actually trapped No Fear here in the kinetic field. He's going to be all right. And at this point as well, Ake will invest in a gem, so making sure that they can contain and keep this map control that they're going to be after Alliance. Because at the moment, looking at the warding, I think they realize that Empire, they do have some pretty good vision over the Radiant side of the map.
Yeah, the other concern for Alliance, I keep saying they have good team fight, is the single target damage isn't actually all too stellar until Shadow Fiend gets, like Manta, Daedalus, some huge right-click item. They actually can't kill Silent. So that is a concern that will be still a concern as the game drags on. They might be able to kill Resolution, but this Viper is just too big.
It really is at this point. They're going to need to focus a lot on him if they wish to take him down, but at the same time, the fact that there's an Ion and a Witch Doctor, just keeping this man alive on the Viper. The fact that BKB only 150 gold away here. It's going to be very hard for Alliance to deal with.
I do want to point out Funnick's item choices here. He went for a point booster, thinking that he'll upgrade it into a Aghanim's, but as the game drags out, he realized that he really needs a pipe to give his team a fighting chance in these team fights. So he goes back for a hood, and I imagine once Team Empire gets that pipe, they'll try to take another fight.
Bottom lane again, we've seen Alliance consistently group up here. The last few times they haven't been able to find anything. with this movement, and the fact that Silence turned up as well, I think that might give them second thoughts about jumping in on this one. They just group up, back themselves off. Do they have a smoke? They do have a smoke on Nuts. So we'll sit there but to try and go for some sort of a wraparound. At this point, it's actually going to be Empire the ones looking for the action. Silent, No Fear, and Funnick smoking up.
Phoenix
Ready with the
cannot
wraparound.
die
There's
at
the
the
full
beginning.
5-man here of Alliance. Shivixar comes out and they'll get the ult out just in time before Funnick can get the call off. Lotus moving forward with the Blade Fury. The Supernova, it will go off. It's Silent got off the BKB, but the Stunner course going through it. Now with the Omni Slash onto Resolution. The Phoenix goes well from Ake. They found the IO. Can they get Resolution as well? The Static Storm is huge. The BKB is now gone for Silent. The Funnick gets the call off onto S4 Loader. Now with the Death Ward as well from No Fear, doing a hell of a lot of damage. But Loader, he gets off the Blade Fury and he moves forward onto No Fear and Silent. Ake holds back Funnick with the Nightmare. It's a 2-for-1 at the moment. They did lose S4 on his Shadow Fiend. He's a huge amount of the damage output for Alliance, and this might be the point where Empire are able to clean up. They're looking for Nuts. They get the dunk there from Funnick. It's a double kill on this Axe. They're trying to move forward for more. Bulldog, he gets the Shiva's Guard. Funnick moving close. He hasn't got the mana here for the Berserker's Call.
Okay.
And he will be able to get himself down to the low ground there with the Sun Ray. So a 2-for-2 trade. Yet again, Empire sacking the tiny IO, but they do get that really big kill on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, once the Wombo combo from Alliance ends, they really just don't have the damage output. And this is why Shadow Fiend needs to continue to survive these teamfights and build more tank. So he's currently sitting around at 2k gold-ish. I imagine he's going to continue to tank up by buying a Helm of Dominator or just going into straight Scotty. We'll see what S4 ends up going. Meanwhile, that pipe looks like it's going to be a BKB first. Okay, that's a great tanking item choice as well. But again, the problem continues is that now Resolution, I imagine he's going to get the Aegis because he's the one that's actually dying in fights.
And it looks like Alliance in no shape or form to contest this one. Free Rocher for the side of Empire. As you said, Resolution will be the one to grab it.
The other issue is that Loda is just not outputting enough damage.
At the moment. I mean, with that 2.2k gold, is he looking for the Skadi here on top of the SMY with that ultimate ult?
For who?
For Loda on the jug.
Yeah, I think he has to. It's a great kind of dual item. You could tank up as well as output damage. But you won't have time to finish it because here comes Team Empire.
All right, let's see if Alliance have got the power to hold this back. Empire ready to go in full force onto the tier 3. Fortification comes out straight away. Resolution's damage pretty severe. He has nearly got that money there for the AC recipe. And the final plate. Now tier 3 starting to fall. Alliance, they need to do something. They'll drop down the kinetic field. S4 trying to get in there with the razors onto Silent, but Silent incredibly tanky. They'll take the tier 3 into Funnick. Oh, he gets the call onto 2. It's beautiful. The Avalanche as well. The Static Storm comes out for Nuts. And S4 gets off a good Requiem. They're going to go for the Supernova here. Can Bulldog get it off? I think he might. And Blow to move forward with the Blade Fury. Maybe they can turn this. Oh, they lose the Supernova. It does get taken down just in time. Loda's going to fall. No! He gets the Omni Slash off onto No Fear. Resolution as well dropping low. But they'll find the kill onto the Jug. Double kill for Silent. You said they couldn't kill him early and they still can't kill him now. Resolution's back with his Aegis. For the second life, there's a Phoenix Grip onto Silent. Funnick moving forward, gets the call onto Ake. The Viper's damage, bringing Ake low, toss forward onto the Viper. Ake's got the Glimmer Cape, trying to get himself out. Ake's going to be able to live. Loader trying to get Silent, but he can't quite finish him off here. Loader's now got to back himself off. Resolution gets the toss. The right click onto Nuts. Now at the moment we're sitting 2 down. Buyback on Disruptor. Empire, they're going for the racks here. Might be a little bit more careful. Loader getting healed up by the Sun Ray. Silent, fairly low. And there's going to be the Glimpse back. If they can kill this Viper, that'll be pretty huge for them. And they might just do it with the Blade Fury. Silent's going to get Glimpse Guns, and they'll take it down with the pure damage from the Brain Sap. It's enough from Ake to find the kill. Nightmare controlling Resolution, but it gets taken off Funnick. Oh, the quarter does. That's a dieback on the Disruptor. This may be Alliance going to ham. Bulldog, he could die back as well, and he will. Double kill for Funnick as he hits the dunks as they matter. And this is going to be the bottom set of Rexcom. 2 heroes dying back on the side of Alliance. And Empire are able to come out on top.
Oh my god, double diebacks. Buyback coming out from Loda. I mean, if that Phoenix ultimate just was half a second more,
close.
And the teamfight would have been completely different. And that's why Phoenix is an on hero. If that ultimate pops, it's ain't Gucci.
Resolution going in with the snaps onto S4. Loda trying to do what he can with the Blade Fury, but Funny gets off the call. The toss is down to Loda as well. He did kick them in Cape Top, and he will be able to walk this one off. No fears there, and he does have the Death Ward, level 11 as well when it's good to go. But the Nightmare from Ake holding back the Witch Doctor. The rest of Empire don't care. They'll take down the melee racks in the mid lane. And now they'll look to maybe play it a bit safe. They will have the Disruptor back up, Alliance. Do Empire double back in on this one?
No,
looks like they'll play it safe. Funnick's out of mana. Resolution wants to keep it cool. AC done 2.4k gold on top of that as well. Off the back of that, your IO suddenly has a Vladimir's. And, well, you've got 1.5 set of racks. Empire are going to feel very happy with the way those last 2 skirmishes went.
Yeah, another reason why Alliance didn't have that much damage is that Shadow Fiend died and he wasn't at full soul when he came back. So even when he channeled his Requiem, it actually didn't do any damage. So Alliance being really caught with their pants down, and Phoenix getting caught was really a big issue. Emerald Bulldog
that could have been the turning point.
Yeah, really, really far back. So again, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. Team Empire needs to make a ton of mistakes for Alliance to make a comeback, but at this point, I guess that's all you have to go on. You know, you hope for that mistake.
It's certainly Empire's game to lose at the moment, as they'll start to push down, take this final tier 2. There we go, tier 2 down, Empire. They'd love to try and find this final set. Funny gets the Battle Hunger onto Ake. Alliance, they do have everything up. A little bit short here on the mana for the Shadow Fiend. S4 just pushing out this bottom lane. Glimpse onto Funnick isn't going to lead into anything. Now Resolution heads up. And look at this damage. The tower just disappearing in front of the eyes of Alliance. And this could be the racks as well. They've got to do something. Funnick trying to get in position with the call. Won't find it. There's just Supernova. He's going to try for it. Ken Bulldog. Can they take down the Supernova? They're trying to move in. Is he going to get it off? No! He's dead. They pop the egg. They do lose the Witch Doctor's. S4 gets a nice Requiem off. The stun's there. He's been Glimmer Caped up, trying to move back. Funnick going forward as well. He's not done. Gets the call onto Loda. Resolution and Silent coming in as well. Loda will get off the Blade Fury, but he's got to get himself back to the fountain. And Empire just storming the base. Toss onto Ake. He's out, down and out for the count. Avalanche onto Loda. It's a double kill for Silent. And Resolution just moves in and murders them in the fountain. 4 heroes dead on Alliance. And this will be the racks in the top lane, and it's going to be the game. GG is called. And in what was an incredibly frantic game where Alliance did show some signs of life, Empire just showed a hell of a lot more. And at the end of the day, all those team fights went the way of Empire.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Roshan fight, getting the Aegis on Resolution, the buyback to me actually was the turning point
that
of the
IO
game.
buyback.
Silent getting an
dance.
ultra kill, and then he just kind of scaled out of control.
There's the man. That was absolutely incredible. And those fights at the end, we were talking about the Supernova. Bulldog just couldn't get it off. He was so close.
Yep.
So close both times. Couldn't do it. And game 1 will go to Empire. We'll see if Alliance will be back maybe in game 2. We will see. It'll be right around the corner. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a quick advert break and then back to the panel. See you in a bit.
Welcome back to the ASUS ROG Dreamleague live here from DreamHack Winter in Jinjiaping. We are here after the first game of Empire versus Alliance. Alliance not able to take the win, but what a game that was. Very even, very back and forth, loads of fights. Loved the IO from Aloha Dance, and that's what I actually want to talk about first, because what a performance he had, especially when he brought back mostly that fight on the bottom lane. What's your opinion on the Aloha Dance IO?
I mean, he's played Wisp for a really long time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's known as one of those like really high skill cap players, and I think Wisp is one of those types of characters that you can really shine on when you have high individual skill and good decision making, which I think Aloha Dance exudes in pretty much all of his matches. So I thought it was really good.
Good to hear. What do you think about the game itself, PPD?
I thought it was probably maybe the most exciting game of the tournament. I actually really enjoyed watching it. It was back and forth the whole time, tons of action. I didn't really know who was going to win until the end. The Wisp was amazing. I think Aloha Dance, if we were discussing who might be the MVP, is probably looking like the MVP for Empire.
Yeah, I would say so too. And an exciting game with Viper in the draft. Hero that's not really known for being exciting. Surprising?
Yeah, I think it was a strange game in the sense that Empire, actually, they won all 3 lanes. That's fair to say, right? Axe got free farm, Viper got free farm. I think they also won mid. They killed S4. The Tiny had really good farm too. And then they built this really big lead, and suddenly it seems like Alliance are best at fighting when they're behind. I think what they need to work on going forward is to play their laning stage better. This game, I think Phoenix can't really win that lane. There's no way. You can maybe put Bane up there, then you sacrifice Shadow Fiend. You can put Disruptor up there, then Loda gets completely stomped in the bottom lane. So innately in their draft, they couldn't really solve the problems that they had in order to win more than one lane.
Yep.
And they've got to find a way of setting that up with maybe a stronger offlaner than Phoenix for that. Although Phoenix was maybe the reason the game got as long as it did.
They had some team fights, so they were able to fight back in the game and come back from behind, even though the lanes didn't go as planned.
The Shivas was huge. But for me, it was like fun at guys. I very, very rarely get to see Axe, and in that game, he farmed so well. He had like 10 minutes. He had like basically Vanguard, like Tranquil Boots, and he just.
It was a really good pick. It's often Axe is kind of a hard pick because he doesn't match up well against tri-lanes, but they saw the early Wisp pick and they said, okay, Alliance is going to be doing dual lanes, and then they saw Juggernaut get picked. We're like, all right, let's dual lane an Axe against a dual lane Juggernaut, and that's a matchup we're always going to win.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of back and forth that game, a lot of fighting. One fight in particular piqued the interest of Shane. We're going to look at a replay.
Alright, so this is the fight when they're pushing bottom lane.
I think this is where Wisp buys back.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Huge turning point.
Initially, it's a really bad fight for Empire. The Tiny combo didn't do too much to S4. You got Glimmer Capes, you got his Requiem off. Good grip by Ake.
Yeah, and this is where it's still going downhill.
This is the Crimson Garden work though as well.
Yeah, they took no physical damage from Shadow Fiend here.
There, IO dead. Look for the buyback. Look for the Viper most of all. The Viper is the reason that it's worth for the IO to buy back. That Viper would have been dead 10 times over if it wasn't for that
So
IO.
difficult to focus.
Good TP out from Bulldog here. He at least minimizes their casualties.
Ultra kill.
The
20
thing,
minutes.
I think for Alliance in these teamfights, we're giving a lot of credit to Phoenix for delaying the game. I think the Disruptor had a couple of really key static storms. He actually managed to static storm as Io was tethering in, so he tethers into the kinetic field and gets caught. That fight, I believe he got the static storm onto both as well, secured the Requiem for S4 that almost one-shot the Tiny. That's exactly what they needed to happen. I think Alliance played pretty good teamfights. The main issue for them is just the laning stage went so poorly that even playing good teamfights was not enough to come back. They could fight on even footing, but they never really... How much did they manage to get back out of their gold deficit? They maybe pulled it back a bit, but it never really felt like they could, for example, go and contest Roshan and get an advantage in the game and actually start leading.
They never handedly won a team fight. It was always, they were always losing their Shadow Fiend or losing their Juggernaut and kind of like struggling out of the team fights and making a lot of trades. And when you're already behind, you need one of those overwhelming team fights to go your way in order to get back.
Then one of the fights on the bottom lane, it was lasting for like 3 minutes long. Continuously pushing in, and then you had, according to the commentators, you had Alliance using all their spells, using all their ultimates, and then they're basically kind of done. While for Empire, they could continue fighting after that. Is that a drafting issue, or was that more like they couldn't close the fights out?
They had a clear idea in mind with what they wanted to do. Like Peter and I were talking about it during the draft. You just use the Phoenix as a deterrent for pushing, and you actually just get towers with that lineup. I think that's what Alliance really wanted to do, because going late against IO Tiny with the heroes that they had, they kind of lacked real catch. So you have a disruptor who's good against the relocate when you want to fight because you can glimpse one hero back or just drop a storm on it. But in terms of actually stopping them from split pushing and things like that, Alliance are going to run into issues. So you have like an offline Phoenix, for example. So
they were more on the defensive rather than the offensive where they wanted to be. And that may be because they lost the lanes. Instead of being able to aggressively push towers and force Empire to come into them, they had to defend their towers and kind of try and initiate onto the Tiny and Viper, which was really difficult.
What do you think about like the Bane going middle lane instead of like securing, like zoning out the Axe completely, securing the Juggernaut farm? Like sure, Shadow Fiend takes a hit, but he can kind of farm back with the raises.
In hindsight, it might have been a good idea, but I mean, Shadow Fiend already lost that lane, 2v2. He may not have done so well 1v2, especially as for a player who's not, he doesn't come up. When you think about S4, he's not that Shadow Fiend player like other players are, so he may not be too familiar with that matchup.
So going into the next game, we have a crowd here that is kind of slightly biased towards Alliance. No offense, guys. What are you going to tell Alliance? What is Alliance going to do to make sure that they actually win the second game and force at least the third game out?
Get better lanes. That's the only, that's the #1 advice. You could look at more detailed stuff, but all of that doesn't matter until they get through the laning stage intact.
And how would you propose to do that? Because they're going to run maybe into dual lanes, into aggressive dry lanes, perhaps?
I think, in this game, the whole idea of sacrificing the Phoenix and then getting teamfights later is okay, but imagine if they didn't manage to get these teamfights. This game could have been an absolute stomp. It was because Empire actually played a bit into their hand and let them try to fight like that. I think Bulldog needs a hero. If he's self-sustaining, he has to have a hero that does better on its own, like a Darkseer, Beastmaster, for example. Or they need both of the supports to be strong in the laning phase. Bane is great, Disruptor is not very strong. They couldn't counter the Axe as a result of that.
Well, the Phoenix was second to last pick, right?
Yeah.
Like the Phoenix was the last pick, and then the Viper was picked after that.
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, in that situation, it's a bit hard, I guess. But I do agree in general.
There are so many counter picks to
I
Phoenix.
just think the Juggernaut and then the follow-up of the Axe pick was perfect from Empire.
it was.
Juggernaut had no opportunity. Maybe if they would have tried dodging lanes, throw Juggernaut like in a dual lane off lane kind of situation.
That would have been very good, actually. That's what they should have done. Phoenix can safe lane and take a hit.
Yeah.
That's
also giving up First Blood was pretty bad for them as well.
We're going to find out what Alliance is going to do different this game, as we did just go into the draft. Alliance has opted to remove the Slaughter from the pool first. They have first pick this series, this game, so perhaps that will give them a slight edge.
And the Radiant as well.
Doom and Darkseer both banned again.
This is not a combination that you see often, and Radiant and first pick.
I think Empire might ban Io now. Now they should. I still think they should pick Shadow Fiend. I don't feel like S4 played a bad game. I think it was just a hard game for them. Okay, they go for their signature Tusk. That's
Team Empire's
obviously
turn
understandable
to
as well. Still the best hero for Alliance overall. But Radiant Shadow Fiend.
They can always get it with their second pick. It's not guaranteed that Empire will take it as dire.
Empire don't get it, then. And they have their Brood opening, actually, that I believe 4 Clovers banned out against them. When Alliance were first pick in that game, they banned Brood in the first phase.
Yes,
that's true.
So with Slaughter banned, how's Gyro for the opening here for Empire against Tusk?
Gyro's very, very good against Tusk.
He's preemptively called down when there's no
it's super easy to react to Snowball and high movement speed.
And like Gyro Dazzle seems like a really strong opening, considering you can go into second phase, ban AA if you want. Oh, they're just gonna go Bane.
Just the Bane.
Team Empire's
Bane's
turn
always a
to
little
pick.
iffy into Tusk because they have the Snowball to stop the grip, but the hero, it's still really good. You kind of just have to play around the Snowball a bit. Still great for setting up kills, and that BKB lockdown that they may or may not give up Shadow Fiend again. I think it's definitely a possibility.
Well, they're thinking about this quite heavily. Shadow Fiend or let it go through?
I wouldn't be surprised if Alliance let it go.
As well,
Yeah,
even if Empire doesn't pick it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure they want to go back to that hero. S4 did play it pretty well. He was up against a really hard matchup with Tiny Wisp, so this game it'll probably be much easier mid lane. But nope, going for the Dazzle instead.
Next pick is Empire's.
I bet SF doesn't get touched. I think it might get touched in second phase. Alliance might pick it.
Shadow Fiend?
I don't think I think it maybe won't get banned by either team here.
Even with the Dazzle, like that combination is very powerful, right? All the minus armor.
Definitely.
I think Empire might want to try to run for their Axe again if they see an opening. Not yet, obviously, but it's still
against Dazzle.
It's possibility. They counter each other. It's a little bit of an interesting matchup. As far as the laning stage goes, Axe can have a hard time against Shadow Wave, but he obviously goes. Calling Blade goes through the grave. I think it's a pretty good counter initiate to Tusk when you have the blink. There are some potentially useful combos there.
With what probably is a support Night Stalker. Well, maybe not, but
I think they've run it both ways, right? Funix played it
Funix played it
one
offline,
game and then,
that's true.
yeah.
I would like to maybe Funix play it here. There's no Darkseer to pair up with it, so a support Night Stalker might be a little more underwhelming.
Turn to battle.
I think we've seen Night Stalker once or twice as not like a without Darkseer, and he hasn't had the best
Yeah, it was
success.
MFF with Yapzor actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Empire wisely banning the Brood now.
10 seconds.
Do you think Alliance could have tried for that instead of the Dazzle? Into Bane Night Stalker seems like a pretty good Brood
5
game
seconds
starters.
remaining.
They could have, yeah. There's a ton of counters to Brood, though.
Reserve
Brood's
time.
become much less popular because people are experimenting with more heroes. Like Axe is coming back, Tidehunters coming back into the meta as well. Timbersaw is pretty much back. I think at this point, all those heroes can solo lane against a Brood and have a huge impact throughout the entire game.
Queen of Pain removed as well. Looking at Alliance's two heroes that they have picked up so far, how much do you feel like they're revealing from what they're planning on doing, or is it nothing
Not
at all?
much.
It's pretty open. I would expect Tusk to be played by Nuts again, and Dazzle to Ake. The rest of the draft is
10
open.
seconds remaining.
I mean, normally when you see Dazzle, the one thing that I look to is always having that really strong frontline hero that you can siege with. Like, that's why you see Shadow Fiend so much with it. But Gyro's banned out from Alliance as well, so Loda's not going to be able to get his hands on that.
Might see a Wraith King from Alliance for Loda.
Yeah. That'd be very good, actually.
Seems like a nice hero for them.
He's a very good hero to snowball in as well. You don't have to think twice necessarily. In a lot of other situations, like, can I bring my carry in? Wraith King, you just go. And then if you have a good follow-up, he doesn't mind too much being thrown into the middle of everything.
Like
There's the Shadow Fiend.
S4 Windrunner and Loda Wraith King.
What do you think of Templar Assassin for Team Empire here? Like because S4 can play that hero.
TA is fine.
Yeah, just with like a counter pick as well. Your Dire side, you can
TA Dire is always good.
Yeah.
There's not. I mean, TA is not like you see like Tusk Dazzle. You're not like, oh, let's get TA. It's kind of like, you know,
It's okay.
TA is fine here. It's not like Tusk Dazzle counter TA in any way.
It's always nice to just have that one way to secure Roche, though. That's like really easy, you know.
Tons of vision too.
Yeah.
Night Stalker with the night vision and then traps everywhere.
5
Pretty easy to
seconds
keep track of your
remaining.
opponents.
Reserve
What hero would you like to see for Bulldog this game if it's not a Phoenix?
Viper.
Alliances turn to
I think it's right now. It's looking like a pretty good Clockwork game. Actually, I know he doesn't play Clockwork a lot, but
Yeah,
it's
he
one of
does
the heroes.
play it, yeah.
I've seen him play it a couple times. Oh, Tyrion.
This is not the first time they picked this in the Night Stalker either.
They're not afraid of it.
Yeah, but it feels to me like Cinder was saying Alliance have a tendency to not have the strongest lanes, and I feel like it could be happening again. Like, Nature's Prophet is not kind of like the lane winning hero that he used to be unless you can find a good 1v1 for him, but it doesn't happen much, and even against Viper, that's not a great matchup.
This could be the Alchemist draft from Alliance though. You know, it does okay against Viper, you just farm.
Yeah, I actually think that Alchemist beats Viper in lane.
Yeah.
But I think he has to get the PMS, the poor man's shield, right away. And I think some Alchemists do that. I think when we saw Niqua play it earlier, Alchemist versus Viper, I don't think he actually did go PMS. And he lost that lane pretty handedly against, who was he playing against? Was it Miracle? Or no, it wasn't Miracle.
No.
It was
The first.
I
Was it
forget.
Vega?
It was Vega.
Yeah, it was no one's
No
Viper.
one- no one Viper.
Okay, yeah. So he lost that lane pretty bad.
Can't you kind of abuse the spray, though, when you have corrosive skin? Like, you walk into it, you just give him the dot, and then you just, like,
Yeah,
go
I
in and
think,
out.
I think though, like if you play aggressive as Alchemist in the early levels, you can actually bully Viper out of the lane and get like all the CS and go from a quick PMS.
So it's just like levels 1 to
model.
3 where you have to win, basically.
I think so. But with a PMS and a Quelling Blade, it's pretty hard to lose that lane.
Yeah, true. Looking at what Empire have right now, I kind of like the idea of a PL for Alliance here. I think it's very, they have no way of dealing with it really, outside of like just having good lanes. But
Yeah, PL with Dazzle, I like that. They have the opportunity to go aggro too with a PL. They could throw, PL Dazzle up there. They'd be just fine. Then Tusk can kind of rotate between, the off lane and the mid, and then throw Fear around in a safe lane where he's going to get some farm and experience. But Spear Break.
That's B. There are a lack of disables right now in Alliance. I mean, Tusk is the only one, really.
This is rapidly becoming a pretty difficult Nature's Prophet game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a fan of PL. Like I like PL. You pick PL, ban Ember Spirit, and then.
Do Empire even play Ember?
I don't know.
But I mean, you would do it anyway.
I've seen like No-Tail playing PL all the time, and I just see nobody banning Ember Spirit. And whenever I ask my team about PL, they're like, "Is Ember banned?" They're like, no, and like, okay, unplayable. Like, at TI, like Fear was like, or not TI, but
Turn to
when
ban.
PL was relevant again, like that was the one hero. Like if we wanted to pick PL, Ember had to be out of the pool.
Yeah.
Just it's so hard to play PL once Ember gets.
It's like
into
on
battle.
demand, the illusions are dead every 6 seconds. You know,
Exactly.
once
Your
like
illusions are useless, and your hero takes so much damage.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
The combination of your Wind Ranger and Wraith King is still in the pool, by the way.
Oh yeah.
5 seconds.
Still on par for that.
Wraith King.
in the sense that
It's
Empire are going to
Against
want to fight a
Viper?
lot, Wraith King
Yeah,
gives you
it's rough against Viper. It's pretty good against Bane. It's pretty okay against Spearbreaker as well.
Turn to ban.
Or the Night Stalker, it's a wash. It's whatever. Not awesome against Viper, but can be fine.
How about carry a battle?
Carry a Batten.
Well, offlane to Batten.
10 seconds.
No carry a Batten in this game.
Abaddon is actually
That
a
being
really
said,
good
they-
pick against Empire, but they
S4
don't have
might
the
play. I bet S4 is playing the Wind Ranger, but I would expect something very spacey to be picked up last year. They already have Furion and Wind Ranger cores, along with the Dazzle Weave or something.
Spectre?
No, I
like
think
as in, like
more like
flanker.
more aggressive. Something
Okay,
with
okay.
with a stun or
Sven.
yeah, Sven.
But is he also not going to have issues with Viper cutting him around?
Yeah.
I think this is a hard spin.
And Bane. Ugh. Not great.
I just think they don't need another carry. Like Wind Ranger Furion is enough carry.
I'm trying to think.
Well, then the Ember can still work out.
Panda. I mean, maybe Loda plays Wind Ranger. I'm not sure, but Panda could be really good for Alliance. They need some team fight, I think.
Everybody plays Wind
Turn
Ranger.
to pick.
Everybody plays
Almost
Wind
everybody.
Ranger. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure Loda can play it.
Yeah, I think so.
Since Shackle Shot went from being like a 10-degree ability to a 35-degree ability in Dota 2, it's a lot easier.
It actually...
It makes no sense.
It's actually so much different from Dota 1.
And
It's
the
one of the
ra-
most different heroes in the pool.
The range is just so much bigger as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Could they do the support Wind Ranger actually?
5 seconds remaining.
And Core Tusk.
Yeah.
I think they're pretty committed to Bulldog playing Furion and then
Yeah.
Nuts playing
Reserve
Tusk.
time. 10
Although I
seconds remaining.
do remember Loda playing some Tusk back in the
Yeah,
day.
back way when.
They did like
with,
Tusk.
with IO Treant.
Yeah, IO Tree and Tusk.
Yeah, I remember.
Alright, yeah, that was.
Oh, the preemptive Ember. I
Yeah.
think Empire are going to pick it up. Maybe they were anticipating the PL coming out here from Alliance.
PL would have been good. Not anymore though.
Whatever, just Centaur, Loda, let's go. Come on.
Yeah, Centaur.
Yeah.
Centaur could be.
Also got
it's
a
Oh!
Ranger.
Alright.
Against
Okay.
Spearbreaker, Night Stalker,
Curveball.
That's a very ballsy pick. Which draft do you favor?
Empires.
Spearbreaker's been a pretty controversial hero. I'm not sure how good that hero is. I see a lot of teams picking him up, and he looks good on paper, but he just seems to never work out.
Would you then say that Alliance has a better draft here?
It all depends on how Drow does. Drow gets, free farm in his lane, early level 6. I think they're in a good spot, but
Drow Wind Ranger is super good too.
if Silent's able to farm up early, get his bottle, get his level 6, start roaming around, he can do a lot of work.
How often is it Drow's ultimate updates? Is it like every second with the search range for is anyone within range to break it? How often does that?
What do you mean?
So if you're
I
close
think
to
it's,
Drow, she
I
loses
think it's
her
like
ult,
all
right?
the time, yeah. Like,
It's constant.
It's constant, yeah.
Okay.
It is time to find out if Alliance is perhaps leaving the ASUS ROG Dreamleague without getting a single win here on LAN, or if they can force out a third game here against Team Empire. OD Pixel and Luminous, take it away.
Indeed, thank you very much. We're back here on the casting panel. It's myself, and we're getting ourselves straight in because there's a little bit of action. And the shards were dropped. We did actually have a smoker from Empire straight up as they were looking to fight. And they weren't quite able to find anything. They are still sticking around for if they can find a Nightmare, they'd love to go. Although Ardant's desperately trying to move forward, and it's not going to be able to get it in. So Empire will back up. But anyway, Lumi, Alliance versus Empire, game 2. The Drow Ranger, is this the game for the Drow?
I don't think it is, but
S4? I mean,
S4
S4's
knows
coming
better.
back around it. They know that they're there. There's the Nightmare. Doesn't really work there with the charge. S4's kind of trapped in the midst of it all. Nuts trying to move in, but S4 is going to give up the first blood there. Bane will try and get himself around the tree line. Is going to be able to make it. And Alliance might lose Nuts as well. The slow from Resolution coming in. Nuts trying to get himself away. Alliance desperately trying to find a kill in return, but they might give up 2 here. The heal comes through. It's not going to be enough to save Nuts. 2 down on the side of Alliance. And not the start that Alliance were hoping for there, as Resolution will be able to get himself the bounty rune as well.
Not like this, man.
And Silent got the so Silent get 2 kills and 2 bounty runes. I don't think you're starting a game any better than that, Lumi.
Yep. Great advantage. I mean, the thing that Cinderwin was talking about is win the laning stage. Drow Ranger, a decent laner, because of the plus damage you give to everybody, as well as Windrunner mid, but giving away so many kills and so many runes, kind of nullify any laning advantage that you could have had. Top lane charge, not going to complete, but hey, make him scared a little bit.
Right, just keeping Bulldog on the edge here. I mean, talking about the lanes, the matchups that we've got, I mean, what can we expect to see from both sides? Anyone coming out on top in terms of this laning stage?
Right now, they just don't have an answer for a Spiritbreaker charge, right? He could just charge him without impunity to the Prophet every day, all day, every day. He could charge the Drow Ranger as well. So I feel depending how the Spiritbreaker plays, he could just put a ton of pressure in conjunction with the Bane that they already have. Funnick, I imagine, might have a tougher time if the supports rotate away, but never mind. He's got the Pro Man shield. He's just actually like tanking everything, and he doesn't really care.
Just Funnick and Aloha Dance contesting this pull through that Nuts and Ake are trying to get off. I'll be able to take a few of the CS from it as well by the looks of it. So this aggression from Empire working out very nicely with this dual lane. But at the same time, there's space being given here to Loda on this Drow Rangers. He will be able to CS up and not have to worry too much about these supports, just focusing on trying to disrupt the pull. Oh, Nuts and Ake still kind of teasing with them. Funnick's going to drop down the Void. Loda's now come in.
Shards could be big
They
here.
might be able to get a kill here. They'll drop the Nightmare down onto Nuts. Funnick actually moving into Loda with the Void. Alliance might be able to come out on top of it. Ake's going to go down. Bit of a mess here, but this could be 2 for Alliance. They'll find the Bane. Funnick, he's going to have mana for the Void in a few seconds, but he's got to get himself away, and Alliance will get the kills. And they kind of hold off on that one. Let it go to Loda. But okay, that's what they needed. A couple of kills there that Loda gets himself involved in. Picks up one for himself.
So that's a bit of slight miscommunication by the side of Alliance, because Loda was hitting on the Bane, hitting on the Night Stalker at the beginning of the fight, and then they switched over to Bane. And that kind of 2-3 seconds of right-click missing got their Dazzle killed in the first place. So even though they got 2 kills on Loda, it could have been a lot cleaner for Alliance. But still, advantage going back on the side of Alliance, at least on the bottom lane. Mid lane matchup here, CS-wise, you do see the Windrunner pulling slightly ahead, but I imagine the lane's going to be a wash. I don't know, Viper has been doing very well so far in this tournament, just getting really fat and
we've seen a lot of good Viper performances.
Unable to be killed. Sure. But this is the one game where I think Viper might have a tougher time. Bottom lane here, another shard. Nice tango out, but the snowball's going to go in.
Let's see if they can get it. They're moving on to Bane. Bane will turn around with the brain. Sap puts the Nightmare onto Loda. Bulldog's coming as well. Aloha Dance trying to walk this one off to the left, but Nuts and Ake chase him down.
Oh,
Should be going to get the deny. No, he can't. Ake will get the kill onto Aloha Dance. And Bulldog will simply TP back out. Funnick's going to be able to keep himself safe. But again, another kill for Alliance, bringing it to 3 for 3 on the board.
Yeah, the Frost Arrow really kind of going to work here for Loda. I imagine this game is going to be one of the few games where Viper will die, because there's so much range right-click damage coming out, especially through that focus fire. If S4 has good enough farm, I think the Viper can get killed. You don't have any great defensive spell like, Grave, for example, or Co-Embrace that we normally see in a lot of the other games.
Lower Dance, again, coming out just a little bit too far, potentially. The Gust comes out from Loda, silencing up both
shards.
the Bane and the Night Stalker. The shards are out. He'll Nightmare himself, maybe hoping for some kind of deny, but it's not going to happen. They'll find themselves the kill. Ake graves himself up. They're just kiting around Funnick. Funnick will try and move in. Can he get himself the kill? Ake with the juice, but the Void comes through. Funnick will find the return kill. Now he's trying to get himself out, but again, Nuts with the shards, holding him in. Funnick will pop the stick charges, but the snowball's there. The right clicks for Loda, are they going to be enough?
Loda's out
He's
of
actually
mana.
out of mana, doesn't have enough for the slow. 6 seconds until the arcane boots are up on Nuts.
Given the fact that there's so much fights going on, a power shot barely clips him. I'm surprised that Spiritbreaker is only charging to the bottom lane now, because imagine there's a fight where Spiritbreaker is just on the Drow Ranger. I don't think Loda's going to be able to output so many Frost Arrows. So I feel like Empire could have played the bottom lane much better than they have, but the game now is evened up at 4-4. Ember, though, is free farming.
He's getting a lot of farm. Yeah. You compare his farm to Loda. Yes, Loda's been involved in maybe more kills, but yeah, 31 CS at the moment on this Ember Spirit. Silent's going to be very happy with the lane that he's been given, having no issues with trying to lane against this Nature's Prophet. And as you were saying earlier, Resolution still with the edge in this mid lane on the Viper.
Yeah, but you can see, Owen, why that Alliance really want to pick that Tusk early.
Gus
Nice
from Loda will cancel
He's
the
gonna get
charge.
blocked.
Phonic. He's
Oh,
looking
no.
for the body
the
block.
creeps.
The creeps. Oh,
Please,
no.
creeps.
Okay, yeah, but
Great
Bulldog
sprout.
actually able to push him out with a sprout. Saving Loda. Loda trying to turn with the right clicks, getting the slant to Phonic.
They'll back out. Mid lane looks
mid
like
lane. Okay, Ake went in with the help of Nuts and S4. They got themselves the kill. Win Ranger with the double damage.
Yeah.
Do lose Dazzle for it, but we've already been talking about how well the Viper's doing, so I think Alliance will be happy with that one.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, you can see why they prioritize the Tusk so much in the drafting stage. I mean, Nuts so far has been really setting up multiple kills with those great placement of shards. It feels like when they have this hero, they have the early game more on lockdown. They're able to look for picks. They're able to really fight, despite against Bane and Spiritbreaker. These are normally the heroes that win the early laning stage. Nuts says, "I don't care. I'm on the Tusk."
He's been doing a lot of work indeed. No fear. He's going to get himself around this as Nuts was backing up onto this bottom lane and is being followed by S4. So if Nuts spots someone out here, could be in trouble. Phonic. He's playing it safe. The pings come out. They know that S4's made his way all the way down to this bottom lane. And we're actually going to see Loda now come into the mid. No fear still hanging around on the Spirit Breaker. Loda. Well, let's see if they're able to do anything, Empire. Interesting to see if Resolution can make his move over. He does have level 7. He's got the Viper Strike. The pings are coming out onto Loda. They know he's there, and here's Resolution moving around. But Loda, he's going to play it safe, keep it cool, and actually just going to back up by this tier 2. Or whether they may be looking for him elsewhere. Phonic just forcing S4 right back. So a bit of an interesting swap of the lanes here. So S4 coming away from mid and trying to give Loda some space here. So he can get that level 6 online.
Yeah, the big problem is that Prophet has been taking the space on the bottom lane. And there's nobody contesting Ember up top. Bottom lane, it looks like they're going to try to make it on Admiral Bulldog. The charge is going to come in right now here. Admiral Bulldog will have Grave backing him up, and Shackle Shot does hit on
S4
two.
might be able to turn it,
They
but
don't have enough
look,
damage.
Silence coming on the Ember Spirit. This could be the turnaround. They were going to move in with the Flame God as well. Bulldog ticking low. Viper Strike comes out. They found 2 Empire. They're trying to move in for more. Nuts and S4 retreating into the tree line. 4 on the side of Empire, closing forward. They'll charge forward. They get the bashes onto S4. They'll also find the kill onto Nuts. Double kill for Bane. And a really nice fight for Empire. And we've talked about Silent before, how active this man could be. And he manages to get himself involved in all 4 of those kills. They're getting 4 assists from that rotation.
This is why the panel didn't really prefer Alliance's draft, because when they do the run at you strat, what do you actually do as Drow Ranger and Prophet? These are some of the squishiest hero that you could pick in Dota. So I don't know exactly what the plan is for Alliance, but they gotta dig deep, because Spiritbreaker will never stop charging at you.
And a similar situation as well to the first game with the net worth. And individual heroes, the 3 highest are all on the side of Empire. It is still fairly close, and it is early days, just 8 minutes in.
Unfortunately for Alliance, they don't have that big team fight that they could have leaned back on. I mean, last game they had the Static Storm, they had the Phoenix ult, they had the Shadow Fiend mech and ult. What do you actually have for this game for team fight, as you start losing these tier 1 towers and they just keep running at you?
Oh, Silent with this invis. If he finds Loda, that would be a very nice pick off here for the man. Loda. I think he's aware that something may be going down. Silent.
Dire's top tower.
Can you find anyone, Loda? No, Silent's actually going to look towards the mid. Might go for the easy kill on Ake. Things are coming out. Rest of Empire moving in. Loda taking around by the camp, and yeah, they'll go for Ake. Straight in. He'll pop the grave. There's a charge coming through as well.
They got Gus.
Yeah, Ake's gone. There's no way he lives through this one, and he'll go down. Ember Spirit taking yet another kill. Silent really making this hero work this game. No fear. The tree line, there'll be a TP towards them in from S4. They might try and fight, but Empire is so ready to fight, and they're so ready to go. The charge, bashing through onto 3. The chains are there. They will get out the snowball, picking up S4, but the void there with the slow. S4 gets silenced up as well. That's getting bashed up. Can they look for anything
Great
more?
sprout.
No one to drop. Yeah, on the side of Alliance. The shard's now coming out, but Silent Remnants away. Empire taking a power shot, but they charge back onto Nuts. Void as well. Resolution pops the buckler. Empire just getting themselves back up to the high ground. They're going to go back in on this one. The shards fly out. Oh, that's a nice shard. Trapping up 3. They'll have to go for the long way around. Actually, no, they can still get the range onto Nuts. Nuts gets healed up. There's the Nightmare onto Bulldog. No fear getting incredibly low, but he'll be able to get himself out just in time. There's the Remnant back in. Silence ready to go. Going in with the Flame Guard. The damage is too much. Loda's ticking down. And Loda being healed up. Will he go down? He will. They'll find 2. They get Nuts as well on the Tusk. And the Empire trying to move forward for more. Chains are up. If he can close in onto Bulldog, he should be able to get this one. Bulldog trying to get himself around, but the chains are indeed there. He'll get healed up, but Ake's got to run. There's no Shallow Grave available. Bulldog drops as well. And again, Empire just outplaying the side of Alliance in these engagements. Silent will go down. S4 with the TZ finds a big kill in return. And if they could find the Bane as well. Oh, Bane with the brain sap. He might pay with his life though. Nuts is there with the snowball. Okay, so Alliance do manage to rectify it a little bit with 2 kills off the back.
But that's off a double damage by S4. I don't know where he's getting these runes, but it's really saving them. Unfortunately, again, for Team Alliances, their hero's just not good for fights like that. They don't have good disengage. They don't really have good catch either. The only reason they're actually getting any kills, again, is off the Tusk. And you cannot expect your Tusk to keep hitting those eye shards after eye shards after eye shards. Top lane looks like we're going to see a little bit of top war in. But
they're ready to go. Oh, they're trying to go for the shackle, but S4 is going to whiff it. There's a charge still coming through onto Bulldog. Bulldog in so much trouble. He'll go down. Let's see if they can move forward for more. They get the Nightmare onto S4. S4 could potentially be in trouble. 2 seconds until the chains. He's going to try and get himself away with the Wind Rubber Silent. He gets the chains onto S4 and Loader. S4 getting low. They will use the Shallow Grip to keep S4 alive. They'll turn around the power shot, but they've already lost Loader. The Brain Sap's there to finish him off. S4's going to go down as well. And the charge onto Ake. They're not done yet, Empire. They want to find more, and they're going to get the Dazzle. Double kill for Resolution. And this time, Alliance won't be finding anything in return. They might even be losing more. Nuts tries to snowball himself away, looking for the TP out, but the Void's there. They'll end up losing 4 in quick succession. Alliance and Empire are certainly turning up this series and looking to go for another very convincing performance here in Game 2.
I don't know, man. Alliance, they don't have a fighting lineup, but yet they're choosing to fight non-stop. And granted, it's Empire taking the fight to them, but I think right now, if you're Alliance, you got to dig deep, avoid these fights as best as you can. It's hard to do it against Night Stalker and Spirit Breaker, but it must be done or this game is completely over. The best fighting hero they have is the Tusk and Wind Ranger. Maybe these 2 heroes just pair up and start, playing like a counter ganking party, or maybe start to gank on their own. But for the most part, they need key items, they need key levels, and they just have no space. Team Empire.
They certainly need something. Looking at the Ember Spirit, yeah, that's going to be what the Boots of Travel now done. As he gets the recipe sent out, so Silent's going to be able to be even more active around the map. Not that he hasn't been already. He's been involved in 11 of the 19 kills. At 12 minutes in, very active on the Ember, which is exactly what Empire need, and exactly why I felt that in the draft that this hero was absolutely perfect for Empire's playstyle.
Yeah. I recall I was saying something that Viper might die this game. He probably won't die for the next 10 minutes unless he completely overextends. Given the fact that he has a magic wand and a mech finish now, you will just run an Alliance and he will be immortal.
Alliance are grouped up behind this tier 1. Can they try and fight? We've already seen so far how the fights have just not been working for them. Fortification will come out, but Empire, they'll persist, and they'll look to try and get the last hit on this tower. And there's going to be a charge from the sidelines. Funny comes in as well with the Void onto Loader. Loader's going to be the first to fall, and he will drop. That's your Drow Ranger down. S4 getting caught out. There'll be a Shallow Grave buying him some time. He gets out a power shot, but that's going to be that. S4's going to fall as well. 2 down on Alliance. Ake getting dove by Empire. They dive past the tier 2. They dive past the tier 3, and they're not done yet. Nuts tried for the TP out, but the chains was there. He has got a snowball, but Empire having no mercy this game. Wishing to try and break down Alliance, and they're certainly doing it so far. Nuts will fall, and again, another 4-for-0 trade favoring Empire as the scoreboard now sits 23-7 at just 14 minutes, Lumi.
Alliance is not back. Not yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Doesn't feel
maybe
like
next stream match.
It's not looking great for them. Not at all. The net worth for these heroes, Viper, as you said, is so stacked. 7k at the moment. The tier 2 now dropping in the mid lane. Empire, they're going to back up. We're going to see Silent just head up to the top lane. Get that push out. Bulldog himself was trying to find some space up here.
Okay, he's got the mech finish. All right, that's a little bit of something for fights.
Roshan is up. Empire, I guess they don't really have the best lineup to take it, so I don't know if they'll look towards that yet. But yeah, as you said, the mech on the Nature's Prophet is going to be something to add to these fights, but we've already just seen how much Alliance are struggling to actually go against Empire's line. And when you look at the heroes, I guess it's no surprise. Empire's heroes are so much better suited to doing what they're trying to do at this point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if Loda is playing some sort of early fighting core, like a Gyrocopter or a Juggernaut, something that could be a little bit more impactful in these fights. Sure, the Drow Ranger was able to pick up, 2-3 kills in the laning stage, but...
Look at this. Is he going to commit to this one? No, he's not. He's not. No fear. With the charge. And here we go, the tier 2 on the bottom lane. Empire starting to push. Alliance, have they got an answer? And it doesn't look like they have for this one. Empire will still stay strong here. Silent, 1300 gold now built up on this Ember Spirit. Bulldog desperately trying to push top. Loader's there as well. That's going to be a charge targeted on Bulldog, and he's going to TP himself straight back to the base. But Alliance, they need a huge game plan here to turn this one, Lumi.
I think if they could last long enough till Ag Scepter, maybe on Prophet, maybe you could just draw the game out, but...
It's a long way away.
Yeah, that's a
it's
long...
a little bit of a pipe dream.
Oh, sometimes you gotta dream, right?
Oh, it's going to be up to Alliance to try and make their dream a reality here. And Empire are, of course, going to be there waiting to stop it and make sure that the nightmare for Alliance is real.
Actually, never mind about the Ag Scepter, because Bulldog's looking to fight with the...
Okay, getting the Vlad set for...
the Orchid
Night
setup.
Stalker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's...
Okay, they get the Shackle onto No Fear. But again, this is just holding back at this side of Empire. They may be able to control them a little bit. The Shards have blocked No Fear out, but they just can't throw themselves in at this lineup as Empire find the space for the tier 2.
Empire is playing really calm and collected right now. Because, again, the only way they lose is, you know, diving into tier 4 towers.
Bulldog, he is so dead. There's chains on him, a charge for as well. He'll pop the mech, but the bash is coming out into the Nether Strike for No Fear. Bulldog will fall. Silent now on a killing spree on this Ember Spirit. More money into the bank of the Fiery Boy. It's 2.5k gold now picked up on top of the boots of travel.
The other thing that we haven't really been mentioning is, apart from getting a Shackle Shot on Silent, there's actually no way for them to lock him down. So Silent is just not dying at this point on.
The smoke up here from Alliance. Resolution's actually farming very aggressively here, and this could be a free kill with a Shackle Shot.
Right.
Resolution.
Maybe.
The mech. Oh, is he going to live here? Oh, he is. The Glimmer Cave's there. They can't kill Resolution. Even though it looks like they pretty much caught him on their own. There was the time for the rest of Empire to turn up. S4 goes down. Nuts is going to fall as well as Resolution gets a double kill. They ram them forward. The charge is there onto Loader. They'll pick up the Drow kill, and GG's called. Alliance are out of the LAN, and Empire take the series 2-0. A little bit of a disheartening performance there from Alliance, but we can't take away from the fact that Empire just played very, very well, Looney.
I mean, the draft just really did not favor what Alliance wanted to do. I think they expected a lot more of the laning stage, but Spearbreaker and Night Stalker just was so much meaty hero up in the front that they just can't deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance, they went for that range strat, they went for the Drow Ranger, but it's always going to be a bit of a risk trying that against these CIS sides like Empire. Say, all right, we're just going to pick a Spirit Breaker and a Night Stalker and run straight at your face.
I mean, if you have, like, let's say a Visage, a very common partner with a Drow Ranger, at least Visage gave you some burst power. When they ran at you, you could have, you know, burst them down. But that lineup also didn't really have any burst. They had Tusk and Power Shot. That's pretty much it. At the rest, you're looking at Prophet right-click, Drow Ranger right-click. That's not killing anybody quickly enough.
Well, indeed. And Empire, congratulations to them. They take the series 2-0. They're going to be very happy with that performance. 28-7 in a matter of 17 minutes. That was classic Empire for you guys at home and here at the venue. But that's it for the series. We're going to head straight back over to the panel to hear what they have to say about the result from Alliance versus Empire.
I think that Empire, after yesterday playing until about 2 a.m., thought, we're going to go home early today. Boom, 17-minute game. Easy. It looked easy. They made it look easy. How did they make it look so easy to beat Alliance?
They had a, what do you call it? Face rush lineup, I guess?
Yeah.
Just in your face, Night Stalker, Spirit Breaker, Ember, just all roll in. And they're playing against a lineup that needs time to scale before it gets strong. Nature's Prophet's not strong early on. Drow Ranger isn't strong early on. Alliance simply just didn't, they actually didn't get to play their pick. That's, the game was that fast.
I mean, if you watch what Funnick and Loha danced at bottom lane, like that poor man's shield on Funnick, it took so long for him to die, even when they kill him that one time. And every single time other than that, if you looked at the CS, Silent had a totally free lane. He had 43 CS when Noda had like 17. And at that point, Funnick still was out farming the safe lane Drow. And that was a tri-lane versus a dual lane. And then No Fear also had the freedom to do whatever he wanted as a Spirit Breaker, because top lane, Ember Spirit versus Nature's Prophet isn't that bad of a matchup for the Ember. I mean, there was just so much freedom.
Like Empire could do whatever they wanted that game.
Oh boy. It seemed like anytime Alliance in that game got even a tiny bit on the back foot, they were just doomed. You know,
Yeah.
'cause they have this like flaming man jumping at them, the Spirit Breaker's charging through. Like, what do you do?
I actually don't have an answer.
I don't think in this current metagame and with how fast some of the teams are playing, I don't think you can play Prophet Drow together. I think it's way too weak. If you do, the other three heroes need to have like ridiculous spell burst. The Wind Ranger needs to be a Lina, and one of the supports, like the Tusk actually has okay damage, but Dazzle doesn't. So Alliance, simply put, didn't have enough damage to take fights, and they couldn't dodge them either because they were just running them under their tower. So strategically for me, this might, unfortunately for Alliance, I mean, it sucks, right? Going into a tournament like this with probably pretty high expectations, losing every game. This game, I think, was the biggest outdraft of the tournament. It was very difficult to see a win condition for them, apart from avoid fights for 25 minutes while still getting farm, and then scale. And that just doesn't happen nowadays.
I still feel like at the very end, they might have wanted to go PL, but then the last pick, Ember from Empire, kind of made it like really hard, right? So maybe he was just thinking to himself, okay, we need a way to actually like all in this now, because there's not another hero that we can pick that's going to be strong enough, I don't think, at that point. So.
But Drow, would it then be the best option?
I think there were better options. I
Yeah,
know
the fighting heroes, like the Centaur that we talked about during the draft. I
And
think even anything really.
Loda has a pretty big hero pool. I think he plays a lot of different
plays a
stuff.
lot,
And I mean, it's kind of sad to say. I think out of the entirety of Loda's hero pool, this was the worst pick they could go for this kind of draft. Imagine, I don't know if, let's say, for example, a less standard safe laner that you play. His Slardar, I think it was banned this game, but think of a hero like that can actually fight and join and do damage. The casters also pointed it out. Imagine if Loda in that lane plays a Gyrocopter or Juggernaut. I know for a fact those two were banned, so that's not an option, but there are more fighting carries in the Dota 2 pool. And even if Ember counters your PL, at least you get a fighting chance. I still think PL being hard countered that game by Ember would have been a better pick than Drow.
Because later on in the game, you have the Nature's Prophet to fall back on anyways, as well as the Wind
You
Ranger.
can maybe itemize to counter the Ember. You can get like an Orchid, Hex, Necro Book, maybe just push towers. But again, what Alliance need to do is to not get crushed in the lane stage. What we said going in, they got crushed even harder. So they didn't adapt to the problem.
It was a 17-minute game. Surprisingly, there's still a replay found of a good fight. Let's take a look.
Alright, so this replay is basically when they try and bait the TP in and go for the shackle shot. But you see the weakness of Alliance drafts right here. The second, all of a sudden, okay, we're on the back foot. But what can they do? They can never escape. They don't have any damage, any way to fight anything.
Running away from Ember Spirit, Spirit Breaker.
Viper even?
Yeah, it's very difficult in this engage. I think Louis mentioned that during the cast as well. There's no way for them to actually get out once the fight starts going bad for them. They just lose everyone, basically.
So you can't run, you can't fight back, and you can't really dodge fights entirely. That's a recipe for a very, very difficult game, unfortunately. This is a really nice attempt from Nuts here, showing great prowess with the hero, but there's only so much you can do. I think he played a great Tusk this game. It's just not enough.
There was so much on him in that, just to make all of the aggression and put the... It was just too much.
Empire opened with Bane Night Stalker, right? That was their opening.
Yeah.
And then it was Tusk Dazzle support, like, already. So at that point, you're pretty much forcing yourself into a situation where you need to pick fighting heroes as
Your
cores.
cores need to deal damage.
So a Viper fit very well into Empire's lineup, fighting all the time. It was Resolution playing the Viper, and we have a chance to talk to Resolution in winner's interview. Welcome back on the desk, Resolution. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, hello.
So you played two heroes today. Queen of Pain for the first series of the day, Viper for the second series of the day. Would you say
Tiny.
And Tiny.
Play one time.
Tiny. How would you, do you like Viper as in your hero?
Yeah, it's a great hero when you just push an opponents and can make some... I forget the word.
Fights?
Yeah, some fights and fights, okay.
I want to ask about the Axe pick. The Axe pick in the first game for Funnick, was that his idea or was that your idea? Like,
Axe pick, just think about a few heroes like Axe, Omni Knight, and can't remember. A Shaker, and we decided to pick Axe.
No Omni Knight.
Yeah, I would have loved to see an Omni
That would have been fun. What were your thoughts on the draft of Alliance in this last game after they picked up the Drow Ranger?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised, but they played a few games in the past by this strategy, and I know we just picked our aggressive heroes and just dive in.
Okay, and so when your team is playing, especially this game, you're fighting all the time. Which player do you have the most control or the most problems controlling or is shouting like, let's go, let's fight? Is there anybody in your team that is like really vocal like that?
At these games it was Fanik, I guess. The first one who called, yeah, go, go.
Well, it worked out, that's for sure. Congratulations on making it to the top 3. Now we are going to still have another game, the Winners Bracket Finals. It's going to be OG versus 4Clovers. What's your thought on that matchup?
I guess OG much stronger than 4Clovers, but 4Clovers also playing great games, like they show us in the past. So I don't know, for CL can win still.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out if that is the case. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and have a great evening. You ended a lot earlier than yesterday. This is pretty nice. We are going to take a look at the brackets and see what's coming up next. So we have one match remaining for this evening. It will be OG taking on 4Clovers and a Leprechaun. 4Clovers have had an amazing run this tournament. They have surprised a lot of people by performing as well as they are doing right now. And we're going to see if they can continue their run against the Frankfurt Major winners, which is definitely probably the biggest challenge here at the ASUS ROG Dreamleague. If you want to be kept up to date with the brackets, with all the games, with all the items of the players, with all the heroes and their skill builds and everything you can think of regarding the games that we have here, go get yourselves the esports app, or the Score esports app, and you can get that at Google Play or iTunes, so make sure you check that out. We are going to take a short break, and when we're back, it is time for OG versus 4Clovers.
open my eyes, I'm looking down. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I turn around.
welcome back to the ASUS ROG Dreamleague live here from DreamHack Winter in Yunzhou, and it is time for our last best of 3 of the night. It is time for our winners bracket finals. The winners of this match will move on to the grand finals tomorrow, while the loser has a chance to play 10 games in a row. 2 best of 5 series as the lower bracket finals is also best of 5 as well as the grand finals.
Wait, we're really doing 2 best of 5s?
Yes.
All right.
You didn't make it sound that appealing to the team. You have a chance to play 10 games.
Let's go, guys. More Dota. I don't think, I'm not talking to the teams, I'm talking to the people at home,
Oh,
the people in
yeah.
the crowd.
They want to see more Dota.
They want to see more Dota. I want to see more Dota. Right?
Yeah,
2
sure.
best of 5.
It is a rough one, but there will be a break in between also to give the team some time to get some food in them.
Oh, really? They're not going to play 10 games?
Can we do it like an actual gladiator
Sure.
arena? Just
marathon.
Just do
Dota,
like
guys.
speed playing, like no breaks in between at all. You just have to go like game.
Then we're out of a job.
And no draft, all pick.
That's fine. They got Smash over
I
there.
like you. Should run a tournament.
Okay, also, quite a quick note here, as I do want to point out that it is, on the CS GO series, it is NIP time, which means that we might have issues with the sound. So,
Just a small bit.
unfortunately, that is going to be the case as NIP. It seems like the fans here like NIP.
Slight bias.
They like the Alliance as well. Unfortunately, they're out.
That's where they're all gone. They're all like,
But we
oh,
have a new team where all the Swedes can root for, because there's 3 Swedes. One of them is half Swedish. And I know why, because it's coming from some island that's coming like in between.
Oh,
or something.
really?
I think that was the story.
Oh.
The equivalent is 4 Clovers and Leprechaun has 2.5 Swedes.
I thought you were going to call Finland an island. I'm glad you saw it.
No, apparently there's like this island somewhere near Finland and
I doubt that. There's no island.
it's Stockholm, or rather Sweden, and then like it's half or something. I believe it was.
And he was born straight on the
Yeah,
border.
yeah, his house is right in the middle.
I think that was. I could be talking total crap, but you don't have to believe me because you don't have an alternative story.
I believe you.
Oh, thanks.
Sounds plausible.
Sounds plausible. So OG versus 4 Clovers and Leprechaun. We know the underdog. We know that OG is the Frankfurt Major winner, so it's going to be an uphill climb for them. But can they do it? Yes, I think they can, because they've been looking very good today and yesterday. What do you reckon?
I'm going to make a bold prediction right now, which is that OG won't lose a single game this tournament. I actually think the last game they had against Empire challenged them early on and did what they needed to do, and they still fell short. And OG's hero pool has proven it against all the world's best teams to sustain very different types of draft attacks, and they've managed to overcome all of it. In addition to that, I was thinking, okay, what OG are going to show up? And they're just rested after Frankfurt, or are they playing at like 75%? I don't feel like they are. I think they're playing super well still. And with that in mind, I consider them major favorites for every game they're playing the remainder here. I do think if anyone takes a game from them, it is 4CNL though. I think they have the best chance.
I asked Sasuke, he was sitting down, we were watching the OG game, and he's like, I have a plan. Didn't tell me
That's
what
good.
it was, but he said he definitely has a plan.
That's a good
That's
start.
deep.
Yeah.
I like that.
I believe it.
I got a plan. It is deep because you don't know what it is.
He has 8K MMO
It could
as
be
well.
a really
though.
simple plan.
It's the battle of 8Ks.
Battle of 8Ks. And also, one thing to note is that earlier today I mentioned that Pycat was actually number 2 on the highest kills on average in games, or from people that have played more than 50 games on this patch. Need to note that as well. There's 43 people or something that are in that same ranking. And it is actually a miracle that is also on that list, and he is 3rd, right behind Pycat. So
He's also first in GPM though.
yes.
Which is very important.
Decent.
Yeah, it's not bad.
NIP got a kill. NIP got another kill. NIP planned the bomb.
They didn't
make it.
They were too slow on the point.
Okay, good.
Okay, so if we're seeing these 2 highly aggressive mid go off against each other, will they fall silent in there? Because it goes both ways, right? Sometimes we see teams like that actually go clash and like it's fight all over the place and it's like a clowny game. But sometimes it's both teams know the other is going to be aggressive, so
And they just go
they're
passive.
waiting for the other to be aggressive so they can profit off of the overextension of the other player.
I think it depends a lot on the support picks. I know these 2 teams really like their Winter Wyvern. And it's had a lot of success in this tournament for 4CL.
Yeah.
Like,
Success Winter Wyvern a lot.
the way he plays it, he said like, I just don't have a problem. I very rarely get ganked, because he's just so mobile on the hero. He just uses the terrain like so well. Like that hero for me has been one of the standout heroes for them.
I think it's more okay for OG to play a slower game, because as the game drags out, 4CL is likely to make more mistakes. OG will make less.
and they're so good at capitalizing on any tiny mistake. So OG, they could play a fast tempo or slow tempo game.
Yeah, I don't know if their drafting style is really conducive to a slow game though. Like if you look at what they picked last series, they had like the PL Undying offlane, I think it was, something like that, and they just like constantly pressured with their Dazzle, and then mid game they were just taking team fights left and right. Even with a lineup that could potentially go for a later stage, they always find their openings. They never actually wait. They're like, okay, we can go now, we're going now.
In the meantime, the players are getting ready on stage. They should be about ready to go. Of course, for Clovers and Leprechaun, they had to play the first series of the day, so they've been here for quite a while. Luckily for them, Empire was able to cut their game short, so it didn't go too late for them. I think both teams are quite ready for this match. As ready as you can be, as Crit also showed his hand warmer to us. And apparently is cold on stage, looking at
I love how
No-Tail's,
No-Tail is wearing a hat now. So previously he had a problem with the light going into his eyes during the draft, and it was annoying. So he put on this winter hat he brought, and now he's using his hoodie to cover his eyes. So.
That makes sense. There are some bright lights sometimes that...
That guy has style. Like no, it doesn't matter what No-Tail's wearing, it just looks good.
Or not wearing.
Or not wearing.
PG-13, Lemmy, come on.
Okay.
It's a family show.
What would be your MVP of Team OG?
For the tournament so far?
No, Team OG only.
Fly for me. Yeah, just for this tournament, not in general.
Yeah.
I think Fly and his Dazzle has just been huge.
Fly and it's very tempting to pick Fly. I was going for that, but that was only that one game. So I'm trying to remember. Yeah, they played 2 games. What did they play in game 1?
I can tell you. Hold on for a second.
Shiver has the notebook of all-encompassing knowledge.
Every Dota game.
And by that I mean Dota drafts.
Let me look at my book right here. These are the drafts.
Okay.
They had a Centaur for Moon. I forgot about that. Love that game actually.
Was that the game, the Bane game?
The Bane game. Almost every game that we've seen today is a Bane game.
Or Fly played Bane. That's what you wanted to know,
Fly
right?
played Undying.
Oh, Undying.
I think for me it's probably between Miracle and No-Tail. I do think that Fly has played a great game as well, especially on the Dazzle. The Undying game, he didn't really get to shine. Maybe Undying is a little bit of an unforgiving hero in that sense. Like
he did his job, though.
He did his job.
Yeah.
I think No-Tail's PL in both games were good. It was 2 very different games, and he showed versatility. So played the hero to his limits.
Okay. Well, if you at home know what your MVP would be, you can go to facebook.com/RG Nordic, where you can put in your vote. Is not actually a vote. You can put in your input, your guess.
You're entering into a raffle.
You enter into a sort of a raffle because you do have to have the right one. But yeah, you can guess which one is the MVP of this LAN finals, and then you have a chance to win the GTX 980 Golden Edition graphics card, which is a limited edition. So make sure to check that out. Also check out Corsair.com/DreamHack15 to have a chance to win the ultimate gaming setup.
You had Lumi here and
I
you
didn't
even
set me up.
I didn't even set him up.
No mercy.
So sad. Not the ultimate setup. But
Experience.
No, it's a setup.
It's a
Please,
setup.
get it together.
a hero that we have not seen today, looming around the corner all the time, Bad Rider. And for Clovers and Leprechaun is the team that plays Bad Rider, which is why I bring that up. Are we going to see it today? Are we going to see it in this series?
I think it's the hero to actually break up the comfort zone for OG, right? Like, they're so good at playing the clumped up game. And yesterday we saw that play where Bad Rider dragged the Death Prophet with Blink Force Staff under the tower, and they just blew him up quick. I think that's kind of play style where ForceCL has to lead to actually beat OG.
Generally, OG play with a tanky frontliner for Miracle, Shadow Fiend or Viper, for example.
Yeah.
And that can disrupt that playstyle pretty well. You need to get them really far out of position. I think Venge is a potential hero to look to as well. It's like a poor man's Bad Rider, maybe. But
you need levels, though.
You need levels. That's the tricky part. And that's where VP, actually, their carry Venge could be an idea. I just don't know if they play it at all.
I think you want to not go crazy there. You just want to keep to what you know, keep the buttons working all tournament. Get Bambo the early levels, get him his Blink Dagger on his core, let him make the space then. Keep Pycat safe, rotate EGM into the mid lane, make sure he's good, or Nico, whichever they choose. It's working. Don't go crazy.
I would say conversely to the Bad Rider, I think a hero like Clockwork might not work so well for them because instead of dragging one person out, you're initiating into OG, and OG are very good at taking fights like that, especially when they get heroes like Undying, Dazzle, Winter Wyvern, Viper, things like that. So more bat is what I want to say.
4CL certainly aren't afraid to pick it. Even in a situation where they picked a last pick Batrider, where we were thinking it was actually going to be a core hero, and they just ended up safe laning it.
Oh yeah, we were even asking, was Shadow Fiend enough carry? Because he was the only carry in that game.
So they're definitely not afraid to take it.
Yeah.
So during the draft, on what roles are you gonna put your emphasis? Which heroes are you gonna try to secure first, or which roles are you gonna try to
I think
secure
for
first?
OG, their supports are kind of, they're amazing, right? Like
Shadow Fiend.
Yep.
I think it just gets
That was
banned,
rude.
right?
I'm sorry, Shane. But
I think Shadow Fiend just gets
I
banned.
agree with it. Yeah. You're looking to secure SF if you can. That's what I meant. Like, there's no way that goes through the first phase. There we go. Good night.
Okay, so the draft has actually begun, and we do see a Dazzle first ban coming
It's
out
almost
from
like that's
Fort
the
Clovers
support
and
hero,
Leprechaun.
I like that. I think they should also set up for a Wyvern, either as a pick or a ban against OG. Almost exclusively, we've seen Fly play Dazzle, Bane, and Undying over the last 2 weeks. And they might not want to grab Undying in the first phase, so if they secure themselves the Wyvern away as well from crit, they could be setting up for a pretty good first...
I could actually see a first pick Wyvern. 4CL.
You need to consider the other options, of course. IO could be in the pool. That's a very good pick for both teams as well. So under the assumption that that stays in, I think 4CL are debating, should we ban Doom? Okay, or the Wisp. One or the other. I think OG will ban Doom.
Then I guess you just like first pick Bane or something?
I think Wyvern.
But then that gives Slardar Wyvern away, right? That's kind of scary.
I think Bane Slardar is easier to deal with than Slardar Wyvern. Wyvern's a good counter.
What about Moon Darkseer? Surely.
Darkseer is a possibility.
He's amazing on that hero.
I don't think OG's problem as a team is to get Moon his hero. I think this metagame right now, offlaners don't get banned that hard in the first phase that you can't get your hero for Moon Meander. He plays a good Darkseer, plays a good Shaker, a good Tusk. He plays...
He plays Prophet.
He plays Prophet if he wants to.
Timbersalt. Like, he has
played some Timber.
10 heroes.
And we're missing one or two more, actually. He's played Clockwork at Frankfurt pretty well.
Centaur.
And I'm missing one more. Like, he will get his hero.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to outdraft OG, right? They have such a broad hero pool.
I think the smallest hero pool is on Fly, actually. He's been playing the most limited number of heroes. So
But is that because of his
this
hero
is very
pool?
good.
Or is that because of the heroes that they've been able to get?
Oh boy. That's a...
I mean, they knew exactly what they wanted as soon as they saw the Wyvern, right? So there was like absolutely no hesitation.
They were expecting this.
And I don't know if you want to pick Bane right now.
I think you want to ban it.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit awkward now for 4CL because the Tusk can obviously still be a support or an offlaner. It leaves the lineup very open for OG still. But you don't want to open up with like okay, they're going to double support pick. I was going to say, it's a little bit weird.
Next pick is on OG.
When
I would ban Undying now. For sure. Try to force him into something else. He's played Treant too. That was the game they got crushed by EG in
15 minutes.
29-2.
Lich.
Lich is correct. Yeah.
The one thing where, like when you're playing against OG,
But
like,
they play with Doom.
when you see a gyrocopter, you usually say, okay, this is going to be, the safe game going to carry. It's going to be played by this hero. It's going to be played by this guy. But against OG, both Miracle and No-Tail play that hero amazing.
Those items for Treant. He gets
Dead
Solar
fish.
Crest and 5 dead fish. No picks.
He's not doing great.
That's a hero. His score is 2-4. This hero is
You don't know what stats those that fish has. Why do you say not great?
It's a dead fish. What can it do for you?
The other thing is
Well,
just a
it
shield.
wards off your
or-
enemies because it probably smells
It's a
bad.
shield.
Or a ring.
If someone's attacking you, what would you rather have? A
Or-
shield or a dead fish?
To be honest, I think the dead fish scares them away. Think of the smell.
When you have 5 of them.
Yeah.
5 juggle them.
Overwhelming odor plus 50.
Slardar, Darkseer bands.
So they're trying to target out Moon, but he still has so many heroes to go by. They're just taking out the ones that they would rather not deal with, expecting his pick to be the next. It's all right. This does mean that Fly will get on a comfort hero. He'll get Undying or Lich, most likely, as his pick this game. And I'm saying he has the smallest hero pool, which doesn't mean he has a small hero pool. We've just not seen him on many more heroes in Frankfurt. They always manage to get him 1 out of those 5. His hero pool might be as big as, for example, Moon Meanders, but he's just been rotated a lot more onto different heroes. Let's see, though.
Why play the Fringe hero when you can play Dazzle and Bane?
Yeah.
The best support heroes in this patch, right?
Yeah. I think Undying is okay.
Well,
the
Undying
synergy with Tusk is really, really good.
Undying will limit the possibility of
Tusk being a support if they want to run it that way?
I think it's one of the double melee support matchups that can actually work. They're really good at getting in your face. You have an automatic way of bringing the tombstone into the enemy team with Snowball. Tusk has a lot of damage from range, so he, in contrast to other melee supports, doesn't have to get up close. This is an alternative pick, so I think this is a core Tusk now for Moon Meander. Rubik is
this pick actually for me
for crit.
It counters their bot rider as well, so it's like a preemptive counter with the support.
I mean, let's be honest. They actually just third pick Rubik every single game.
Because they like it.
They actually do.
Against Winter Wyvern and Bane, though.
No, it's good.
It's amazing.
I mean, even No Tail said earlier, he's like, we just kind of picked it, and then it got better because the other team third picked a hero that wasn't really that good. Like, I think it was Shaker in that game.
All right, 4 Clover pick Shaker now.
I mean, it's a Bambo hero, and they were banning out the Night Stalker, which is definitely targeting him in that banning phase.
Comboed up with Gyrocopter as well. The lane's like strong enough on its own.
Here we go. Been waiting for this.
I like this pick a lot. 4 Clovers had great success against the Gyrocopter of Vega, I think it was.
Yeah.
With a tiny, even without the Wisp.
Yeah. But they went Mag
with
that game.
Madness. It's a possible pick.
You don't want to play Mag against Rubik. I think that's...
Well,
that's a hard life.
It is a hard life, but at the same time, during a game at the Nanyang Championships, after Rubik was already picked, Secret actually picked Magnus. And afterwards, we asked Poppy about it, why would you pick a Magnus into Rubik? And he said, well, we didn't pick Magnus for the RP, we picked him for the
Empower.
Empower.
Well, okay, specifically in that game, though, they had Pally down Bounty Hunter, and every single fight, he would just go on Rubik's face. So Rubik was under a huge amount of distress where he had tough time stealing the RP.
Bane can be on his face. Bane
Tiny
can be on
I'm saying
his face.
you can still pick the Magnus, but I think Crit is going to have a lot more space than Secret's opponent did. Sorry about the... No, the...
Pop.
Yeah,
Pop.
My bad.
So, next pick for OG, what are we thinking of?
Undying.
Still in the pool.
They play Viper as well, right? I think Viper's pretty good against Tiny, especially when he doesn't have Wisp.
They do play Viper as well.
Yeah.
Is that really an AK
It's also
hero,
a
though?
mech buying hero for OG, which they don't have right now, and Darkseer's already banned out.
Wait, are we
So is IO and
guys,
Dazzle.
are we all focused on the Pycat Tiny? Because I think this is a Bambo Tiny.
No, it's Bambo Tiny.
It can be either.
When they don't have IO, it's Bambo. Or...
No, yesterday we didn't have IO. and
Actually,
they
yeah,
had
that's true. They did without IO.
But they still had the Magnus, so they still had the buff for him.
There's the Undying.
Well,
Textbook OG
Joe's-
draft.
Good call.
And now their last pick for OG. This 4 Clovers have to start thinking about this right now. What is it OG are trying to do? OG are trying to do what they do every single game. They will have a tanky frontliner. They will force fights with the Undying Tombstone. They will combine it with Ice Shards to block off the path. So 4 Clovers either need a mechanism to get around this and destroy the Tombstone, or they need to entirely try to dodge fights, or they need to get as tanky a frontline as OG have so they can try to fight. I think Viper's a good pick right now.
For CL,
Yeah.
I know
Else OG might get it.
Pycat loves that hero. Another.
Disgusting.
I think Viper is good for both teams, actually. And
Did
OG
you
in
just
the
say
past,
disgusting?
they've actually run...
Who loves Viper?
They've run Gyro mid, right?
They have, yeah.
I mean, I love Darkseer. A lot of people call me disgusting for that. I think that hero's super fun to play.
That hero actually is gross, though.
Yeah.
Have you seen his head? It's so pointy.
And there's the Magnus.
I don't know about this one.
I actually wouldn't hold it against them. I think the focus on Rubik being able to steal it, we see some big plays with it, but for that to happen, first of all, Rubik needs to get the steal. He needs to have an item to position himself. 4 Clovers need to not discover it, and they can also just try to play around it in other ways by, you know, waiting with RP until they've shut down the Rubik, or waiting until he's used spell steal. Then you can just go after. There are ways of dealing with it.
The Winter Wyvern also makes Magnus' life very easy. It's very, like, you can just set it up with the curse.
That is
and
true.
OP on top of that.
They banned the Invoker. That's actually another good ban against OG. I think we're going to see a Viper, though. He's one of the heroes. He can man-fight and empower Tiny. You just get Aghanim Scepter and you just spam out
Exactly.
the ultimate.
I thought Viper would have been a better ban in this case. But
seems like an all-around solid pick.
I'm trying to think what's their last hero, though.
there's also Razor as an alternative.
Razor, I think, is weaker.
Do they play TA? I don't know if it's a Miracle hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Or a Wind Ranger, maybe.
Miracle's AK can play anything.
Literally any hero.
What about taking a page out of
I mean,
the
it's-
Empire playbook and go DK here? It's a tanky front line. Push well.
I think he's worse than Viper for pretty much everything in this game.
Yeah. I mean, Viper is good for the mech buying, TA is good for securing Roshan, and it's also okay in late game against Tiny. And it's just gonna be Viper. Okay.
Standard.
Radiant
Textbook.
team
I mean, none of these picks, not a single one of them can have surprised 4CL. So they know exactly what they're going up against. Now we need to see if they can deal with it.
What about a Juggernaut safe lane for 4CL? Like if we're assuming the Magnus is going to be mid, it'll give them some sustain in team fights.
I think they just picked Bambo's hero now, right? I'm guessing it's position 1 Tiny.
It's looking like a position 1 Tiny.
Yeah.
Is Bambo's hero
I mean, you don't pick the Magnus unless you're gonna have a farming Tiny.
I think you change right now, and you go back to Bambo playing it because of the Viper. Like,
That's fair.
You could do that, yeah.
That's true.
I think you go on a safe lane core.
reserve time.
Let's go Tinker. I actually think it's a good pick here.
Just to kind of spam out the push.
They need some pure damage too.
They actually have like 0 catch for a Tinker.
They need some more pure damage. They have Sigil into Snowball, but that's not really reliable.
Could they
it's
pick
a way
AM?
to potentially defend towers. AM is actually not. It might be too slow. Like Tinker provides a lot more.
AM or
early.
Ember maybe?
Yeah, Ember. Ember's gonna have a really hard time.
Well, the thing is, Ember can actually get in and out of fights, and he also does a decent amount of damage without items. So if even if they were to go aggro, he could still like use Flame Guard, Searing Chains to fight. Because they have Tiny to back it up, right? And 2 of arguably like the strongest laning supports in the game right now.
Can you go safe lane Auk?
It's actually a
just farm?
possibility, just really like making the biggest, most monstrous Tiny in history. Pooling him Aghanim Scepter, giving him power, buying him healing salves.
Is it not too greedy though? Will it not take too long?
Slasher's way.
Because
You still have
OG
some
can
counter
fight
push though with the
very
acid
early.
spray as
You
well.
got Acid Spray, you got Shockwave, you got Splinter
It's
Blast.
true, we haven't talked so much about wave clear. Shockwave Splinter is okay.
Yeah. I kind of like Alchemist as well, but I'm gonna stick with my.
Phoenix. Bambo Phoenix.
That's pretty interesting. They have way better way of setting it up than Alliance did. They can actually go on the aggressive and allow the Phoenix to get it off. And not that good attack speed in OG. I like this pick. I think it's a great solution.
Which draft do you prefer?
I still think OG, I don't know if I prefer their draft, but their draft and how many times I've seen them win with this, I gotta favor them again.
Okay, Lumi, one thing to look out for.
Bambo Phoenix.
Nikwa RPs. He wasn't feeling very comfortable with it. Let's see if he's gonna have a better game.
Okay, let's find out. Indeed, it is time for game 1 of our winners bracket finals. OG versus 4 Clovers in Leprechaun, and it is PPD and OD Pixel on the microphones.
Indeed, welcome back to the casting panel. It's myself, OD Pixel, and I have the pleasure and honor of introducing my co-caster, PPD, who will be joining me here for the final series of the day. 4 Clovers against OG. We were actually having a little bit of a talk of the final pick from 4 Clovers. Neither are suspecting the Phoenix. We saw Phoenix come out early from Alliance. It wasn't the game for it then. Is this the game for it now? 4 Clovers taking it against OG's lineup.
It's not too bad. I was kind of pointing to you. I really like Broodmother as the last pick there, but it's like super good against Undying. They don't really have any Brood counters. You would have a pretty good laning phase. It's amazing against Viper as well, but Phoenix is pretty similar. There's no like instantaneous lockdown from OG. They have like the Rubik lift and then some Tusk lockdown, but he's always going to be able to get his egg off in team fights, and they don't have the greatest attack speed. Gyrocopters generally just goes like the phase boots, and yeah, I mean, I think the egg might pop off, which, will help them win team fights.
Yes, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how well Bambo can play. I mean, he's kind of come to this LAN and proven that he is the playmaker for this side. If he gets a good start here on what's going to be the safe lane, solo lane Phoenix that they're going to be running. But I've got to be honest, draft-wise, overall, you look at OG's lineup, and this is them exactly in their comfort zone.
That's what I said when I was on the analyst desk. They always get what they want. They have their meta figured out, and that's why they're such a great team. It's pretty hard to ban and pick against them because they're always going to get what they want, and they're going to play their way.
In terms of the lane matchups at the moment, it's going to be Moon here, just sitting on his own against EGM and Pycat. Mid lane, Nikwa trying to get the farm up against Miracle's Viper, and this bottom lane Bambo on this Phoenix trying to deal with Fly and No Tail. No Tail, of course, on his gyrocopter. I mean, we've obviously talked about the strength of OG's draft, how they've got what they want. Do you like what 4 Clovers are trying to do overall?
I think their draft is relatively good. I do like it. As long as Phoenix is able to get experience, just as much as like maybe Tusk is, and they keep Tusk's farm down, should be fine. I think Viper's probably going to go for the mech, so it's not too important that Moon farms up a lot. Magnus with an early Blink Dagger, he's probably going to get some early points in power. Stack camps for Tiny, see if he can get out of control. I do like Force Heal's draft a lot. There's going to be a lot depending on this Rubik. There's some great spells for him to steal. There's Fiend's Grip from Bane, which is super easy to steal.
Oh, top lane. Pycat's going to turn around with the combo onto Moon. Moon will get the snowball out in time, and they'll turn it there. They'll get the first blood. Moon will still go down to the right click of EGM. So nice little bit of play there from Moon with his snowballs to get that first blood. Does end up giving the kill away, but I think they'll be happy with that one, OG, getting that initial kill.
Definitely a big kill for them. I didn't think that... I mean, Tusk was kind of the offlaner in this situation. He ends up getting the first blood against Pycat's Tiny. Tiny just takes so much damage early on. He has next to no armor, so every right click does a bunch of damage.
In terms of the farm he's finding on this lane, so we've got 8 for 1 on Pycat. As you look over to Moon, he's been able to find a bit of CS himself, but it's the levels, of course, being the priority. Level 3 at the moment on this Tusk. We've got to be a little bit careful. We're actually going to start to see a rotation here from Crit as he looks towards the mid. Nico maybe a little bit too far out. He can get this lift, can't quite get close enough, and Nico not quite in a position to jump. Top lane again, a bit of action. Moon playing around with EGM. Pycat moving in with a combo. Moon will throw down the shards. The Nightmare will be there. Pycat, is he going to go for this one? EGM kind of stuck, trapped up. The toss, the avalanche, bringing Moon low. He has got 2 mangoes here. Both his spells on cooldown for 6 seconds, and Moon will just be able to get himself away. You're going to see Crit come back up to the top, and well, with these mangoes, Moon could maybe look to go. He eats one up, he'll snowball himself across, and he'll get himself the kill. Nice use of the mango there, and Moon able to secure themselves a second kill on this top lane.
Crit is just everywhere. He's just running around on Rubik with his boots first and just finding pickoff after pickoff. He needs to be a little more conscious about where this Rubik is.
Indeed, we've seen Crit's Rubik time and time again. He's very, very smart with the hero, always in the right place at the right time. And I mean, talking about the Rubik pickup again, picked up 3rd in the draft. There's a fair few spells that he won't mind stealing this game against 4 Clovers.
Absolutely. All of Bane's spells are relatively good. Both Tiny spells are, pretty good. Magnus, RP, Phoenix. I've seen Egg get stolen a couple times. Realistically, I don't think it should ever happen. You should always be able to get your W off out of your Egg, but...
Oh, mid lane, it's kind of going on to Miracle. Miracle trying to go for Nico, and he's going to get it. He gets the kill. Saxa, he's actually going to turn and run. He doesn't feel confident in trying to finish on Miracle. He actually turns, but oh, man. Miracle with a double. How does that man not die in that situation? I guess, well, the answer is 3 points of corrosive skin and a headdress.
He knows his hero, and he doesn't even get boots on this hero. He just goes straight for the magic wand and the headdress, and he's got all this stats, HP regen, and he just doesn't die. He knows his hero incredibly well.
Top lane, snowball in, trying to close the gap into Pycat. They got the shards as well. Fate Bolt from Crit. He has still got that telekinesis, but the Nightmare there just in time. Holding Crit back, the avalanche as well, to stop the aggression, and Pycat will be able to get himself back and salve up. But 4 for 1 at the moment. Looking at the farm as well, 27 for 2 on Miracle's Viper, 24 for 16 on this Gyrocopter. OG, certainly after the start that people would have expected coming into this matchup.
Yeah, that was devastating for their mid lane. They've been focusing a lot. Wyron here, stacking camps, trying to help out mid as much as possible, and they invested 2 heroes into killing that Viper, and Viper ended up turning around and getting a double kill. Being able to touch Viper for the rest of the game seems very unlikely, and he's almost already to that mech, which basically makes him invincible.
And 4 Clovers, they've got to think smartly about what they're doing. Saxa is creating these stacks, so Nikwa will be able to clear those. And imagine, or do they give those to the Tiny in this game? The stacks and
the stacks. I think they give them to the Tiny.
Yeah.
I mean, Magnus can do them too. It's not that bad. Anyone really. Wyvern's gonna sit there and kind of soak some experience, help him catch up. But they're losing all 3 lanes right now, I think, which is very problematic.
Top lane, Pycat's trying to come around in for a bit of action. Moon is going to get tossed up. The avalanche is there as well, but here's your snowball. Fade box, so telekinesis holding back EGM. They get themselves close and personal. Brain Sap will come out. Maybe with this Nightmare, they can actually find themselves a kill. It gets toggled up, but the toss is there. They'll find the kill onto Moon.
They might get another kill here too.
And this could be a nice rectification of this top lane. The TP is coming in. He's ready to go, Moon. Is he going to be able to find anything? Crit without the mana, unfortunately, to set anything up. Telekinesis was still on cooldown anyway. So Moon, a waste of a buyback there. So a nice bit of a win there for 4 Clovers on the top lane.
That was a big win. Buybacks this early don't really mean too much. It's only a couple hundred gold, and he's able to see us at the tower. Of course, at a reduced, gold amount, but as you can see, it's already over the buyback penalty.
Nikwa with a haste rune. He's got the RP. He's going to move into a Miracle. Gets the skewer back as well. He's going to look for the straight TP out. This man knows the limits of the hero. And again, Miracle just making the right decisions every single time.
Great play from Miracle, but not the best play from Nico, I think, there.
Bottom lane, Hotel coming in with a cooldown, trying to find Sax. He's using the Arctic Burn to get himself out across the tree line. Will be able to TP himself out as well. So TP scrolls, saving heroes left and right across the map. But it is still 4 for 2. OG with the lead, and No Tail and Fly just getting away with this amount of pressure that they're applying on the bottom of the lane. And I think you said it yourself, the lanes overall seeming to get crushed here by OG. I guess pretty much the brightest lane is this top lane for Pycat. And of course, EGM on the Bane, where they're able to make something happen.
Yeah, that being said, even though they are losing their lanes early, they still, I believe, have the better team fight with like the Fiend's Grip, the RP, the Wyvern ult, the Phoenix ult. That's actually something we didn't talk about, the Phoenix ult with the Wyvern ult. It's actually a pretty lethal combo. You know, all these heroes are trying to hit the egg, you Wyvern ult, they all stop attacking the egg, then the egg blows up. It can be pretty devastating for the team fight.
And actually, bottom lane talking about the Phoenix, No Tail coming around into the tree line, will spot him out. He has got a dive here, Bambo, dives across them. Crits there, and we talk about this man being in the right place at the right time. He walks in just as needed, straight telekinesis into the cooldown.
Yeah, he's
and
really
crit,
struggling.
I mean crit PPD, this man knows what he's doing.
He's everywhere.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And it looks like Four Clover's just now ready for it. Bottom lane, No Tail should be able to get the tier 1 here with this push through mid lane. Miracle keeping the aggression on top lane. A little bit of action as Moon went in with a punch onto Pycat. Pycat turns around with a toss and the right click. The brain saps there. Shards will get thrown out. Moon, can he live through this one? Pycat, no! He will lose his life. Fly does find the killer with a soul rip. Tombstone has been dropped. Bambo's there as well, so I don't know how aggressive Fly can go, but he's got the backup here of No Tail. Saxa's there as well, so it's a 3 versus 2. Looks like Four Clovers will just use that to get themselves out. Not wanting to fight into this level 7 gyrocopter, and whilst the Tombstones still drop down, Saxa looks for the TP out. Will make it. Rocket Barrage, not quite enough damage. 6 for 3 at the moment for the side of OG and Farm, still looking to go their way. Miracle's Viper, very, very scary. 8 minutes in, he's got the mech, 700 gold to boot on top as well.
Yeah, stay away from Viper. Let him. The hero doesn't farm very fast. If you kind of just stay out of his way and farm stacks, use your Empower to catch back up, should be fine. He's just going to sit mid for a long, long time and just farm. And then eventually OG is going to start making rotations into this Viper's lane, trying to get down that mid tower, and then maybe eventually take over OG's jungle as they start placing wards down there.
The thing is, you said, though, it's all going to be about the Supernova timing of Bambo and what he can do with the coordination of the team. You mentioned the fact they've got Winter's Curse. I mean, as well, just RP, Bane's disrupt, just holding people back.
Yeah, RP's a great combo, too.
Everything.
That's something the old Cloud9 team used to play. They'd have Bone 7 on the Phoenix, have Eternal Envy on like a super hard carry, and then have Fada play the Magnus, and Bone would kind of go in and bait his egg, pop it up, everyone starts hitting the egg, and then he comes in with the RP, and then, one after the other, you got these 2 BKB lockdown stun locks.
I mean, talking about the Phoenix on a kind of an interesting point of view, why do we not see Phoenix pretty much ever? I don't think we saw a single Phoenix at Major.
I think it's a pretty underrated hero. I do think that it's definitely viable. It's a hero we've considered playing as well. He's got great team fight, and that's kind of where this patch is headed towards. Everybody wants more and more team fight, and when you see your opponents picking heroes like Wyvern, Darkseer, you're just like, okay, our opponent has so much team fight. How can we combat this? And it's tough because you see heroes like Spirit Breaker and Night Stalker who discourage this kind of split push meta, and so you're left with this conclusion of, oh, we're going to need more team fight than our opponents, and you start looking at this hero tier list of like Panda, Brewmaster, and Tidehunter, and Phoenix, and you're like, these heroes are awesome at team fights, and I think we're going to see more and more of these heroes as this patch gets more developed.
Certainly will be a lot of fun to see. Bottom lane, Moon just hiding in the trees, soaking up some XP. Saxa is there. There was a rotation from the EGM. Moon should be able to stay hidden, no problem at all. Miracle finished off the phase boots now with the mech as well, so he's very much ready to fight. And talking about ready to fight, OG with the smoker from the tier 2. No Tail, Crit, and Fly, very much ready to go. Let's see who they're able to wrap around. Moon's still hanging around here as well. Are they going to go for the middle? They're going to go for the bottom. Niqua at the moment, sitting on about 1k gold, and here's the snowball. They found Pycat, they'll set this one up. Tombstone's dropped as well, no hope for Tiny. As OG with the smoke, find one, they may even find more. Niqua's actually got himself an Invis rune and does have the RP. EGM and Sax on the sidelines, Libra at level 6, they'll set it up though with the RP, and Moon on his own, they'll get the return kill. OG had actually left him at that point. And it will be a 1-for-1. OG, of course, with a bigger kill onto that core Tiny.
Yeah, it's not too bad though. Any kill is going to help them get back in the game. They're behind on net worth, so kills are worth that much more for them. It's likely they're going to lose their mid tower here.
Crit. He's got a telekinesis and the toss, throwing the Bane back.
That was cool.
I mean, Crit, he always does it with style.
They had no business defending that tower though. They were at a positional disadvantage, and they had no idea where any of OGs were. And now they have all these wards up, and 4CL's jungle, so they can pretty much know what's going on at all times.
Top lane, just farming up the wave with the snowball. There is Pycat here on the side. He's on his own. He's got a DD as well. I mean, the combo and a couple of snaps.
He wants to get a cheap kill here,
They
but
could do it.
I'm not sure if it's going to happen.
He's a bit off the mark here as Moon's able to juke it around, and Moon's going to be able to keep himself safe here. So Pycat unable to find the action that he was hoping for with that double damage. And seeing Miracle as well, just affording, he can feel that he can just farm this aggressively with the warding that, as you mentioned, OG have got. He can get away with this every time. Saxa comes in, but he takes a Viper strike. He's got a TP straight out, but Crit, can he get it until there in time? Yes, he can. Straight away, once more, Crit being where he needs to, doing it with style, tossing up the rock column. And another kill here for the side of OG. And I mean, this team has got to be an absolute nightmare to draft against PPD.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I just need a second chance, man. I'm ready. I need a second chance.
You've got ideas. I'm ready for EG versus OG round 2. It's going to be great when it comes.
Summit.
The Summit.
It's coming up.
That's when it's coming. You've heard it here. A lot of other teams, they don't seem to have the answer here to drafting against OG.
I think they had I think their idea of this game was pretty good. They're just execution's not going too well. Like that double kill mid from Viper, that was game ruining.
I mean, talking about the Viper, what's Miracle sitting on? 6.6k net worth.
He's out of control. He can just sit in the enemy jungle, farm every camp. I don't think there's anything 4CL can do unless they're going to commit Fiend's Grip plus Tiny and maybe even an RP.
I do like this though. They're looking for a bit of action up top, and they're going to go straight in with the Avalanche onto Notel, but the Snowball is there. Can they keep Notel alive? No. Notel's going to go down. Pycat incredibly low. Will be able to ward this one out. The cooldown not enough to bring him down. Supernova is going to connect onto anyone, and now OG might try moving off the back of that. That'll be the dive out. Pycat in the sidelines. They got the shot!
No.
Moon absolutely on point there. Gets the pickup kill in return. But as you said, well, okay, they lose the Wyvern as well. It does end up being a 2-for-1 as Saxa just keeps walking into Miracle and Crit, just chilling in the Radiant jungle.
See Blue drawing some lines here. It's very frustrating when you can't go into your own jungle. You're limiting yourself on the map so much. And I think what they're gonna try and do now is use their next ultimates to take back their jungle, maybe force Viper out of there and give themselves some space to farm.
Oh. Bambo still hanging up top with EGM and Nikra. They do have the RP.
They have an RP. They have no egg, no Fiend's Grip though, so this fight might not be the best fight for them.
They can get a Nightmare into RP. Maybe they could try and go, but this is the vision. They can't quite get it out. Now they do get the Nightmare to move, but the shards that came out of time. This is going to be nice. Nikra can't get himself in.
They need to get out. Viper just ported it in.
Okay, they're going to try and fight, and this, as you said, might be not the right decision. They'll get the skew across. There's your RP onto 2, but Miracle comes in with the mech. There's the turnaround. They'll find one. Double kill for Notel. Make that 3. And as you said, OG were there with the reaction, straight onto the tier 1. And 4 Clovers, they just thought they could get away with that one.
Yeah, I mean, I've got vision of everything here and being a broadcaster, but you got to expect those ports in, especially from a tier 1 tower. You know, Viper's just been off the map forever, farming in the Radiant jungle. He's just been waiting for an opportunity to port in and make a play.
That's, of course, going to be very painful. I mean, looking at Nikra's gold, he must have been so close to that Blink Dagger and the Midas gold from Phoenix put on a hold. And here's your replay. Also as part of the Score Esports, and straight away, as soon as that snowball comes in, you see Miracle coming around the corner. The RP's nice, but the mech's there, and that's when the turnaround begins.
It was an okay idea. I just don't think that it wasn't fast enough. It wasn't smooth enough. It was very forced. The Bane went in. He barely caught the Tusk with the sleep, and then they were like, can we fight? Can we fight? And they were like, all right, let's just go for it. And disaster followed that. He got mech'd. He popped his wand. Undying healed him. He didn't even die, and they just got totally turned around on him.
4 Clovers are now going to smoke. They don't have RP, but they do have Winter's Curse, and we've already talked about the Winter's Curse Supernova combo.
They're expecting the Roshan.
But OG, they're going to have a DD as well for this fight if it kicks off. The 4 Clovers, are they really going to try this? It's going to be so hard for them.
Just want to see what's happening. They need a little bit more information before they take this fight.
Alright, Glimmercape up, moving in, he's found EGM. No, actually, EGM's been able to juke this out. Hiding behind the trees, he's a bit of no man's land at the moment. Throws down the Nightmare, EGM, he's going to be the first one to pay. They'll take this one off. Moon, the shard's actually going to be off point, pushing EGM away, so EGM's going to be fine. Pycat's still trying to move in. There's your Winter's Curse, the toss as well. Notel getting low, they get the Supernova off. This could be huge. Tombstone's been dropped by Fly, but the Supernova doing work. At the same time, the Miracle's just cleaning up house. He's found 2 at the back of this.
And
now Crit. Using it against Nikra. This man is an absolute nightmare to play against, and they get Saxa as well. The Winter's Curse into Supernova was there. It was nice, but it's just not enough against OG PPD.
It's a tough Roche fight into Undying. Give it to Tuma on the high ground. Super tough to fight into. Tiny just kind of bombed in there. He still doesn't have any items. He's had the Shadow Amulet in his inventory for about 3-4 minutes now, but not being able to complete the Shadow Blade. He just doesn't really have any farm to speak of. And now you see, Crit on the Rubik, like we said, is just dominating. He's third on net worth. 4 heroes above any hero at 4CL.
That's not good for 4C now.
Yeah, it's amazing how much just a Rubik walking around with boots, just having that lift, that positional movement, that they're able to get kills from that.
Wow, there we have it. Notel picks up the Aegis. Midas has now been done here by Bambo. You look at the Magnus, Nikwa. He is nearly at that point where he's got the Blink Dagger, but we've seen it the last 2 fights. Oh yeah, Bambo's got to dive himself away from this one. In fact, Miracle. And he continues to chase. EGM's there on the sidelines, and he has got the backup of Pycat. As you said, Pycat very close to that Shadow Blade.
So Miracle's now got his SNY. They now have another Glimmer Cape on the Undying. Let's see what else we have here. Nikua still doesn't have a Blink. Very, very close. Tiny's, I guess he's almost got his Shadow Blade. Weird game for Tiny. He just got so far behind being in that aggressive duel lane. Just didn't get too much out of the lane against Tusk. He actually, he gave up first blood, he died. They committed so much to killing the Tusk, and then when the Tusk didn't die, Rubik came back in, and they just kind of turned it around. And like we said before, they lost almost every lane, and it's pretty hard to come back from that.
We have talked, of course, about this Wombo combo, and maybe now with the Shadow Blade Tiny and the Blink Dagger Magnus complete, it can look to Smoke Up and go for something, but talking about smoking up and going for something, OG, they're ready to fight. Smoking him round by the Radiant Ancients. Recruits up at the moment on the side of 4 Clovers. If they catch wind of this OG crit, it's going to have the Smoke Dispel. He's going to walk straight and he gets the telekinesis straight on EGM. The cooldown's there. EGM disappears. Pycat gets Fiend Script up once again by Crit with the stolen spell. It's a double kill for No Tail. And OG are just styling all over 4 Clovers at this point of the game.
Yeah, this is an absolute rout. Crit, just unbelievable Rubik plays. Instantly Glimmer Capes there as soon as he sees anything going on. The Tiny combo doesn't even kill him.
Oh, and Moon and Miracle moving on to Bambo. He's already dove away. But Moon, of course, with the Snowball and the Shards, that huge range of chase down. One of the ways to deal with that Phoenix, and the fact that you're bringing along this very stacked Viper. Yeah, you're not surviving through that one. And Miracle hasn't died yet this game, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the scoreboard with 0 deaths on the way this game's going.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to kill. A little bit too tanky for CL at the moment. I actually haven't seen Viper. I don't think Viper's lost a game at this tournament yet, which is surprising because I am not a fan of the hero, but it seems to be working out really well here.
I mean, what do you think about it is that, what is it that works so good against these drafts that teams are pulling up against the Viper?
Everyone's fighting right now, so it's a mid hero that doesn't really lose his lane. He's very good in lane. It's totally fine to farm that early mech on him.
Miracle.
Pycat's gonna have a try here.
Yeah, maybe Miracle getting a bit greedy. RP, everything thrown down onto Miracle, and they get the kill, and it's a big one.
That was a huge kill.
Yeah, Miracle maybe going a little bit too aggressive there, getting a little bit too comfortable with the way that he's been playing, farming on this side of the map. And, well, absolutely worth the RP every time for that kill.
2,000 gold, 2,000 experience. Pretty big.
Absolutely huge there for the side, and they're going to need everything they can get here for Clovers to bring themselves back in top lane.
They can kill Viper like 3 or 4 more times. Yeah. I mean, they have the potential to come back. They do have a much better team fight. Especially if they're able to burst maybe the Undying before he gets his tomb off. That would be pretty huge.
Saxo's looking for the TP. Shards come out. They've got the vision for the snowball, but they can't quite get there in time. Saxo will be able to TP himself away. No Tail backing up to clear out some of these Ancients. So what's the overall net worth difference? It is around 14k at 20 minutes in. Not nice at all here for the side of 4 Clovers. And Miracle now back into the game. 2.4k gold on this man. What does he need to go for next on this Viper to be even more? Does he need to tank up even more, or does he go for the damage now?
Let's see. Viper doesn't need... I'm not sure what he needs. I'm not like the biggest Viper player. I'm not sure what you build at this point. You already have SNY. You can't really go... He's got a Reaver. Guess he's going Heart. Sure. Yeah, if he tanks up, survives ultis, I guess it's not an awful pickup. It's different. Yeah.
No Tail, maybe falling into the same trap that Miracle did earlier. Pycat's there with the Shadow Blade. Bamba's actually going to TP out of this one, and they're not actually going to make a go here onto No-Tail. So playing it safe, the side of Four Clovers. The rest of OG is coming in. Four Clovers, they're not going to go for anything too risky and just get themselves straight back out of that
Yeah,
lane.
Gyro had the Aegis there, and they didn't really know where the rest of OG's heroes were, so if they committed entirely on Gyrocopter there, they might just get turned around and lose all their heroes.
Nico's actually managed to find the gold here towards that 4-star. Very, very close to picking up that recipe. OG starting to look for the tier 2.
Tower is under attack.
Pretty tough to high ground into this lineup. They may try to force CL back to their base, but I wouldn't expect a full commitment into the barracks here. I think they'll push what they can, maybe get a glyph, and probably fall back and wait for the next Roshan. Glyph is actually on cooldown, so they might commit. I don't think that they can high ground though.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see OG play it safe. I mean, from the games that I've watched them on, they're very, very disciplined. They'll
It's
get
good
themselves
practice, good practice, no matter how far you are ahead.
Exactly, yeah. They just don't want to risk throwing anything away. I mean, that kill on Miracle was a bit of a rarity. And the rest of the time, they play very, very safely when they're playing ahead. They never go for those brash pushes up to the high ground, and they just wait until the opponent just realizes there's nothing they can do against OG's power.
They got a gem pick up on Moon here. They're going to see Tiny.
They got the tombstone dropped into the punch. Pycat fairly tanky. Will live for it. He's going to go for the TP out, but the snowball's there. That was not the TP Pycat was looking for. And Crit once again with a stolen toss, using it against Tiny, putting him on a killing spree. And Pycat just getting caught out. And as you said, that gem pickup for OG, absolutely huge.
Yeah, it was about time. They're so far ahead. As long as they can just keep their map control. 4CL may not have another.
Is he going to start all over his gem? I think. Got the burst. Yeah, he's got a brain sap. Yep. Okay, Nightmare's there. Okay, gets away this time, EGM. Crit, unable to find the solo kill. It was a good attempt nonetheless.
So far. 1,500 away from an Aghanim's on Rubik.
500 away. He's got the staff as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Even closer. 23 minutes in. It's, yeah. It's not going to be pretty. There's
some nice spells.
Some very nice spells.
Aghanim doesn't help too much, but
gets it for star. And a nice Fiend's Grip, nice Supernova. I might see a bit of the old Axe Phoenix, not something that we get to see every day.
The Aghanim's Bane, Fiend's Grip. I like it.
The multi-man Nightmare.
Yeah, I guess.
Pretty much what Four Clover's going to be feeling right now. But as you said, OG going to hold off on the high ground. And they do still have this team fight, the wombo combo of Four Clovers.
If Tusk is going Aghanims too, we're going to see some Walrus kicks.
All right. Okay, OG, I think it's safe to say that they're feeling rather confident with how this game's going. No-Tail. He's going to find Saxa here. Be able to get the... Well, Saxa got the Arctic Burn. And, yeah, he'll just get himself out across the tree line. Just kiting up No-Tail. He'll throw down the homing missile just to slow the amount of time before Saxa can actually TP out elsewhere across the map. He does have that TP, so it should be fine.
Oh, Tusk is coming.
And is Moon going to come all the way and look for this? Because Saxa's not yet left the lane. In fact, he's Arctic burning back across, and Moon's there. And, I mean, it begs the question, really. Should Saxa have just gone for the TP out? I mean, well, Winter's Curse is there to hold them, but No-Tail's got an SMY. He's got that movement speed, and Saxa, he's going to take a Rogue Barrage to the face. They get themselves the kill. And another kill hits the tally of OG.
He's just trying to keep the lanes pushed. His death is... The Grand Scale things isn't too important.
They get the Night Mountain Miracle. It gets taken off by Fly, and Miracle just starts to go to work on EGM. EGM, another casualty on the side of Four Clovers. They did manage to at least get Nika out with that TP. Bamba just hiding in the tree line. Moon, can he smell it? He can't see it. He's not going to look for it. This is a little bit akin to that last game that we saw between Alliance and the side of Empire, as this is pretty one-sided, Peter.
Yeah, it's pretty one-sided. We're going to wait for the Roshan. He's got a few minutes left, and then once they get that Aegis, they're definitely going to go high ground and try and end this game.
There's a bit of a longer respawn time there, so they are going to have to hang on and hold off. Pycat still trying to find what he can on this top lane. He's more than halfway through the Aghanims. So something else that they will have to offer to this team fight, to the wombo combo, if Four Clovers are able to hit it when OG group up and go. But OG, of course, they're going to be very careful with their positioning when they go for these high ground pushes. And it's going to be very hard for Four Clovers to hit multiple heroes when they jump in. I guess they do have multiple ults, AoE, to try and catch them out and overall pull them and group them closer and closer together. I'm sure OG will be very, very careful when pushing into those.
Yeah, surely something will land. They'll probably just sit in the on the high ground with both Gyrocopter and Viper. Gyrocopter probably having the Aegis, Viper having a heart. Neither one of them should probably die. And they'll do some counter initiation with their supports.
This is certainly the point, though, where everything's kind of settled down. OG, not hungry to look for anything, and Four Clovers, a little bit too scared to look for anything at the moment. EGM and Bambo just staying in the base. It's Pycat and Nikwa that are being the most confident at the moment. Just be trying to find what they can. Big Daddy No-Tail, it's got that Satanic complete here as well, so we've already talked about how hard it is for them to kill the Viper. It's going to be just as hard, if not even harder, for them to burst down this Gyrocopter in these fights.
You can already see the effects of the gem, though. You look up here at Nikwa and Pycat, and it looks like they're safe to farm. I mean, all of OG is bottom, but realistically, they have no idea where any of the members of OG are. The map is entirely dark for them.
And I guess at this point, when you've just got to take these risks, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
There's not a lot of options.
It's better to farm and take risks than just sit there and, you know, wait for your eventual doom.
Well, Roshan will be up in a matter of seconds. OG still hanging around the pit. There's your Tusk Aghanims. We don't see it every day. Moon is going to treat us to a bit of a display here.
I'll look for it. He's going to try and kick someone out of the base in the high ground.
Double damage. And Four Clovers. Okay. Miracle. We've talked about this man and his runes. Gets himself a DD.
Perfect timing.
He's got to be doing something behind the scenes here. This is some very nice rune work from the boy. Axe is now done for Tiny, so they have got that going for them, Four Clovers. Pycat ready with that, but it's pretty much trying to look for the best of a bad point of this game for Four Clovers. They get a bit of a push here onto this tier 2, but OG take Roshan. They'll get themselves the Aegis onto No-Tail. It's going to be hard to kill him once. It's going to be even harder to kill him twice. Going to be precise, probably going to be twice as hard. 24-7. Four Clovers desperately looking for something. They're going to send the full 5-man up top. And maybe this is it. Just go for a full 5 on push themselves and try and force OG to fight into them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Reports.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Okay, now they're going to back up. I was going to say OG, I don't think they're going to be going back for anyone at this point. OG, Freddy's moving to the base though. The D-Wall straight up from Saxa. No-Tail just waltzing in onto the tier 3s. OG with the powerhouse. Bambo comes out with the dive. There's a missile onto this man. Nikwa. Think on cooldown here because of the corrosive skin.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And the tower falling very quickly. Tombstone's been dropped by Flight.
Nikwa needs to get these zombies off them. Do they have a smoke? They have some smokes at base. That would be a great way for them to initiate a fight.
Dire's top tower.
But it looks like they're just going to try and make some trades. Pycat's actually hitting the top racks in the top lane.
Okay. Okay, well, the TPs are coming out just in time though, to try and stop this. The Fiend Script from EGM. Crit is there with the telekinesis onto Pycat. That's be the Nightmare holding back the Rubik. They'll kick Pycat back here. Pycat's going to continue to hit the racks. As you said, he found the ranged racks. Shockwave. From crit that was stolen. Pycat getting punched up. The Glimmer Cape's there's not enough to save him. And now EGM stuck between Crit, stuck between Moon. Snowball forward here. EGM trying to do what he can, but it's double kill for Crit. So they do get the ranged racks, but at the same time, OG are going to get the full set down bottom. I mean, an admirable attempt there from Four Clovers, but it's still OG on top.
It was an interesting idea. Just, I mean, they're in a really tough position right now. I'm not sure if there was a better decision. But because of that, they're going to lose probably 2 sets of racks. They might have a chance to fight this before their building goes down here. They don't have the glyph. They've already expended it. Still have all their ultimates, though, except minus Fiend's Grip.
Second set of racks to fall in by the looks of it. Tiny, not back up for 10. They're smoked up, and Nikwa looking for the skewer across into the RP onto 2. Have they got the follow-up? Bambo comes through, and here we go, as you said. They're so damn tanky. Winter's Curse gets dropped, but it doesn't matter. They're just dying to the cooldown. The Rocket Barrage as well. Supernova will be successful, but Four Clovers, they've got to run. They'll lose EGM as well. 3 down, double kill for No-Tail. Crit unstoppable. And they'll lose the racks here in the mid lane. Four Clovers just getting absolutely smashed here by the lineup of OG, and GG is called. It's all too much. 31 minutes in. OG pretty much giving us the performance that we expected. And 4 Clovers, they may have turned up, provided upsets in series in the past, but OG, they're just not going to let that happen to them.
Different caliber of team. I think OG is definitely a level or maybe 2 levels above most of the teams here. But that being said, I think 4CL had a good idea. A decent draft. They gave up a couple of bad deaths, and it really set them behind their landing phase.
Yeah, just another day in the office there for OG as they take game 1 against 4 Clovers. It was best of 3. We will be back with game 2 right around the corner. We're going to have a quick ad break and then back off to the panel. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with game 2 between OG and 4 Clovers.
turn. Push the tempo. Push the I go to sleep. Open my eyes. Not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around.
Welcome to the ASUS ROG Dreamleague live here from DreamHack Winter, and you are seeing us in the middle of our winners bracket finals. We have Team OG 1 game up against 4 Clovers and a Leprechaun. And 4 Clovers, well, they didn't look too hot in that game, and they really need to bring it to force out that third game and see if they can make it to the grand finals directly. They're not out regardless because it's a winners bracket final, so both teams will be making it on to the next day, even if OG takes the second game. But this first game, OG, they looked dominant. What went wrong for 4 Clovers?
A few things. I think the double kill in mid, for me, is the standout moment that just completely ruins your game plan. Viper got a really fast mech. Treads, they couldn't really kill him. He just got to farm and take over the map. That shouldn't have happened. It's easy to say, obviously, but they know it themselves, too, that was a big mistake, right? Apart from that, still not sure they found the magical solution for OG's drafting. I wasn't too hot or too sold on their draft either. The Phoenix pick I thought could have been pretty cool, but they never really got to play their game. They got skirmished all over the place. They never got the organized team fight they wanted.
What's up, Lumi?
I think OG's strength is their ability to find the best fight for them, always. And a good example is that Roshan fight, is where they were using the Roshan to bait the Radiant team in, and the Radiant was smoked up. They were looking for the RP, and they just kind of got isolated. We never saw that big RP into the Phoenix ultimate, like you were pointing out.
I mean, I was skeptical of the mag pick at the beginning, because I mean, I know you're picking it for the Empower with a Tiny. That makes sense to me with the Aghanims.
But that was never really the thing, because the Tiny got so far behind.
Yeah, but I just mean in general, like when you're picking that hero into a Rubik, it's obvious. It's like, okay, we're picking it for only one purpose. We know he's not going to have good RPs this game. It's very difficult. And then going back in hindsight and saying, okay, well, he didn't have any RPs, of course. It was like really hard from the draft.
Well, we have selected a replay, so let's take a look at what that one is.
So conversely to OG always selecting good fights, I think this was a poor fight selection from 4CL. Magnus was 100 gold away from Dagger at this point on. Why don't you just delay the fight? I felt like there was there any pressing reason to
they took
take
a fight
this
with lack of vision. I think that's another problem here too.
They felt pressured, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they had nothing really going into this fight, but the problem is they were fighting without knowing that everyone was there. We also saw at the end that RP was actually still in there by Crit, who also played a phenomenal game overall.
Yeah.
Rubik, I would say. His standout performances on
I
that
think
hero.
one of the main things in this game, like, they just, 4CL usually play this kind of like constant fighting, like go back, blink, re-engage with Bambo, but like giving them these team fight ultis, like OP, Phoenix ulti, it's just, if we don't hit this one combo, we instant lose. You know what I mean? Like it's a very difficult way to play. And
I think they need to throw the game in chaos, and that's why the re-initiating heroes are so good. That's why Bat Rider is so good. I'm even gonna say a Punch Pick would work for them better than what they're doing now, because it's a hero that would make OG's positioning game normally so good. Kind of, you pull one of them out of position, you get a quick kill, and then you go, 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 go. So Spirit Breaker, Night Stalker, Bat Rider, Pudge, these kind of chaotic, almost pub-like heroes are gonna work for them better, I think.
I agree with that style. Like the non-stop, just keep fighting, don't rely on big ultimates. I think they're much better as a skirmishing style team, always have been, so that's like a comfort zone thing for them. It's tough though, because they did kind of focus Bambo a little bit. They did take out the offlane Night Stalker, I think, at one point in the second ban phase, and he didn't really get something that we are accustomed to seeing him play.
Now, despite the game being fairly one-sided in favor of OG, the game still lasted for quite a while, even when it was fairly clear that OG was on the winning hand. So that is something that 4 Clovers can do. They can delay the game. Knowing that, going into the second game, what should their focus lie on?
Well, delaying the game, first and foremost, we have to put down that it's not always a good thing to delay the game. Like, delaying the game usually insinuates that you can buy time to farm items that are actually going to matter for your team.
Yeah.
In that last game, I felt like even if they can delay it, they're not out farming the enemy team at any point. OG had more map control, which means they're getting more out of it. It's just delaying the inevitable. Like, there's a difference between delaying the game in a good way and delaying the game and not having a comeback mechanism. So, really, are you going to try to go for a hero that has that ultra late game potential? Are 4CL even comfortable playing something like that? Because I really feel like what Lumia said earlier is much more in their wheelhouse. Just pick aggressive heroes, just go fight.
Boy.
Radiant.
Alright, they will be fighting into Doom Lich. I'll tell you that.
That's going to be a tough one to take, but they let it through, so they made the conscious choice to go possibly up against the Doom.
They need the AA.
I think it's actually interesting to see OG ban 2 of their textbook heroes. An alternative is stealing the Lich. I like this idea too. I think this is the first time I see OG banning these two together, ever. Like in any draft, not just in the first phase, but banning Wyvern and Dazzle is very unusual. Not sure what the reasoning is. In my book, it's two of OG's best heroes. Maybe getting the
The
Tusk
Wyvern,
instead.
I get. The Wyvern is like,
Yeah.
Saksa plays it very well. And the last game, Splinter Blast is incredibly annoying to high ground against, and OG had map control for quite a while. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they didn't feel super comfortable just taking the tier 3s or Raxing earlier.
And maybe they felt they could set up for a Doom because Four Clovers had to ban. After they banned the Shadow Fiend, they're thinking, okay, if we ban Dazzle, they either give us Wisp and trade, or they ban Wisp and give us Doom. And then there's no trade-off in those two defensive supports that they obviously know the strength of, so they can kind of get away with that. I still think we're looking at a potential...
Dire team back.
No, now not so much, actually. Four Clovers, AA Lich is not that great of a support duo, I guess.
It's very easy to punish in lane. Then you go back, OG probably gets something like Undying, for example. They just go for like their Death Ball. We've also seen Brew in the past.
I think I like it a lot though. It sets up for the Batrider and you put the dual lane top. It kind of gets one of the supports to focus on the safe lane. Maybe get Bambo with a bit of farm. Like he definitely lacked a lot of farm in the first game, and it was noticeable, the lack of his impact.
Viper removed.
I like it.
I like it a lot as
I mean,
well.
we were talking about it during the game, and I think PBD even mentioned it in the commentary of Game 1, is Viper is that hero who just wins his lane if he's in a 1v1. And so often we see 2-1-2 nowadays that a support rotating around has a much bigger impact on the person he's trying to protect. And you typically don't want to do that unless you're dedicating a two-man lane to mid. And that just wasn't the case last game, so Miracle just free farmed, killed two heroes when they came to gank him, and kind of just snowballed.
I think Miracle's actually happy with that pick because he was saying he despises it.
I wonder if they're...
I don't think anyone actually enjoys
I know
playing
Pycat
Viper.
does.
Oh, that's true. He likes Viper and Sniper.
I don't think there's any hero that nobody likes playing in the pro scene even.
Remaining.
Maybe.
What do you mean?
There is no hero that no player likes. He said no one can like Viper. I think every
No,
hero
there
has a
are
player
people-
that enjoys playing it.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, you could design a hero that's so
That would have been a much better
extremely
way of
boring,
wording
but
it.
just really good, right? Then, I mean, maybe nobody would like it, but...
And we've seen Empire play Viper in a way that is not typical Viper, as in just fighting all the time. Normally Viper is portrayed as like the passive mid, wins lanes, and just goes forward. No, you can make him super aggressive, and then he is super fun to watch as well.
10 seconds remaining.
They can make him super fun. Okay, Shane, slightly fun to watch then.
You're trying to sell me Viper here. It's not working.
You can go Dagon E-Blade.
I mean,
That's
it's
fun
fun
to
in this like kind of sadistic way where you actually just win your lane and you're like, heh, can't beat you 1v1.
That's how I feel like whenever I'm playing against techies. That's how I imagine the player being. I am turning this into another game than Dota with my pick. Oh, I'm glad that hero got nerfed to the ground. I have to deal with that so much anymore. Undying from
I
Four
think
Clovers.
is it more of a deny from OG
It
than
is.
it is actually
Yeah.
picking it for themselves? Because I mean, the synergy isn't amazing right now for those two heroes, like Lich Undying.
Oh boy. Instant
Coming
gyro.
in here for OG.
At the same time, I think the deny pick is important enough where most of 4CL's playstyle is going to be determined by the core. For example, if they pick a Batrider, it's a very different game compared if they pick like a Tiny again.
Yeah.
So I think taking the supports away from OG is definitely a good path to follow down to.
I think we're going to see a Miracle Invoker this game. It's a very good pick against both Slardar and Undying. They're very mono-dependent. They come up close and get caught by Tornado EMP. It's a good tool against Tombstone as well. Not because you destroy Tombstone well with Invoker. I guess if you get a lot of points in Wex, you can destroy it fast with attack speed, but it's more just... Whenever a Tombstone is dropped, EMP is the perfect disengage. You just drop the EMP on the enemy team, and they have to choose, do we go through and lose all our mana, or do we sacrifice our Tombstone for an EMP trade-off, which is horrible. So
We actually might see OG picking up a pushing support as well, as both their cores so far are not exactly good at high grounding. A hero that OG in the past has turned to his crits, Jakiro.
Oh, they steal that too?
The 9 pick here.
Damn.
Okay, so is there any way that
Grand
OG...
Fifth draft.
Do OG possibly put Doom with No Tail and then pick Darkseer? Or is No Tail just not a Doom player? Is that where we're at right now?
I haven't seen him play Doom.
I mean, it's pretty interesting that Darkseer has made it this far into the draft, and there's not really been any attention paid to him, but...
Regardless of what happens in this draft, I really admire how 4CL have approached it. I think You know, sometimes you say, if you take the heroes of the enemy team, it's just like a sign of weakness. You keep trying to play their game, but they're actually strategically picking the right heroes in the right order that counter what OG were going for. So even if they lose, I don't think at this point you should be looking at it as just an outdraft. Like OG got all their heroes. They're still getting all their heroes.
I don't
so
think
you
it was
say OG,
a massive outdraft in game 1 either. Like maybe slightly, but not to a point where I thought that OG should have been as dominant as they were.
But the more important question is whether 4CL could play the draft they drafted.
Yes.
Like if this is Team Secret taking this draft, you'd be like, okay, you know, this is a very smart draft, and they possibly could just win with this draft.
Both Poikat and Nikwa can play Invoker.
Yep.
Slider, like played by Nikwa earlier as well.
Or Bambo.
Amazingly, or Bambo. That'd suit him as well. That's the kind of hero.
And the logic with Invoker against Undying also applies to Invoker with Undying. You drop the Tombstone. If the enemy team tries to destroy the Tombstone, you drop EMP on top of it, and they have to choose, do we destroy the tomb, lose all our mana, or do we disengage and get run down by zombies?
It's also
really good.
amazingly good against Tusk because you can preemptively EMP and just wait for them to come in.
The one downside is if they play Quaswex Invoker, I'm slightly worried for 4 Clover's ability to deal enough damage. They need to kill a Doom. And their single target right now relies on amplify damage and the Invoker being Quasic Sword, else he just doesn't die to anything.
I think this feels like a bad draft. You complete the draft with Bat, you isolate that one hero, you get an awesome ultra quick kill, and then suddenly it becomes so hard to fight into Tombstone, EMP, Tornado.
Then you're really all in on mid game though. You don't win late game.
I mean that's how they beat Vega, right? They went with the Bat plus Shadow Fiend, and they just
I mean, if
stomped Vega.
If Slardar is played by Bambo, they could go back for something like Clinks, right? I think it's a pretty decent Clinks game.
It's okay.
I mean, Amp with Clinks is like
it's similar to
insane amount of damage.
I guess we're on different page. You're looking at the off-lane Slaughter, I'm looking at a safe lane Slaughter plus off-lane Bat. But
I think this is off-lane Slaughter with Glitch.
It's very rare that we see safe lane Slardar, right?
Yeah.
It's
Alliance is
not.
one team that does it, yeah.
They can also
I mean,
still
it's-
play the Invoker safe lane. I don't know how much we've considered that. That's still an option. Then they put a mid-core.
I really like Invoker safe lane if you go Quasic Zor.
Yes.
And get lots of farm, get early ags. You do so much damage, especially
Early
if you-
Necro Book is also very good.
I mean, they could also do Slaughter and Wind Ranger for just damage.
Wind Ranger is nice. It's also the night pick. I think I'm starting to think. Okay, what does? Oh, it's banned actually.
Yeah.
Wait, what remains for Miracle? Like out of the hero pool we've seen in play, Alchemist now banned out. He plays Alchemist, Invoker, Wind Ranger. He plays Viper, Shadow Fiend. All those 5 are banned.
I'm sure he can play Doom.
Or
and
Pex.
they can send no tail mid.
He's 8K.
Yeah.
No, he actually
He
plays
can play Gyro.
He plays
can play Gyro.
Yeah, you can play Gyro too.
And then you
That's
give
true.
like Notal Beastmaster if they want to go that route.
Oh, Beast is actually a really interesting idea. I like that quite a bit.
The thing is, if they
Attack
go
speed aura.
Beastmaster, they don't have a high ground hero. They don't have a hero that sits in the front and just
That
boom,
is
boom,
true.
boom, hit your tower.
Gyro can kind of do that.
You need Aegis for that.
This is I think Centaur could work for 4CL as well. They go safe lane Centaur.
Oh, that's... it's good against Doom. It's not so good against Bane.
It's good against Tusk. You just run away.
So if you're caught by the Ice Shards in the first place, you don't get out.
Yeah,
So
So on that safe lane bat play, man. You
just
lane
need to-
against the Doom, you get that 10-minute blink, 13-minute force, and you just go.
Isn't this also a team that picks Tiny with the Slardar and tosses the Slardar forward and crushes, etc.? Is that still not something that they could go for?
that's very gimmicky.
Wait, can
It is gimmicky, but
can 4Clover go Huskar here?
talking about
Bane?
gimmicky.
Just
He's
give
really
him
counterpicked. Doom owns Huskar. Brain Sap is pure damage.
Well, can either
Walrus
team go
Punch
Huskar?
physical.
Can OG go Huskar?
It's way
Probably
better.
not
For,
against
it's way
Amp.
better for OG, actually. That's another hero miracle place,
Yeah?
actually. So it's an interesting idea.
It's difficult in the slider ramp.
It depends what the last pick is for 4 Clovers.
I mean,
but
OG could
it's
even
not
still go like
very
Ember or
On
something if
the
they wanted
logic
to.
It's
that
banned.
has
Oh,
gone
it
for
is banned.
before.
Sorry, last
Oh,
one.
Profit! Wow.
How did we
Okay.
forget?
But they
How did
have
we
they have the tools to beat Meepo, right? Like Invoker, Slaughter, Lich.
I
these are
actually
not...
don't know. They're lacking.
Yes and no.
The damage is there, but they're lacking disabling.
Okay, so which draft do you favor?
OGs for sure.
And what do we need to look out for 4 Clovers and a Leprechaun to take this to a next game? What needs to happen? Which
They need,
item?
they need to shut down the Meepo. He can't have a free game here. I don't
Okay.
think they have enough counters to...
Poikat needs a lot of farm.
That's a
as well.
really good last pick, by the way. That's a curveball they use when they need it.
And we're going to find out if that Meepo has a free game or not. It is going to be game 2 of OG taking on 4 Clovers and a Leprechaun. And we're going to find out who will be in the grand finals already. Go over to our commentators, OD Pixel and Luminous. That Luminous, PPD.
Hello, welcome back to the panel. I'm OD Pixel, I'm here with PPT. And we're ready to get ourselves into game 2 between 4Clovers and OG. Let's get ourselves straight in. And PPT, we're being treated to a no-tell Meepo game. Is this the game for Meepo?
I don't think it's a great game for Meepo. I think we're probably going to see Pycat go for the Exort Invoker, who is very, very good with all of his AoE spells to deal with Meepo. They also have a Lich, Slardar AoE stun. Meepo's pretty good against Undying. I'm not sure how the Furion matchup is, but I imagine it's probably pretty good for Meepo. I haven't seen a lot of Furion, so I'm not too familiar with that, but generally I like Meepo when they have some sort of save, like with a Dazzle or something. They have the Tusk for the Snowball, and maybe Doom gets an early mech as a possibility, but they don't have a lot of defensive capabilities to keep their Meepo alive if he does get caught. So that's something they're missing here.
I mean, obviously, if the Meepo doesn't work out, the rest of OG's lineup, pretty much standard 6.85 stuff here from the boys.
Yeah, they got a lot of comfort heroes for them. They're mixing it up. They don't play a lot of Doom. They generally like to play against the Doom. They've been banning it a lot as well. 4CL doesn't have like a lot of heal, which is a way a lot of teams deal with the Doom. But Undying has a possibility of maybe finding some early farm. He can heal up his teammates, get a mech. OG doesn't have the best catch until Meepo gets a lot of farm, so might be able to see some good split push from Sexy Bambo on the Furion here.
This is going to be a bit of a tricky lane here for No-Tell, having to deal with the Lich's presence in the lane. It's not going to be nice one bit. So we'll see how much No-Tell is able to find. Bottom lane, Crit's coming down to join Fly and Miracle to run this aggressive tri-lane. Try and pressure Nikwa's farm as much as possible, as well as Saxo on this Undying. Already Crit moving in. See if they can find an opening. Miracle has got their Rocket Barrage ready for some kind of action.
He's susceptible to dying right now.
Crit as well, holding onto the skill point, just seeing if Shards or Snowball is going to be the thing to get the kill when the situation arises. But yeah, they play it safe, and with that, they're actually going to send Nikra and Undying up to the top lane, so dodging the lane entirely here, people. And in fact, maybe going for a kill.
He doesn't have Scorched Earth. I think this is probably your first blood if we see some good body blocking.
Well, this lane rotation working out absolutely perfectly, and Nikra gets the first blood. All right, 4CNL turning up. I mean, that movement there from the bottom lane, I guess Moon just was not expecting it at all.
Definitely was not. He was having a little bit of a rough time in the laning phase, actually, against Bambo. He had to use his Scorched Earth. I don't know if he was trying to harass Bambo or just trying to farm the creeps without having to deal with the tree and harass, but Scorched Earth was on cooldown there. He didn't save it for a gank, and now he's giving up the first blood to Nikwa.
Mid lane, Pycat is going in with the cold snap onto Crit. EGM trying to get in range there for the Frost Blast. Isn't going to happen. Top lane, yeah, so Moon's now going to be stuck dealing with this lane of both the Slardar and the Undying.
Yeah, No-Tail wasn't able to lane mid very much, so he's moved straight to the jungle. He stacked his own camp, and now he's trying to farm it out.
He's playing it safe, playing it smart. And this is going to allow Crit to get a good amount of levels here in the mid lane. Still has got to be a little bit careful. Fly is still hanging around, though, on the Bane. And they've kind of left Miracle down here to deal with Bambo. I mean, this is a lane that the Gyro should be just fine to farm and surely gets the natures.
Yeah, Gyro's pretty good. That being said, Furion's still going to get some farm. He's going to get the levels that he wants out of the early game. Laning phase, it's going very well for 4CL. That was something I was concerned about, actually, is when OG had the triple lane and the off lane, they weren't going to be able to stack for Meepo at all, but Meepo being the multitasking hero that he is, he's able to stack, go heal, farm mid, and then just farm out the stacks all at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're doing this, as long as they don't lose any kind of kills in the lane, OG, yeah, having the Meepo just turn up and suddenly just taking much more from the map than 4Clovers are able to.
It's actually a Quaswex Invoker. That's a bit surprising. I thought we'd see a little bit more carry potential, but relying on the Furion and the Slardar to do most of the physical damage in this game until later is a little bit different. Actually, not too many people are playing the Exort Invoker right now. I think our team with Sumail, he really likes it, but I haven't really seen anyone else play it too often.
We'll see if it's going to be the build here from 4Clovers. I mean, you mentioned yourself you'd rather see the Exort kind of against the Meepo? Or?
I imagine both can work. Bambo's getting gone on here. He's going to be able to pour it out.
Okay, yeah, very nicely done with the Treants, just tanking up that Rocket Barrage damage. I guess that is one of the strengths. You know, you might not be losing your life to the natures, but it's going to be hard to kill him if he's got the Treants out.
Absolutely, Rocket Barrage damage totally split there.
Okay, he's going to with the Tornado, still gets the Cold Snap down onto Crit. Crit I'm in a bit of trouble here. Has got a snowball and he'll use it to dodge the last hit, but I think he might still be dead.
He's coming back in.
He's going to be gonzo. I'll get the blast there to the face. He does manage to prolong his death, but he does die nonetheless. And at the same time, top lane, Saxa on the Undying, getting a kill onto Doom there. Tombstone's drop. Nico gets himself in for the action on the crush. And 4CNL, 3 kills at the moment. Great start for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely winning this laning phase. I'd say they're winning probably 2 lanes. Meepo's not really mid. He's got a lot of CS, but that's just because he's sitting in the jungle.
It's going to be a 4th kill. Pycat's got a DD. Flight will turn around with the brain sap. It's not going to keep him alive. And another pick off here for 4 Clovers.
EGM is level 5 now. He is incredibly farmed for this Lich. He's got 750 gold. He's going to be able to get his boots and maybe some aggressive wards into the Meepo's jungle. An early Chain Frost can really mess up Meepo.
Meepo, no tail, just getting on with it though, as he can. Bottom lane, a bit of aggression as they're moving on to Bambo. Miracle and Crit trying to find the kill, trying to get themselves the first kill on the board. They do. So now they get themselves a kill here. OG Miracle nearly falling there, but the one charge is just saving him from inevitable death as the tower hits came through. So finding something on the board. And in terms of farm, it is still Miracle sitting at the top of the CS30 for 9. Obviously, Notel a little bit higher, but he is, of course, just jungling for the entirety of this game so far.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Niqua, are you thinking about moving in onto Moon? As the crush, Saxa does have a tombstone, but with the Scorched Earth out, 3 points in it at this point as well. As Moon has still been able to find the levels. He's level 6 now. EGM's come in with a rotation.
They're waiting for the Scorched Earth to go down, and then they're trying to make a play. Moon goes into the side shop to shop. So there's going to be ports in. Here comes Gyrocopter with call down.
Can he get there in time to turn? Miracle drops the cooldown. Moon gets the Doom. He pops the charges. Moon's going to survive this one. Turns around, throws the net. The right click's actually from EGM. Enough to finish it off. The flat cannon shots from Miracle chasing down Saxa as well. I don't think he dies here to this Doom. It's going to be close now. He's going to be able to live through this one. So it is just a 1-for-1. And again, these trades I think 4CNL will be happy with, forcing Miracle to rotate as well.
A good counter kill for Miracle there. He was already in base healing, so it was good rotation. It's about time he comes top. Laning bottom might be a little difficult once his Invoker starts moving around. But they did get the kill on Doom, so not too bad. Doom is now expended. They can look to get aggressive on the map. I'd like to see them try and gank this Meepo with maybe Slardar and Invoker, even maybe bring Lich with the Chain Frost.
It was a really nice 4CNL ward here on this high ground. We saw Notail trying to make a walk out the jungle, seeing if he could follow up a Bane Nightmare onto Pycat.
They're going to have a Furion ult soon. Meepo is level 8 now. He's just farming up a Storm in the jungle.
Oh yeah, Notail's just zoning out, having a great time.
Doing a little bit of single player.
Pretty much at this point.
Dire jungle, just 3 camps, just stacking as much as he can, just farming.
Oh, there's a rotation from 4 Clovers. Saxon EGN. This is what you're talking about, PPD. They get the Chain Frost. They're ready to try and go. And with the Chain Frost, they might be able to do this. They'll throw it out, but Notail, he's done the Delta split. He's looking for the poof out, and this man, he's a Meepo player, PPD.
Yeah. Questionable Chain Frost.
And again. Yeah. He's out of there. And at the same time, OG got the kill onto Slardar. But we, of course, were watching Notail. Just, he knew it was coming. He was ready for it.
That's why I think they need the Invoker. The Invoker has so many cancels for Meepo, he just can't even poof out with the Cold Snap on.
That's true. I mean, yeah, without the Invoker, they've literally got, what, the Chain Frost? That's it, to stop the poof.
Yeah, and he just burned it right away.
I guess and the Slardar, but...
Oh well, minor misplay. Bit unfortunate, but that's Dota.
Oh, Courier. 7 HP. Sexy Bambo nearly picking it off.
Is under attack.
A little bit unlucky there. He doesn't quite get the touches needed. Bottom lane, Moon's now found himself a free lane to farm, and he's level 8, and he might be able to get this tier 1 tower as well.
And he's got the Bastion. We're going to have to see a rotation in this tower is going to go down. I don't know if Undying's enough with Meepo rotating in here as well.
Moon's got scored 7-5. I just,
Double damage.
He doesn't go with
Meepo.
this for a Doom, does he? Does he Doom and go?
Yeah,
Okay.
They're going to get the tower and the kill here. There's nothing they can do. Any ports in. Oh, I guess Invoker might be able to do something.
Radiant structures.
Oh, Glyph.
Is he going to follow through with it? Yeah, Pycat is going to try. Saxa will go down. They'll get the cold snap onto Moon. There's your EMP, but they've lost the tower. In comes Nico. Can he get the crush up in time? And he can. And Notail's now at the mana. That was a huge EMP. The snowball's there from Crit, though. They found themselves a second kill. Nico trying to get himself away. The Sprout trapping Meepo up in the middle of this, but flies there. He's found Bambo. Nico gets brain sap. Bambo's stuck in the tree line. OG will find themselves a 4th kill. Punch to the face from Crit. And OG on top with the movements there towards the bottom.
Just not a fight they were able to take. It's generally always a bad idea to try and take a fight when one of your teammates dies. It's kind of like, if you know he's dead, just let it go. Tower was super low. They didn't even get the tower to die. I think Pycat's Invoke was actually on cooldown, so all he had there was a Tornado and a Cold Snap. Didn't have a third spell.
He got the MP out at the
Oh,
start.
he did get the MP. Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, and that did screw the Meepo quite a bit, but the fact that there was just so much backup for OG, they didn't need the poofs. The right clicks were enough alone just to swarm the side of Four Clovers in that enclosed position.
Yep, well, that being said, I would say the laning advantage that ForceSeal had is now gone with that pretty poor team fight.
Again, we're seeing this situation on the net worth. Top 3 all over the side of OG. No tail. And well, we can see the board falling up to a 5k lead at the moment before the 10-minute mark. Very nice lead indeed for the side of OG off the back of that fight. Pycat actually smoked up here. Maybe seeing if he can find something. He's got the Tornado EMP and the Invoke available. Is he going to venture into the jungle? Looks like he is. Maybe try on Moon. Scorched Earth is now going to come off, but he's not going to be able to do that on his own. He needs some kind of backup, and in fact, Pycat could be in trouble here. Yes, he's got the Ghost Walk if he needs to invoke it. He's going to be fine. Backs himself off. Some really nice wards here from the Radiant in the dire jungle, keeping tabs of these movements from OG.
Yeah, but I gotta think they gotta start fighting soon. I'm not sure. I think they're just gonna get out-farmed by both Doom and Meepo.
Talking about Doom, he's walking in on TGM. Looks like he's not gonna go fully commit for that one. Did have to back up a Miracle, but doesn't really want to fight into the tier 1. Fly. He's gonna find Nico, can't quite get the Nightmare out. Moon just moving in again. They'll look to take this tier 1. They already found the one on the bottom. They'll look for another tower, and Miracle should be able to find that. Fortification comes out. They're actually going to send a Nature's Prophet in it. Nah, they're not going to do that. Just teasing here with him. They'll get the tower. Four Clovers. They did put a TP in from Saxon to the tier 2. But OG are going to be well out of there by the time that they can look to try and find anything off the back of that. Four Clovers just backing up into their own jungle to farm. And OG still sitting with the lead. And No-Tail, he's in the jungle. He's got a point booster and 1,300 gold on top of that on his way to his Aghanim Scepter.
They're being so out-farmed right now. Doom, Meepo, Gyro are farming the entire map, and Tusk is just sitting mid, spamming out the waves. Problem with having Lich Undying supports is that there's no one really to do things on the map. You're pretty much just sitting there waiting on Invoker to make movements, Slardar to get a Blink Dagger, but he's, not doing very well in terms of farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And OG getting more and more ready for the fights. They've got a Vlad stun on Moon, and they're going to smoke up and go. Miracle's just picked up the phase on top of the Helm. This is going to be a very hard fight for Four Clovers to take if they find themselves...
Not sure what their objective is here.
Receiving the brunt of this attack.
They're just looking for a kill, I guess. Nobody's pushing the lanes.
Or if they move towards... This is not the way that Four Clovers want to move. Miracle is going to get in. They're spotted. Saxa scores. The Doom gets dropped down. Undying just disappears. He's going to fall. They will get off a nice EMP, but the snowball's there to dodge the EMP. In fact, beautiful play from Crit. They'll move in onto EGM. No-Tail now showing up as well. It's a double kill for Moon. Killing spree for Miracle. The Fiend's Grip onto Bambo. He's held into place. It's a full team wipe as OG showing us the same amount of, the same level of performance that they brought to game 1. And I mean, that smoke, man. Four Clovers, they were hoping to find something, but it certainly wasn't that fight.
Yeah, amazing play by Crit there with the snowball. Picked up all of his teammates, dodged both EMP and also canceled the Chain Frost.
Yeah. Damn. This man's a player. I mean, the whole team. We could talk about each of their individual performances to the end of the world after what we've seen from this lineup lately. I'm going to go into Roshan now. I don't think Four Clovers are going to want to get anywhere near this as much as they'd love to try and contest.
The Vlad's on Doom, this is so easy for Meepo.
And with that aura as well. Pack leader. More than enough damage here to take down Roshan. And I mean, let's have a look at it. It can't be pretty after that fight. Nope. It's a 10k lead.
Tusk is so farmed at this point. He's actually probably going to be able to get the mech for his team. Yeah, Moon's going for the drums. He's got the Vlads. Yeah, I think a mech on Tusk and Meepo will be good to go.
Meepo very, very good to go. And the fact that 50 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter here on No-Tail, 14-minute mark. And I don't know how you stop a Meepo when he gets this far ahead of 14 minutes. 14-minute Ags. Not something you want to be fighting into, especially when you're over 10k behind in terms of overall net worth on your side. They're going to need something spectacular here, Four Clovers. They weren't able to find it in game 1. Maybe they'll be a bit lucky in game 2, but at the moment, this is the OG show showing us that these guys, they may have just won a major LAN. They're not slipping at all. They're keeping themselves up at the same level as performance. I'll take this tier 2 in the jungle. Fly. He's found Bambo. He does have a Fiend's Grip, and he's not going to use it here. It doesn't really have the backup anyway, Fly. So he's fine with an Asus Prophet just toggling the Nightmare off and walking away. Moon with a very aggressive wraparound towards the mid. Scorched Earth has been popped. And he's just going to make a straight beeline here. See if he could catch out Saxa. Just going to take down the Tombstone. There's more gold for me. Yes, please, top lane. The fight kicking off as Nikwa is caught out by the nets. There's the poofs coming through. The EMP will connect onto the majority of the Meepos. They've actually lost the Bane here. Nikwa trying to shoot this out in the tree line. They'll get that kill, though. Dominating streak for Miracle. They're not done. No tail. He gets the nets onto EGM. Poofs in. Takes a kill. Lich to fall. And a 2-for-1. They do lose the courier. And hang on, what did that courier have on? Okay, it was just the Asher. I was going to say the axe was already delivered. Yeah, Meepo's already got the axe. Blink Dagger now done on crit. So I mean, it's the Asher. It's 2k net worth lost. But when you're at a point where you're pretty much 14k net worth ahead, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, even without the Asher, he's still 1,000 gold ahead of Poker.
Yeah.
He was the highest farmer for 4CL. Slardar is just so far away from being able to do anything in this game.
And Moon, he's looking for more. Doom's dropped onto Saxa, looking for the chase down. Saxa, he's not got a hope in hell, and Doom's going to send him straight there. One more slap to the back. Moon now on a mega kill streak. And top lane, Fortification will come out. Tier 2 is about to drop. And we'll see if Nico can get the deny. Nope, well, he might be in trouble himself. And Crit dodging everything out that the Slaughter was trying to throw at them and throwing everything back in his face. Another kill here for OG. Tier 2 down top. EMP, Tornado comes out, Crit gets the shards in. He's moving in very aggressively. Miracle falling through as well, just with a flat cannon, forcing 4 Clovers back. Again, OG get the space for the tier 2.
Went for the blink on Tusk, that's why he was able to get that kill on Sardar. No mech for OG, but I don't think they need it.
At this point, the urn from Crit seems to be enough. He's always got the charges.
He's going back for it now.
Ah, boy. Well, not the most intensive games here. 4 Clovers. A little bit behind at this point. We are closing in on the 1k per minute lead.
That's when you know you're lost.
I don't think teams have ever come back. Well, we've got a stats man. I'm sure he can give us... No, just no.
0%.
We've got our own stats man here on the casting desk.
Yeah, I got it covered.
And No Tail trying to chase people down here. Chain Frost might be a bit of an issue.
Cancel.
Can he play around this one? I don't think he can. He's got the Aegis. He's ready for round 2, though. So that is your Chain Frost down, and 4 Clovers realizing they've got to get themselves the hell out of there because OG's turned up, and they're not happy about the trouble that this side of 4 Clovers have been giving their buddy No Tail. And EGM, well, he was there, I promise you. Another kill onto the board, 17 for 6. More and more money into the bank of OG. Bambo, well, he probably wants to leave this lane. He might not get the chance to. And another one being offered up to the gods for their OG. Can't spell God without OG. There we have it. I know. And meanwhile, at the same time, mid lane, they're just trying to push it onto the tier 3. They will back up as the Amplify gets laid down onto Moon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But this has got to be not the best of situations that 4 Clovers have been in, to say the least. And who could blame them? OG looking as strong as ever. And No Tail, he's got himself a DD bottled up as well for the next fight. Has that blink on top of the Aghanims. I don't know, PPD. What can you say?
Say, man. So you'll maybe see a high ground push here pretty soon. See if 4CL can pull off a miracle, but I don't think they have enough damage to really kill anyone.
Is under attack.
Bambo, yeah, he's going to want to do that. He is certainly going to want to do that. Crit, doesn't have any detection. Bambo's just going to sit there under the Shadow Amulet. Pretty much the only way that he keeps his life intact here.
Just get some experience.
Making the most what he can at this point. 20k gold lead. It's not stopping. It's certainly not stopping that graph. Pretty much straight linear progression further and further into the realms of OG. just gonna have a pause here. See what Moon's up to. And we're ready. We're ready. He's good. Game's taking a bit of a toll on Moon. Certainly a hard one for the man. And that's your mech done. Sorry, for Crit. Sorry, it's Crit playing the Tusk. Moon on his Doom. How's he doing? He's got the plate mail 1700 gold on top of the drums and the Vlads. A Miracle with the Manta start.
Smoking. Trying to go for the gyrocopter here.
This could be it. We saw them make a big pick-off onto Miracle on in the first game.
Still no blink on Slardar. They're going to need Highcat to initiate this gank. Tier 1 tower is here, though, for trying to bait the Manta illusion.
Hey, Miracle. Tornado's off point. Miracle's just going to be able to walk this off with the phase and the Manta. Bambo still sticking around here, soaking up the XP as much as he can. At sneaky, sneaky Nature's Prophet. Some next level plays here from the boy. OG won't expect it. I don't think they'll care about it either. An Ultimate Orb on No Tail. I imagine he's going to get that Hex up and running. And the question is, when are we going to see Crit get his Aghanims? We saw Moon do it the last game. Let's see if Crit follows suit next as his next progression. He might decide to keep it chill and go for the Greaves.
I think he'll probably go for the Greaves.
Yeah, let's play it safe. We know that OG are the team that like to play it safe.
Moon's a little more eccentric of a player. He likes to be a little flashy.
Yeah. Ah, there we go. In they go. Not a chance for Nikwa. And they're blinking in for more. No Tail, he's netted up EGM. They'll get themselves the Lich kill. There'll be a buyback from Nikwa.
All right, looks like he's not going to blink this game.
And, yeah. I don't think they're going to do a whole lot this game. 20-6, OG. Having no mercy at all there on the side of Four Clovers, as they're very happy, looking to take this one 2-0 against the side and get themselves that confirmed slot in the grand finals. Well, they'll obviously have to place either against this team again or up against the side of Empire. The last two teams in it. And I think OG, I think they're loving this LAN PPD.
It's been pretty relaxed for them. This is their second best of 3, and they've pretty much already secured their spot into the grand final.
Moon. He's coming into the jungle. Bambo, he's fine. He's got his Shadow Amulet. We've seen him make things happen with that previously. And No Tail. How's he doing on terms of the money? 2K on top of the Ultimate Orb. More and more for this Meepo. The individual hero's net worth. It's just Bane that's slipping. Fly needs to step it up a bit. He's below 3 of the heroes on the side of Four Clovers and can't be having that. 8K on this Crit Tusk. 1.3K ahead of the Pycat Invoker. I can't remember a game where we've seen this much difference in terms of the farm. OG have just taken full control of the map, full control of the game, and they haven't slowed down at all. 25,000 lead here for the boys. This has got to be one of the most one-sided games I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, but you know, you generally don't tap out of a Dota game until you lose some barracks, so they're just kind of waiting on that. Meepo's a hero that gets super head and experience, so that the graph's a little inflated. But you know, maybe if they kill Meepo somehow, they can. If they kill Meepo like 2 or 3 times, they can catch back up to some extent. They don't really have better team fights this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lich and Undying are nice, but at this point, Undying is just like a melee creep. Not too great.
OG. Just playing the classic here, just holding on for that Roshan. Miracle and Crit feeling confident enough to move in on their own. Nikwa, he's getting closer and closer to that Blink Dagger. 1,700 gold on the Slardar. And here we go, No Tail joins in, and the pushing power at the Meepo. He'll start to take shots.
All of his Meepos.
Pycat's got an Orchid. And at the same time, AC on move. Miracle will get caught out here. It's going to be topped up here by the mech from Crit.
Yeah, you gotta see what they did there is they force CL to respect the push and bring them back into their base so they can stop farming the other side of the map. All that remains top now is Sexy Bambo and the Furion.
He's trying to work onto that. Supposed to be an Orchid himself here with the Oblivion. Fly there to try and push this lane back out, and OG take Roshan in a matter of seconds. Aegis now on No-Tail. Do have the blink on Nico. So some item pickups coming out for the side of 4 Clovers. They're going to need to do something absolutely spectacular with them if they wish to turn this. As it's not been the greatest of series here for the boys on the Radiant.
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely not a great series for them.
Nah.
I don't think. I think this game. I like their draft game 1. Didn't like their draft too much this game. We actually ran in our first match at the Frankfurt Major. We lost a Fnatic. We had Undying and Lich as supports, and they picked like anti-mage, and there was literally just nothing we could do. And Undying is a hero. If you pick it, you want to be able to force fights and kind of force towers. And I think they had the opportunity to do that this game with the Invoker and the Furion. Like you just port on a tier 1 tower, summon Treants, and force a fight with Undying. But they didn't do that. They kind of tried to react to what OG was doing and let OG be the aggressors when they should have been the one making plays. That first smoke gank into the jungle where they blew the Chain Frost on Meepo and didn't kill him, that was... oh, Furion goes down in the bottom lane. But yeah, that first gank really set them behind and kind of... They had a plan, and then that failed, and then they just kind of lost direction.
There we go. OG ready to break the base, take the tier 3. The racks falling at an insane pace. No-Tail moves forward, gets the net down on EGM. Nico will find the crush. Miracle's got the cooldown. It's going to be a big one as well. Connecting onto 3. And they're just disappearing. That's a dieback on your Nature's Prophet. I'm not surprised about that stat at all. And GG well played is called. OG absolutely on form. Take the series and 4 Clovers. They're going to need a few drinks tonight. That was an absolute battering from the side of OG the entire series. 24-6, they come out on top. And OG, as we were saying, just on the same form that we expected after we saw their performance of the Major PPD.
That was good. I think that they're definitely outclassing most of the teams here, and you can see that in their play. This match wasn't very close. The series wasn't very close. I think they played what, Empire first?
Yes, they did, and Empire had... Well, it was like the first 20 minutes where Empire looked pretty decent against.
Yeah, I think Empire had the right idea. They just, once again, OG's got some amazing players, and they weren't able to stand up to them. Maybe tomorrow, the teams will have a better idea of how to play against them, getting a game against, or a series against OG. You can learn a lot and just kind of see how they play, and you can feel how they play, and you can react to that.
Absolutely. OG, again, well, we got to see the Meepo, which was nice, of course, from No-Tail. 5 kills, 6 assists, didn't die at all that game. Ended up on a GPM, 700 XP as well, closing in on the 1,000 XP. I guess that's expected though with a Meepo, but nonetheless.
Yeah, that's what Meepo does.
Yes, standard Meepo. I mean, you talked about it before, the strength of having a player on your team that can play the Meepo. And
last pick Meepo, it wasn't the best Meepo game, but it was still kind of okay. It's very good against Undying. You can like one-shot the tomb.
There we have it. 2-0 to the side of OG. And that is it for the games today in the casting. Hopefully you've enjoyed myself and PPZ. But we're going to head you straight over to the panel to hear what they have to say about what was pretty much nothing less than a stomp.
Now, welcome back to the panel indeed. And we mentioned before the game started what needed to happen for OG to do well, or rather for 4 Clovers to force out that 3rd game. And the answer was, make sure that Meepo does not have a free game. Didn't have entirely a free game. Said it might not be the best Meepo game, but definitely still was able to bring the pain on 4 Clovers and a Leprechaun. What went wrong for them?
I'm not sure where to start. I think it's one of those games where I think the way they put their lanes was actually fine. They got outmaneuvered in every single move. It was, I think Peter hit the nail on the head when he said they were the ones putting on the aggression when it should have been the other way around. Yeah. When you have Undying, you can't be playing defense all the time. You have to go take some chances, play aggressively with the Tombstone.
They did though. Like top lane, we had the Prophet TP in, they dropped the Tomb, they were getting kills. Mid lane, they were putting a ton of harass on the Meepo with Invoker plus Lich early. But they weren't doing it consistently throughout the game.
The thing that happened with the Meepo was he got level 3 and then he went jungle and they put crit mid. So they just were able to distribute their resources in a very effective way. The one fight at the top tower, I can't remember how well it went. It can't have gone that well because they didn't get many kills this game.
They traded 1 for 1.
They traded 1 for 1. It's really frustrating in those kind of games because you know what's happening constantly, but you
you feel like you can't make the moves, but you have no choice. So I think they should have just kept on trying to play aggressively. If it fails, so be it. But their lineup wasn't tailored to just slow play and farm against what the enemy team had, and OG could just took control of the map.
For me, like, I love my Invoker, and I don't want to flame Pycat too much, but it just didn't.
Only a little bit.
It didn't really do it for me. Like,
think you should have gone Quasic Sword? Or?
No. He missed like 6 or so tornadoes in a row. You know, wasn't great.
Isn't that maybe super outmaneuvered from OG? You know, silver lining?
Yeah, okay, we can go with that.
I think the Tusk also makes it hard for Invoker with Quaswex. We've seen
No,
it in
no,
a
no.
couple of
Yeah,
games
in
with
the
EMP.
team fights, in the mid game,
Yeah.
Crit made his life difficult with that snowball.
Yeah.
But I wasn't really talking about that. I was talking like more.
That's a sick transition
Yes,
for a
because I
replay.
believe that is the fight that we are indeed going to see in our replay.
So what Cinderin pointed out earlier is that you got to be the initiator, but 4CL got jumped on this fight. It was a pretty good kind of AoE with Chain Frost, EMP, but except Snowball just picked everybody up. So a ton of that damage was ignored. And Crit to me, well, Tusk to me is just an amazing hero. They just make a whole bunch of plays.
It's kind of the same thing as the last game though. Like this team fight, they had the one combo, they had the Tornado EMP, and then when it's done, it's kind of like, uh-oh. You know, what do we do now? When the Meepo just continuously pushes towards them and continues the fight, you know?
They don't have a stun for the Tusk apart from Slardar. So in this game, it's particularly easy for Crit to just walk into the middle of the fight and be like, okay, I can tank the Tornado, no biggie. Immediately after, just snowballs and saves everyone. There has to be a combination play here, but it's really difficult to make it because Tornado into Crush is, you have like 0.1 second before the snowball comes out. So you can't expect that out of the team to perform it. And in a way, like at the point this fight happens, the game is already over. Like they lost this game for me at minutes 10 to 15 when they hadn't put on enough aggression and just lost a couple of fight skirmishes. So they had to play more aggressively early on. It's easier said than done against a team like OG, but there was no other way of winning the game, so they had to try it.
It's very difficult also to play very aggressive against the Bane. We had Bane player Fly, and we have the chance to talk to Fly in a winner's interview. Hello, Fly. Congratulations on your series. Quick 2-0.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question about the draft because we were talking about it, and every time Cinderin said, oh, that would be a really good hero for OG, it was actually for Clovers that picked it up. And I want to know if you felt the same way. Like they took the second game.
You didn't want the Undying, you didn't want the Invoker?
No, we weren't too worried about those heroes. We actually thought the Invoker was a deny pick, even though we weren't even thinking about picking the hero at that time.
Yeah.
Because we had first pick and we wanted to wait for our last hero. I don't know, I felt like that game was, they had to snowball like insanely hard from the first 10 minutes to actually win that game. So it was a pretty rough game, and they had some good kills early on, but they couldn't really follow through later on when he tried to control our jungle. It didn't work out.
Was your Meepo premeditated? Were you thinking all the whole time that you were gonna go for that one?
You could always, try to get a Meepo draft going on, but that game, I think from the third, fourth pick, we were like, all right, this looks like a Meepo game, but some teams, you kind of get the sense that they're not going to ban Meepo because, every once in a while, people forget about it, then it gets picked once, and then they always ban it second phase.
Yeah.
I guess we used up our card once, but, Meepo was amazing there. There was not much for him. So.
My question is about you and the team. Like, you've been around in the scene for a long time. What about this team, makes it work? What is it?
I think it's a combination of things where, first of all, me and Notail go way back. And then I met Moonmender, who we became really good friends from Complexity. And now Miracle and Crit, they're, their own personalities, but they fit very well with us. And I think I grew a lot as a person and, also a captain this past year, which makes a pretty big difference. So I think we met well.
That was a great answer. The crowd loved that.
Yes, the crowd is cheering.
Awesome. So you are making it onto the grand finals tomorrow. First, of course, we're going to have the lower bracket finals where you just kicked 4CL2. They're going to be facing Empire.
Yeah.
Who do you feel like you're going to face in the grand finals?
It's hard to say. I think Empire might find their groove. I hope 4CL doesn't I hope 4CL doesn't get too, startled from this, because I feel like if they can get their stuff together, they can have a really close game. I'm not gonna say who's gonna win because I'm not sure. I think those teams can both be really good on a good day.
Okay, well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us.
No problem.
We're going to let you get back to your team so you can get home for some rest. And we can take a look at the brackets, as we now know who will be at least our first team in the grand finals. OG, they made it through. Clean sweeps all the way. 4 Clovers and a Leprechaun, and Team Empire will start the day off tomorrow. If you want to be kept up to date with not only the brackets, but also the games and the heroes and their builds and their skill builds, you know it. It's all going to be on the Score Esports app. Make sure you get that from your iTunes or Google Play. But tomorrow we'll be back. We're going to be back at 1:30 p.m. And that is going to be the pre-show with the first game, the first series, starting at 2 p.m. So we hope to see you back then. Have a good night.
Monsters live inside our souls, waiting to come alive, turning our hearts cold. My blood is black, it seeps through the cracks. If I could take it back, if I could. Fighting love that runs through our veins is an empty space, a lonely game. I hear you cry every night. to right this wrong. I promise here and now, I loved you all along. I threw away my crown, I lost my sanity. You're my king. I'll bring you back, my Valkyrie. You're coming home, never lost hope.
The saga begins. Begin war. War. Begin war. 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 Begin war. War. The saga begins. Begin war. War. Begin war. The saga begins. Begin war. War. Begin war. 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 Begin war. Begin war.